Welcome to Partners in Policymaking in Alabama. Any opportunity for citizens to learn more about our legal process is a great one. Partners in Policymaking focuses on helping individuals with developmental disabilities and their supporters to build positive relationships with policymakers. This allows them to become partners in the policymaking process to change the system that supports, but may at times create limits on the lives of those with developmental disabilities. I'd like to thank all who are here to demonstrate their support for this project, including legislators, state agency leaders, PIPA members, and graduates. And I'd like to especially thank the Alabama Developmental Disabilities Network partners for spearheading this project. Thank you for attending, and I cannot wait to see what great things you will do to improve our state for individuals with developmental disabilities. May God continue to bless each of you and the great state of Alabama.
Just to give a quick bio for our speakers, Jess Hissam is a doctor of physical therapy who graduated from Stanford University with a Bachelor of Science in Exercise Science and Psychology, and continued her formal education at UAB and earned her degree as a doctor of physical therapy. She, quote, retired from being a pelvic health physical therapist and has turned into a full-time deaf advocate, mentor, and is the current executive director for Center for Advancement of Next Gen Deaf. Her projects and activities include that her passion for others was also a non-attorney special education advocate and a deaf advisor on Alabama Hearing Detection and Intervention, EHDI for short, the working task group for that. She serves as a council member for the Alabama Council on Developmental Disabilities and is a proud 2022, sorry guys, I can't talk today. She's a proud 2022-23 Partners in Policymaking Alabama graduate. Jess resides in Huntsville with her husband, Chris, and their Chocolate Lab whiskey. I like that name. So that's Jess, and I'll go ahead and do Dan so you know who all's providing input here. Dan Kessler holds a master's degree in social work from Florida State University and a bachelor's degree from Purdue University. He's been involved in the independent living movement for 38 years, including 32 years employed as executive director at Disability Rights and Resources in Birmingham. He retired at the end of 2021. Following retirement, Dan served as interim executive director of the Association of Programs for Rural Independent Living, a national membership organization. Dan has previously served on numerous state boards and committees. He was president of the National Council of Independent Living and held several other positions prior to becoming president, like vice president, region rep chair, region 4 rep, at-large board member, and chair of the housing subcommittee. He is also a former member of the Alabama State Independent Living Council. Dan resides in Birmingham with his wife, Gail. They have been married 50 years. Wow. 49. 49. Close to 50 years. So, well, welcome to our speakers. Thank you. All
right, so I am Jess. That's what I like to go by, and I'm going to let you guys know I talk a little fast. So if I start talking too fast because I get excited easily, just tell me to slow down. It's really okay and everything. So I'm going to be primarily speaking today for history of disabilities, and Daniel is going to interject here and there with some additional information, but we're going to get started. I don't know how much of you guys know about history of disabilities in general. Some for you guys, you may know a bit just from your own advocacy work and the work that you do. And for others, this is their first time. Y'all are watching Crip Camp tonight, which will be great. And there will be parts of that you may hear today and tomorrow both. So next slide, please. All right, so this is what it's going to look like in terms of disability history for us. We're going to start all the way back, ancient times, and we're going to go all the way to present. Next slide, please. So to give you an idea, if you want to know what TW stands for, it's trigger warning, because eugenics, especially in disability history, is very triggering. I will try to lighten up as best as possible. but it is triggering. And I also include intentionally because you cannot talk about disability rights without civil rights, because without the people who were part of civil rights, we would not exist with disability rights either, and we're very thankful for that. All right, next slide, please. Okay, and then these is what Linda was saying about tomorrow's presentations. Next slide, please. Okay, so before I get started, we know that we're in a very hostile political climate, and I'm not talking about like what is superior, but we have to think about history. There's been a lot of people trying to take away history. There's been a lot of opinions about history, and it gets to the point where I find that it has caused a lot of tension in a way that we have not seen and witnessed before. So this quote really resonated with me. Colleen Wick is the executive director of the Minnesota Council of Developmental Disabilities, I believe still, but she presented at PIPA 2 years ago. I graduated from the last cohort, if you want to know, but I had the honor of being able to watch her presentation to prepare for this one. And she quoted this from Dr. Black. And I absolutely resonate with this quote because the reality is most of our histories are incomplete. And I always like to warn people, history will bias. If you want a certain outcome, you're going to bias that outcome. Same thing with research. We see that all the time too. So I'd like to acknowledge with disability history, there's a lot that gets recorded later, but there's also very little recorded. Just same thing with civil rights movement. There's been a lot of people have been forgotten that should be remembered. Next slide, please. All right, I hope this worked. It did not. This was basically an app if you want to type in your questions to me, and instead we'll just do the raising hand microphone question. So next slide, please. And go again. Next slide, please. Oh, we're here. Okay. So theory of mind, I like to talk about this before I present because when you think about history and everything, we have to come with an openness in each other. We may not agree with parts of history because it makes us uncomfortable. So that's where you have to really acknowledge your state of theory of mind in order to be able to expand and to be able to be willing to learn. Because ultimately at the heart of theory of mind, it enables us to understand what other people have different beliefs and ways of thinking. And that's something you're going to see as we discuss history as well. So I'd like to talk a little bit about theory of mind. Next slide, please. All right, so the reality of disability history. As I said, a little bit is documented, but we also have to be mindful of who wrote the history. It's painful and triggering. And it's full of ableism, but both internal and external. I am deaf. I culturally identify as deaf. I also culturify as big D and little d because I'm oral deaf. But a lot of people don't consider me deaf enough. So I have wrestled with a lot of internalized ableism most of my life and external ableism, both of labels and different stuff. And we'll talk some about the labels in terms of self-advocacy history tomorrow, because that's really interesting. But next slide, please. But there is hope with disability history. There is documented and there's records of compassion, especially the Black Panther movement, which a lot of people don't realize, and the self-advocacy movement. We'll talk about that tomorrow. And there are advocates for us and with us. And I believe it all the time, nothing about us without us all. And it's really important to remember the context of the times when discussing what happened then to understand what's going on today. Next slide, please. All right. Some people know the definition of ableism, other people don't. So I have put it up here if this is the first time. I feel like most people have heard the definition of ableism because social media. We see it everywhere now. There's been a huge surge of disabled advocates, I would say even more than ever, thanks to social media and the connections and everything. So this definition resonated with me on the definition of ableism because it does go back and we'll discuss it, but you can see that the word ableism is actually very driven by the medical model. So we'll talk about that when we get to that. Next slide, please. All right, ancient times. Next slide, please. All right, so what's fascinating to me as I did some reading and research going back just to where it all started, the respect for disabilities was actually where we started. People have respect for people who were disabled in the very beginning with Egyptian. That's the first recorded record we have of history of anybody who's disabled. And just so you know, I switched between the word disabled people and people with disabilities. I know people like to identify differently, and I promise it's not intent to offend or hurt someone. But if you feel like you don't like the way I state things, just let me know. I'm cool with that. All right, so the first reference of disabilities was the Therapeutic Papyrus of Thebes. which is 1522 BC, so before Christ, if you would want to know history. And it was the first reference to intellectual disabilities. And based on that, there was a philosopher, and this is the name, Median, And he was a philosopher for the Egyptian culture in the New Kingdom, which is considered around the time they built the pyramids and stuff, if you want to know. And he believed that you should treat with compassion for people with disabilities. And it was an emphasis on respect, which is actually fascinating to think about, that movement disability history started with positiveness, because, next slide. Disability was perceived as a divine attribute granted to the humans by the gods. And it was prevalent, though recent anthropology studies are debunking it and going back on their word. But again, we have to remember who wrote history. It was believed for a while that King Tut had a club foot, and he also had connective tissue disorders. So hence, a lot of people believe that he was blessed by the gods because he looked different than other people did. So, and if you look at Egyptian art especially, you see a lot of differences. You don't see just people. You see people with cats, you see people with dogs. So it makes sense to me when you look at the cultural perspective and everything that Egyptians liked the differences. Next slide, please. All right. And then things kind of disappear. We have the Greek and the Roman Empire who overtook the Egyptians ultimately. So we're going to start with the Greek culture first. So we went from you treat people with respect, you care for them, you take care of them, to what is the perfect body. And it was a very narrow perspective. So I'm going to highlight a little bit, but I do feel, idea of perfection. So the ideal perfection in the Greek was, in order to achieve like a higher state in life, a higher status in life, you had like to have the perfect body, the perfect size, the perfect mindset, and it was almost incorporated into soul and different stuff as well. And you saw that prevalent even with Greek mythology and Roman literature both. But what people don't realize is Aristotle, who was one of the most fascinating philosophers of the time with his idea of theory in mind, he was actually very anti-disabilities. He believed that as to the exposure and rearing of children, let there be a law that no deformed child shall live, because he believed in perfection. And so that's something we have to acknowledge as well, that even after the Egyptian pyramid and everything, and starting with the Greek culture, even one of the most famous philosophers stated and believed that any child that was deformed should be killed and not alive. So, and around this time is when the word idios, which is Latin for idiot, which can be also translated to private person, somewhat ignorant, was also developed in the Greek culture in Latin. And of course, we see this term lots of ways today, idiot. And in the 1900s, idiot was used to define someone who had IQ of 0 to 25. So fascinating. It started all the way back in Greek culture, which is back before Christ and AD both. And we're still seeing some of the same terms today. Next slide, please. And then Roman culture, so people forget the Greeks were there first, and then the Romans took over them with the Roman Empire and everything. So they took a lot of the Greek culture and basically merged into their own culture with a military attitude and everything. They were very military action driven. The Greeks were more about science, or the Romans were about conquering. So, but they reinforced the idea of perfectionism, and it was common practice in the Roman Empire that children with disabilities and adults with disabilities a little different, but we'll discuss that. But if you had a child with a disability, it was encouraged that death, mutation, because if you cut off a limb of your child, they could be a beggar for you and look more deformed, so they were likely to get more money. And abandonment of children. They even had laws, and then we'll discuss this, that's 12 tables. But if you injured an able person, you had the right to injure that person and give them the same disability that you had. So very violent. And then the market of monsters refers to the slave trade, which is specifically people who are disabled. So they had a market for people who were able, but they were not classified as monsters. And the market of monsters were specifically people would buy and pay higher to have someone that looked disabled and be their slave. And then Augusta, who is a famous emperor and conqueror, he used people with disabilities as entertainment, and the term was coined as fools. Next slide, please. So the 12 tables refer to the beginning of the Roman Empire's laws. So this is like 1451 to 1450 BC, which is before Christ. I pulled these, this is a reference from Yale and Harvard, both historians went back and looked. But fraternal pattern, this is specifically the law which was based on Aristotle's, the philosopher's philosophy that a nobly deformed child shall be immediately killed, and this was law. And then the second thing is, are we good? That works for me. Thank you. All right. And then the second one is, this is what I thought was fascinating. This was referring to that people have the right to injure someone, or they could pay them an amount of money. But because they were quite the empire of violence, it was more than often that they would mutate someone else the same way they had been harmed as well. But one of the things I thought was also fascinating with the Roman Empire was things they gave exceptions to certain disabilities, and one of them specifically being blindness. And as I did this reading, it was very fascinating to me very quickly, because the Romans, they highly regard communication and language. So if you were able to communicate and have fluent language, you were given a bit higher status. And there are actually a couple notable disabled people in the Roman Empire history who were basically, their parents realized their child had a disability and got basically a pardon from the governor at the time. And like when I looked at it, it was most common blind people. They would get pardoned by the governor at the time, and it was usually an uncle who was like advisor to that governor at the time. So it was really interesting. But if you were deaf or non-speaking, I learned today that people don't like the word nonverbal as much, and I understand why, and there's non-speaking. So I meant to correct that. But deaf people and non-speaking people were at a disadvantage in court in the market. And it wasn't till later laws around 600 BC, I believe, that people were actually given an advocate. So Roman Empire, despite how violent they were towards people with disabilities, they were actually the first empire that gave an advocate in court, which I thought was pretty interesting when you think about history overall, and we see advocates in court today or an IEP meeting, which is what I do often as non-tertiary special education advocate. All right. And then, but because blind people had more likely had access to language, they were perceived to be able to contribute more to the Roman Empire. All right. And then let me see. Okay. Yep. All right. And then, as we know, Christianity was a big movement between the death and resurrection of Jesus. And if we look at the apostles as they traveled through the world and everything history, one of them was Paul, who went through the Roman Empire. But we have biblical scriptures, and we also have documented proof of Jesus Christ as the great physician. And this was, again, the first turn of history where we find that people with disabilities were more perceived positively. It was reinforced again that you should take care of people with disabilities and you should be compassionate to them. And Paul reinforced this in his journey, especially with the Christian church. So in the 4th century AD, which is after the death of Christ, the rise of Christianity led to more human practices towards people with disabilities. Infanticide, which is what I refer to with the Roman Empire, it did decrease over time. And helping the affiliated or the people who are afflicted with disability was a sign of strength. And it's really interesting because we're actually talking more about religion with this. All right. So I am not a religious expert of all religions, but I went to Stanford University and my undergrad, which is a Southern Baptist college of different things, but I took a world religions class. So I remembered a lot from just that alone, and it was fascinating. When you look at the history of disability and religion both. So we're gonna go through, and this is all the same time that Christianity became a movement. Other religions were also emerging as well. So Buddhism, people become disabled because of bad karma. So if you did something bad in your previous life and you were disabled in your next life, it's because you did something bad in the previous life. Because in Buddhism and especially Hinduism, they view everything as kind of a cycle. What differs between the two is the gods they serve and things, and how you can have good karma again. So know that. Shiramesa Sangasam, yeah. So despite having bad karma, it was still encouraged, because to get rid of bad karma in order to have good karma in the next life, you want to do good acts. So that's where they have philosophy on treating people with compassion with disabilities, especially. Judaism, There's conflicting views of the Torah, and it was very interesting reading this because progressive Jews believe in compassion and everything with disability, just like as historical Jews did. But there was a lot of conflict, first of all, of who Jesus is. They believe he was a great prophet and stuff. So some people some people followed him, believing you should be compassionate to people with disabilities, and others not as much, because there was a lot of, let's see, there was different sectors of Judaism that you could say is equivalent. We see it today with Zionists. So the Torah does say to treat people with disabilities with compassion. And there are noble disabled people in the Bible, but disability is caused by God as a punishment for sin. And that's where it gets conflicting. You see that in the Torah. You actually don't see that in the Catholic and Christian Bible, which I think is interesting to notate. And then Islam actually was the most disability-friendly culture to me of all cultures, which I thought was absolutely fascinating. And in Islam, and I'm not referring to Islam as in jihadists, because a lot of people mix up Islamic culture and Islam religion with what we think about when we think of Afghanistan, Palestine, and some of the more extremists. Okay, we're talking about our friends who are Islamic that are they're actually very peaceful people. But for Islams, they believe that the cause of disability is not attributed to wrongdoing by the disabled person or their parents. So it took a step further, because some people would believe in other religions that if you sinned as a parent, your child would be cursed, which I thought was really interesting. And that is prevalent with all of their teachings. I thought it was very fascinating to learn that the Islams believe that you are compassionate to people with disability, but the disabled person realizes they have a set of challenges. And instead of an able person who's Islamic would have different challenges in order to reach Allah and everything, the disabled person had more internal challenges in order to reach Allah. So it was really interesting. All right, so the errors. Before I pop this, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, you know who Taylor Swift is? Yes, I feel like everybody should know Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, famous artist. We see her on TikTok, everything. She did a whole entire tour called The Error. So I want everybody to guess, which error am I? Which one? Go ahead. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely Reputation. I would say my song is Look What You Made Me Do. And it's with good reason. And some of that goes to my personal story, which I'll share another time and everything. But I joke all the time that when you're an advocate, I like to say that Look What You Made Me Do is definitely the song of advocate sometimes, because it's like, all right, I have done it every way, the nice way. Look what you made me do. So Reputation is my error. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. Make sure it's not skipping. So I'm gonna check real quick. I'm gonna make sure this clicker is not skipping over, because I thought other parts were covered. So make sure we're not detecting apologies. Let's see. Okay, we're good. All right. So now we go from the fall of the Roman Empire. So the emphasis on art, science, philosophy no longer existed. And then we get into the rise of religion and the church. So if we remember, we talked about the rise of Christianity. They were still controlled by the Roman Empire as well as other religions. What people don't realize, that's also when the Islamic conquest of the jihadists started. And they are part of the reason that the Roman Empire fell as well. So the whole Middle East and everything was fighting with the Roman Empire, which I thought was really interesting in terms of context of history. So this is where the rise of religion and the church started. And the emphasis was on the idea of God and the sense of how can we reach God? Do we have a God that's saving us? Do we have a God that's protecting us? And there was a lot of on sin, purgatory, and good acts both. So the Middle Ages are referred to as the Dark Ages and purgatory. So one of the things that was really fascinating to me as I studied religion and undergrad and everything and later life, because being a pelvic floor physical therapist, my specialty was sexual trauma. So I dealt with a lot of church hurt and different religions, especially with church hurt and religion hurt. So it was very interesting. But one of the things that I quickly blew away was the idea of purgatory. So I don't know, we have some Catholics here, and correct me if I'm wrong on certain things, but my husband is Catholic, so it was very interesting reading, especially the seven hells and the idea of purgatory. But this was very driven by the Dark Ages. So purgatory, the idea is you would face an intense amount of suffering after you die before you reach to heaven. And it's basically an atonement for your sentence on earth. So this idea was very driven because we've lost access to art, to philosophy, and to science at this point. And everybody was driven by, okay, what am I going to do to save myself, basically? Because there was no hope, economic crisis and everything. So people turned to religion to atone and to repent for their sins, to save and have a place in heaven. And so what ultimately happened for people with disability was a couple of things. This is where the idea drives a lot that people with disability are the children of eternal God. So there was two sides of the equation, and they were both very extremists. You had people with disability were children of God, and therefore they must be provided compassionate care. But I'm doing this because I'm like a savior to them, and it's going to guarantee me more acts to get into heaven. So that's one side. And the other side is you're disabled because you're punished by God, therefore you're going to hell. And it was really interesting because in some references, people believe that living with disability was your current purgatory on earth. So if you were a good disabled person, you would go automatically to heaven, not have to face purgatory again. Oh, sorry. So this is some artwork from around the village. Yeah. And I like this artwork because it demonstrates a lot. This is actually artwork based on exorcism, so excising demons. And this was actually referenced as disability artwork because one of the things that we're going to talk about it is the practice of excising evil spirits and how it negatively and harmfully hurt people with disabilities too. All right, so this is a shrine that was fascinating to me with the history of it. So this was one of the first Roman Catholic Church shrines in Glee, Belgium. And it was specifically a safe haven for people with mental disabilities and mental illness. But a lot of people would travel to this shrine to be cured. So it was a safe haven because at the time, if you had mental disability, you faced a lot of darkness. People would try to capture you, try to throw you into what's known as idiot cages and different stuff and hurt you because you were basically their entertainment. So this is a shrine that I thought was really interesting, but they did focus a lot with purgatory, and one of the cures was trying to be as good of a person as possible. So it reinforced the idea of religion, especially Christian religion at this point. All right, so this is why I was talking about the idiot cages. So this was a big prevalent thing. And I want you guys, as we start talking about disability history, you're gonna start realizing the parallels to today that we still see. So idiot cages were a big thing. They were a way to capture people, especially people who were dumb and fools. So often a lot of people with intellectual disabilities were found in these cages, and people with mental illness as well. And these were publicly displayed cages in the center of the square. So Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is, a Disney movie, but the idea of that platform and everything, even though they didn't have a cage, that's basically where the idea of idiot cages came from. And then in addition to that, it was encouraged practice, the ship of fools. The ship of fools were literally a ship. If you were a person with disability, your parent would sell you to the ship. And you would get on this boat. And then the sailors of the ship would travel from their destination to the other port and charge admission for ships to park along your ships to watch the zoo, basically, of you. And then they would ban you on sea. So that's where disability history is really dark because we've already are witnessing genocide at this point. All right. And the Roman Catholic Church are the creators of the asylum. So in 1787 AD, the very first asylum, meaning a place of haven, but we view the word asylum very differently today. So I like to say with disability history, and other people say I feel like it just resonates well, there's moments of good intents abused later. And that's what we're going to be seeing a lot over and over again as we go through this. So the Roman Catholic Church in Milan, Italy, was Archbishop. It's the first recorded orphanage that we have in history for abandoned infants. And from this idea, these were also abandoned infants who had disabilities as well, because it was still frowned upon. There was a lot of shame that if your child had disability, it was encouraged that you gave up that child and tried again to have an able child. So it intended to be refuge for those in need. Like I said, good intents. And the movement did create what we see as orphanages, hospitals, and homes for the blind and aged. But truly, the condition of these were imprisonment at best. Let's make sure I saw that. Yep. Okay. So prior to the Middle Ages, people who had leprosy lived in segregated communities, segregated colonies out of the city. So these were basically equivalent to disability camps, you could say. Leprosy was a very violent disease, and though people realized there's a cure for later and everything, but we see it in biblical scripture, other religious scriptures, and documentation that leprosy was seen as a curse, and one that you got it because you sinned horribly, but it left lots of people with significant disability as well. So it was best practice that if they realized you had leprosy, they kicked you out of their entire community. Like you had to live outside, and it's usually a couple miles away outside the city. And they had to fight themselves to find food, water, resources. So what's really interesting about the history of colonies of people who had leprosy is they took really great care of each other. So like you kind of joke, it's almost independent living in a sense, way before we even had a term for it. Go ahead. Dan's got something.
He uses it. Yeah, what interesting when you bring up, quote, the leper colonies. I think many of us have heard about Father Damien, and the work that he did in Hawaii with the leper colonies, but many people may not know that there was, quote, a leper colony in Carville, Louisiana, which existed for many years. In fact, they existed probably up until about certainly the 60s. And so there was a lot that wasn't known about leprosy, but of course, Carville is that facility has since closed, but so not too far from Alabama. I've not heard of a colony that we had here in the state of Alabama. Some of you may be familiar, but I think that's some history that is not too distant. That we saw that. In fact, I was talking to somebody a while back. I used to live in New Orleans, and so I didn't live too far from Carville, but I knew somebody who worked as a vocational rehabilitation at the Carville facility, but of course it's Hansen's disease, which, their treatments, and I don't know what the treatments for Hansen's was back then, obviously. Yeah, probably not very effective. So anyway, so I just say that because, that history is not, we're talking here about the Middle Ages, but now, move to about 1960s, it's still happening, that segregation.
Absolutely. And that's where it's fascinating when you start to connect all the dots. It was this long ago, and yet it's not this long ago either. So, but one of the things I want to highlight with this is the Crusades. How many people are familiar with the Crusades were and the purpose for the Crusades? Okay. For you that are not familiar with the Crusades was actually the Christian militia response to the Islamic response, which I thought was fascinating on world history. So these colonies were taken and converted into hospitals, asylums, covenants, and orphanages, and to help take care of the disability and to take care of compassion. That makes sense, but really it was to save them. So one of the things I thought was fascinating is nuns, priests, monks. When I started reading through just the literature of why they were told to care for someone with disability, it was basically to overpass purgatory and ascend to higher levels, aka sainthood. What? Yes. Okay, that's fine.
Not all.
Not all, sorry, that's fair, yeah. But when I say all, like if you look at religions across the board, you'll see some of that emphasis as well, which I thought was interesting. So, all right, so people with disabilities were continually segregated and viewed the poorest and losses unable to contribute. So we see a lot of the idea of, let's see, it's not there yet, the return of investment. So it's very fascinating. All right, and then after the Dark Ages, we get into the Renaissance era, which is the 1450 to 1650s. And with the Renaissance, we get back going from the idea of God into the idea of art, science, and philosophy return. Religion was still a very powerful influence, but society turned from science back to science to basically understand the world. And I would like to say it was almost a scale, like depending on where you live, the scale was higher on religion, and other parts of the world, the scale was higher on science. So it was just really interesting. All right, so with this, what's really important to recognize in terms of disability journey and history is there were a lot of healthcare advancements that started in terms of technology stuff. So you started having people doing surgery and realizing that you could keep people alive with surgery. You also had people understanding anatomy better and everything. And this is where I thought was interesting. Some references said there was a better understanding of disability through science, which is true because there's a couple people who realized, for example, epilepsy was thought to be cursed for a while, but epilepsy was actually known to be a seizure, and it's not necessarily a curse anymore. So people were starting to realize disabilities are not necessarily a sin and a curse. All right, and then what I thought was really interesting during this era, there was a set of laws called the Lisbon Port Laws that were passed. So these laws were passed around 1563 to 1601. And the set of laws put the responsibility on the government to care for people with disabilities. So the idea was they needed basic care. And this is where we started to see the movement of alum houses. So basically homes for the unemployable, poor, and work houses. And what you see me quoting here is the definitions of how they split. So if you're viewed as someone who is a good person, but you just couldn't work, like the nice person and stuff, not a criminal, you got to be in the lump house. If you were somebody who was viewed as a criminal, and usually people with mental illness, they ended up in the workhouses because they were very poorly misunderstood. And then, but truly the conditions of this basic care was imprisonment as well. And it also pushed out the perspective that people with disabilities were social problems and burdens. But because of the SEV law, it led to the rise of alum houses around the world. And the first alum house, from what I've tracked of history, was in Boston, Massachusetts in 1622. And a famous one that people like to refer to in history is St. Oswald's Hospital. It's thought to be the first alum house in the world in England and was later converted to a hospital. All right, and then this is where I was talking about, I mentioned earlier, the medical model of disability. So we have to recognize religion, science, and eventually where the scale started shifting back and forth, and that eventually led to the idea of the medical model. The medical model for disability in the Renaissance era really goes all the way back to Italy. And I thought it was fascinating when I started looking at hospital history thing. Italy was considered the best country at the time in the Renaissance era for hospital because of what they were doing. They had figured out how to create hospitals based on efficiency and staff and more sterilized conditions. So what happened is several of the Roman monasteries were converted into hospitals with physicians and nuns as nurses. And hospitals were utilized for the sick. And the sick was a very broad definition, but just people with disabilities were falling within this definition too, which I thought was interesting. But however, there's really little recorded history of hospitals for disabilities only, but there's documented history of government controlling hospitals and segregating them based on types of disease and conditions, which is why, to me, I hypothesize that you're not going to see hospitals for disability only, but because they got put in with the sick as well. This was a time, like I said, of healthcare advancement and stuff. We started to see the history of vaccinations are traced here. Herbal medicine, so how people realized they could treat and save people from the Black Death and different stuff, or lessen the severity of it. Herbal medicine, and the thing that was harmful in terms of medicine advancement was superstitions. So this goes back to the idea of you have a disability because you're cursed, or you're witched and you're trying, like your disability will be a disease to other people where you will curse other people. So that's where religion came back into science just across the whole world. And like the picture I showed earlier, disability was thought of evil as demons and people in certain places as well. And there was a rise of frontal lobotomy with people with mental disabilities in the pursuit of science. So that's where we have to appreciate some of the things that science did give us an advancement, but we also have to recognize who often were the victims of science as well. So this is medical model portraying art. I sound realize not. This is a couple physicians performing a lobotomy. All right, and we get into the Reformation era, which is 1517 to 1648. the Reformation era, and that's where people get confused. When you look at the dates, people have to realize the Renaissance era was going on and the Reformation era was also kind of going parallel as well. And I got guilty of that. I always thought they were very separate categories. And then I started to realize with the dates, they kind of go together. So you can think of the Renaissance era to be your science and more art and philosophy. Your Reformation era is your more religious driven era as well. So that's why I gave the analogy. It was really a scale of going on in the world, of going up, down, and depending on where you were in the world, you may see more Renaissance, you may see more Reformation. So this is where the rise of the Protestant church started as well in a response to the Renaissance movement. And it was very fascinating to me just reading through all of that too. But it specifically started, people say the Protestant church movement started with Martin Luther's 95 Thesis. So some historians reported that he advanced the idea disabilities had the full human value, but others argue that he remained convinced that people with disabilities were a result of devilry and witchcraft. So there was like a lot of conflict as well in the religious world with where do people with disability fall in all of this. And then John Calvin, who a lot of people think of also as one of the father of the Protestant church movement, he believed that people with disabilities were not among the chosen with his doctrine of predestination, that they were cursed and therefore they were not chosen. And then this is where the rise of exorcism really rose over the Reformation era. And the history of excising is very complicated, but in terms of disability, people with disabilities were often excised to release their demons, especially those with mental disabilities. So my food for the thought with this is how do the attitudes and the perspective of disability as evil and madness still impact today? All right, so just a little humor with all that. I like this one. I'll let John read it. So, I like this one. Yeah. All right, so we get into the 17th and 18th centuries. So this is 1600 to 1800. So we get through all the errors and economy is starting to improve slowly. And there was a big emphasis on the study of human nature at this point, which is the idea that ideas come from human experience. And this a lot was pushed by the idea that the mind is a blank slate, and thus how the mind is developed is due to human experience. So when you really look at when enlightenment and disability started, you see a lot of the beginning of special education, which I thought was really interesting. The philosopher John Jacques Rousseau believed that learning should happen with agreement of a child's cognitive speed, with limited outside influences from society in order to achieve a higher moral learning for the child. And this led ultimately to the creation of asylums for people with disability to access education, which were dominant at the turn of the 19th century. So I thought that was just interesting because some people are like, when did special education start? And if you start tracing slowly to when orphanages were offering education or places for people to have training or care for their disability, you start to see a slow emphasis of people being educated. So it was based more on moral education philosophy. People with disabilities were able to start accessing opportunities to learn with the observations of researchers and philosophers. So Charles Michael Lepp was one of the first people that started a first public school for people with disabilities in France in this era. And Jacob Rose-Puri was an educator in Portugal who instructed deaf mutes and taught them to hear and speak by touch and vibration through their muscles. And then Valentin Hu was a French philosopher who opened the Royal Institute for the Blind, which is known as the National Institute for the Blind Youth in Paris today. And this is where his pupil, Louis Braille, helped him develop Braille further today to teach people with blindness to read at Hayes School. So you're going to see certain advancements that come out of this time period, but it also leads to the question of how are they observing these people as well. So like I said, good intents become abused eventually. So John Mark Gasser-Itar, he supported Raleigh's noble savage belief, which is the idea that if you have a blank mind and you're exposed to things that are very savage-like, you'll become, yeah. And the philosopher context civilization view both, which is a view that knowledge comes through all the senses. So Guittard was also profoundly influenced by Pierre's work with educating the deaf mutes. So this guy, who was a philosopher, he decided, after hearing reports of a boy named Victor, who was abandoned in the woods of Ivey in France, who apparently had been raised by the wolves. He decided to find the boy and take the boy to his house to conduct his own observational medical and scientific experiments. And the idea was he wanted to see if the validity of this slate of mind concept, that a person could become or be made into whatever one wants. So it's suspected by historians that Victor was probably his early teens and a child of a severe mental disability who likely had been abandoned by his parents, because parents were still criticized and demonized for having children with disabilities at the time. So because Victor had been raised in the woods, he'd never been exposed to civilization. So he wanted to see if he could civilize Victor ultimately. So what happened, do you think? So the blank slate of Victor would be filled with carefully selected information. So therefore, to Guittard, Victor was the perfect candidate for his study. But I just put quotes because I thought it was really interesting. I was reading that. So the observators, scientists got tired of working with him because he was not seeing great gains that he hoped for, gave up his hope for Victor becoming supernormal. Living outside of society had not necessarily protected Victor from unnatural wants and corruption, as Rosalind's philosophy suggested. They had only deprived him of language, guidance, comfort, and human affection. And even with his limited success, Guittard did prove that children with mental disabilities could improve to some extent. This would have been a positive influence from many educators the following century. So I find this to be very interesting because he has some improvement. He learned how to socialize people a little bit, but he was also deprived of several other things as well. So, let's see. So this is where we start to see the turn of, we have asylums at this point, orphanages, different places, and places where people could get education. But then we start to see a drive, the medical treatment being institutionalization. So there's starting to be a rise on confinement laws protecting the public from people with mental disabilities, and several of these laws looked at the sense of if you knew somebody who was mentally insane or something, and they were known as a danger to the community, so therefore they need to be institutionalized. So one of the famous asylums that I saw in history when I was doing my research was Britain's Bethlehem Asylum, which was known as Bedlam as well. And then France's Hospital General of Paris were two of the notable ones that had confinement laws for children with disabilities, people with mental disabilities especially, to be removed from the public. And ultimately, institutionalization, we know, is against free will. And most of these people lived chained to the walls, built for prison, and they were continued to be exhibited to public for a fee. So it goes back to the idea that people who have disabilities are a source of entertainment. So, and it was said by some of the philosophers that people believe that mental illness was nonetheless viewed as somewhat genetically. So treatments were similar to those of physical illnesses. So the idea being that mental illness was a type of disease, so they were trying to get rid of the mental illness. And that's where purges, bleedings, emecs happen. All right, and this is just some artwork from scientists and stuff of treatment of people with mental disabilities, especially in asylum. So we see a lot of torture, which is pretty hard to see. All right, and then the return on investment syndrome started around this time, which was an ableist idea. So Thomas Malthus was an economist in the UK, and he was concerned with the population growth overall across the whole world, leading to a shortage in food supply. And now we remember we kind of came out the dark ages and everything. We have all the errors. So there was still fear of, do we have enough resources to share? And so he advocated for the elimination of people with disabilities to protect the food supply due to their lack of normal and unable to contribute, which led to the idea on the return on investment syndrome. So the ableist idea that one must look normal or make specific contribution to society in order to live is not new. And we see this all the time. We even see this in our laws today. I would make that argument. So go ahead.
Yeah. As I was going through that the other day, I was thinking about the return on investment concept, and I think I think we may still be buying into that. You know, ourselves. I think we've been guilty of this. Some of us have been guilty of that because, you know, we've been advocating for years for home and community-based services, right? And one of the arguments is it doesn't cost as much to put somebody in an institution. So in a sense, we're kind of making that return on investment argument, if that makes any sense. When in fact, it may cost more for an individual to have all the resources and supports they need to live in the community. And the fact that it's not, quote, cost effective shouldn't enter into the equation, but it does all the time. If you look at waivers, Medicaid waivers, and maybe is somebody from ADAP going to be coming to talk about the waivers? But at some point you'll learn a lot more about the waivers if you're not familiar with them. But that's always an argument that we've used, okay, going to the state house, advocating for home and community-based services, that they are more cost effective, when in fact, the real reason we're there is to argue for more humane services so people can live more independently with greater dignity. And so I think that's something that when we use that argument, you know, you can see it goes back to what year is that, Jess?
This is the 17th, 18th century. So the economist was 1766 to 1843 was his
Yeah.
lifespan.
Yeah. So that's going,
Mhm.
you know, that argument we've been using sometimes goes back that far.
Yeah.
And I think we need to be aware of that when we make these arguments to our legislators.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So, and around this time is when the Industrial Revolution started. So in terms of economics, what's important is people were still looking for food sources and stuff. So it led to the rise of a mass movement of a lot of people moving closer to urban cities, looking for work opportunities and different stuff as well. I don't think of Industrial Revolution as like big factories overall. That does come a little bit later, especially in the States, but more just in general that there are bigger job opportunities. But the sad reality was most of these job opportunities were minimal enslaved wage or really poor conditions, resulting in disease, higher injuries. And child labor definitely was on the rise of this entire time and represented most of the workforce. And children with disability were sold to factories intentionally to get rid of them. And the idea with disability at this point was their parents would sell them to the factories and for some money, but it was thought for every 10 child you gave to the factory that were healthy, the people would negotiate to take one disabled child just to get rid of that child off their hands. So it's pretty much slave trade at this point. All right, I need some water. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna keep going. Ready to get back into it? Okay, so before we move forward, I just want to give an opportunity for us to have some discussions and stuff, just to kind of get to know each other a little bit and everything. And I do know that they said we'll break at 3:30 so y'all can check in and stuff. And I'm okay with pausing again for that. That's not a big deal, even if we're still talking and everything. Does that sound good to y'all? Okay, all right. And then if there's anything that you feel like I didn't talk about, I'm happy to have a private talk afterwards because I'm always open to learning. Honestly, part of history is being open to learning and everything. And I'm all for that. So I want to ask this question today, based on what you've heard so far, what are just a couple of things that you feel like you continue to see and witness in terms of same themes in today's history? Things we cover in history in today's day. So does anybody want to go first? Things that you see today?
I'm Ashley Combs. Oh yeah, you can hear. Okay. Well, kind of going off of I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Mr. Dan's comment from before we went to break, how society, as I had introduced to everybody else, I'm going for my master's degree and I'll eventually want to work with ADRS as a vocational counselor. And one thing that we see commonly is society has such a stigma and fear of coming off of government assistance and trying to go get a job and trying to find that empowerment and their own income and that freedom, because you, in your mind, especially now with the economies increasing so bad and so much, that you might give a certain amount of check, but that doesn't really cover the necessities of how the inflation is. And so that fear of being able to survive, you know, it plays a big role. And we're seeing that a lot, especially now that COVID hit. It's actually more, I think it increased by 25% over the last couple of years of them, families not advocating now, and individuals with disabilities not advocating for themselves to try to get into the workforce. And we still have a stigma of being accepted in the workforce and not being seen as somebody that is going to be a burden on the job placement, you know.
Hello, my name is Michelle, and I just had a thought about the religious aspect or related to what we've been listening to. We often hear in churches that, and this kind of bothers me because I have a son with autism, that you should just pray, you know. And although I am a Christian, I am also quite clear in the fact that, you know, if you're going to pray everything away, then everything would be perfect. So what happens if you pray and pray and pray and nothing happens? So that can lead to a cycle of guilt. And so, you know, to me, that is a modern day picture of what we've been discussing.
For a really long time, a lot of people lay hands on deaf people, especially people who were non-speaking, because that's not their language. The language is not spoken language, it's signed languages. So it was very harmful, and yeah, absolutely. And I have had a couple people come up to me like, I'll be praying for your healing. I'm deaf genetically. I don't know how that works. Be praying for my healing at that point. So. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I'm Godlin Powell. I guess I wanted to talk about, or go back to the era of getting rid of, no, that's a bad word, but allowing the children to die if they are disabled. I'm from Nigeria. My mom is originally. And so it amazes me because that's still an issue. And for me personally, my sister was born in 73, I believe, and she was a premature. She was 6 months. And my mom she always says, I had to run away and go to London because she was born in Nigeria because they were going to kill my sister because she was a premature. And that's 1970. And so, and it still happens now, you know. I know, like, again, like I said, I know in villages for sure, you know, a child comes out disabled, they just throw them in the water, they drown them. And that's today. So it just amazes me how things that are going on that went on before Christ is still happening in this generation. And it saddens me for countries like that are in Africa because they don't have the resources. They don't have the advocates. They don't know what to do, you know. And they still with that mindset of, oh, you're cursed, you know, you're a demon, you're a witch. Okay, let's go and do an exorcism on you. That doesn't work, then let's get rid of you. So it's just a sad situation all around. So I'm grateful to be here to try to learn how to be the advocate, you know.
Favorite nonprofits is called Destiny Rescue. If y'all want to know, it is a Christian-based nonprofit, but focus on sex trafficking, but specifically families who sold their children. And they do also track disability people. And it's cool because they work with the national governments of countries to go and save people as well. They have their own special force and everything. So that was really cool meeting some of them recently, but learning stats as well. Go ahead.
This is Perry Loreno, and I want to highlight, I guess Itard, is that Itard, the boy in the Itard, where he was trying to, yeah, Victor. Yes, thank you. So he was trying to, in my mind, it sounded like he was trying to fix Victor, right? And so I feel like that is a common theme that we see today. Bet you all of you have been served an ad on Facebook about how you could fix your child's disability. That is an insult. So if we can better, serve ads that are supporting our children, not fixing them, because there's nothing to be fixed.
In peril. Yeah.
So we see the importance of this group, this class.
Hi, everybody. This is Linda. I noticed the conversation about religion and prayer and all that. Prayer helps me deal with what I'm going through. So I don't know if that's what a lot of people, I know I need grace when I say things to people, and other people probably need grace too. It doesn't come out the right way sometimes. So I have to try and think of what are they really trying to tell me or mean. And maybe it's like, maybe praying will help you through it. Maybe it's not going to cure it. Like, I've got a daughter with a disability. It's genetic. It is what it is. So, I'm trying to think that too, because I know it's a common thread, but it does help me. It helps my church community, helps me through. So I just wanted to add that.
Like, I'm not a certain faith, but I do love Jesus. And one of the things for me is you can't pray away disability, but you can pray for comfort, and you can pray for peace and other things as well, which I think is what Linda is saying here. I like that, because I think that's the reality, but it's important to have these conversations, because it's why I like to say good intents gone wrong sometimes. So, and we see that across other cultures as well too. Okay.
Hey, this is Renee. Also, sometimes people are just absolutely ridiculously uneducated. I have other words, but I won't say them when I'm being videoed. But when I was listening to all of this, also I'm seeing where the populations were segregated, right? And we, especially in the disability community, are just really proud about how we don't segregate our kids, but it's unfortunately not the truth. We still segregate everywhere I go, where I live. These kids are allegedly included in life, and they are not at all. And so I don't think that's changed. I mean, are we killing them? No. Well, sometimes, but no. Okay. But are we including them in life, with dignity and with the grace that they desire, that they deserve? Absolutely not. We are not.
Absolutely on that. And that's one of the things that is really fascinating for me. It's a entire lecture itself. We'll put it that way. I share that I'm oral deaf. So one of the things that I've been accused as a disabled person who's deaf, you might speak my lived experiences, I'm promoting genocide of my own deaf community, because of a lot of the hurt with autism perspectives. And it's very valid, because there was a point that deaf people and cochlear technology and hearing aids were perceived as a cure for deafness. And that's where the medical model did traumatic harm to the deaf community and my deaf culture both. But I do think it's appreciation. We have certain technologies, but we need to teach people to view things as tools, as a way to access something rather than a cure. But that is the fault of medical professionals as well. So it's something we have to absolutely acknowledge, because it's been pushed throughout history. People were used to be experimented on and stuff, and deaf people were used to be experimented on. So
It's Ashley again. I was going to also say, they think they're doing us a favor by including them and having that inclusion, but then it's more ignorance more shown. Like my son's, our former school that we were at, they wanted to make a disability kickball team. And I was like, okay. I was like, so is that going to be, intellectual disability, physical disability, like what? Oh, it's everybody. I was like, so if you have somebody that is wheelchair mobiled, how are they going to, oh, well, we can kick the ball for them. Oh, I went to the Board of Education and had a very long talk with the Board of Education, because that's not how you do that. We've got to find other ways.
go ahead.
Mine is in reference to we're still putting them away, and we're still putting them away. And the reason I say that is I'm a big advocate of, he loves to party and hang out. So I'm a big advocate of getting out in the community, whatever. So Huntsville did a a fundraiser for families with disabilities. But they did it for the community. The problem is no one there knew why they were there. They didn't realize that the money they paid was going supposedly towards the community of disability. And then nobody there was there to even talk about disability. So they're just kind of hanging. Nobody spoke on it. And I was real irritated because we went purposely because this is what they said they were doing. And so, of course, my baby's going to get out there and do whatever. And I allow him to be him no matter where we go. And we felt, okay, let me say this. We would have felt out of place, but I've done it so much, it don't bother me anymore. But we would have really felt out of place. And then people would come and ask me questions, which is fine. But somebody made a comment. And I know this person didn't really mean any harm, but they was like, I would just like not bring him during these hours. And I was like, you do know what this event was for? And then they actually did. They was like, oh, like, did you not read it? You just bought the tickets and came out. And so it was kind of like they were saying, it's okay, but since he's kind of different, let's just, not let him come during these hours. And so like still educating the community on, no, it's okay for him to be here too.
Like we see all our experiences of different stuff, we all have very broad experiences, but we continue to see the same patterns of that same cycle still continue to go on, and what even maybe not as severe as certain times in certain countries and certain cultures as well. It's still something that we need to recognize. And we'll definitely be hitting that, especially the movements tomorrow. So, all right. I'm taking a deep breath because institution, okay. You hear me stumble on this word so many times. I have speech apraxia. So a little background on me. I was born deaf to 2 hearing parents. I'm actually the oldest of 3 children. We're all deaf. And we all have co-parent technology. My sister is the youngest co-parent recipient in the state of Alabama at 8 months old. And part of that was because my mother, she was a fantastic advocate. And she abided by a lot of the regulations known as the Joint Commission on Hearing. She fought for that. And in a system that didn't want to support us. That's a whole nother story. But because I was misdiagnosed. People thought my deafness was only moderate severe. I'm actually profoundly severely deaf. And it wasn't until we flew all the way to Pennsylvania. I was born November 1993. It wasn't until we flew to Pennsylvania in 1995, October, that they realized I've been misdiagnosed the whole time. They were trying to do hearing aids, but hearing aid technology was not the same thing at the time with a little bit of sign. But my sign through the state of Alabama early intervention was only 15 minutes once a month, which is not effective for effective communication truly. So that's why my mom chose spoken language. My mom is also first generation American from Germany. My great grandfather worked for Hitler. And yeah, so we're gonna get into eugenics today. And my great grandfather was one of the rocket scientists. He was actually trialed and declared he worked under duress. We have documentation that certain family members of our history were sent to camps. And he had to work for duress because he was responsible for basically the shuttle part of Saturn V. So he's the reason for it launching. He's the reason that missiles exist with his team. But he was sold to the French government. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. The German scientists is that United Nations, basically to make the space race fair, they split all the scientists. So he was sent to the French government. Von Braun brought him to Huntsville, Alabama. So that's how my mom got here. But she had a lot of appreciation because my grandfather spoke 17 languages. We were talking about this earlier. So she understood language acquisition and which I needed for my disability and different stuff. And for her, what was hard with recognizing all this history and stuff, because we talked a little bit about it, is one of the reasons that she chose spoken language for us was at the time, the School for the Deaf wasn't doing us super well either. And for us, we live in Huntsville, Alabama, and my mom did not feel comfortable as a parent sending me away because the only option at the time for the Alabama School for the Deaf was to be boarded there as a young child. They do some great work. It's not me saying I'm anti-deaf schools, but it's something we had to recognize. So that was part of the reason that I was raised the way I was, because my mom wanted an opportunity to raise me at home. So institutionalization history it's very hard and it's very uncomfortable, because as we get into it, we're going to realize very quickly how the US was a big driver for a lot of things in the world. So institutionalization history, we start more in the 1800s, 1950s. So, all right, so around this time, it was very clear social classes based on wealth. there was the poverty class and the wealthy class. So if you had disability and your family was wealthy, you were mostly likely raised by your family. And this is something that we do have to acknowledge today. I'm very thankful. My family, my dad had a good job, even though he started a company and everything when we were young. My parents were able to keep me home, and they had to fight for their own resources. That makes sense, but they were able to keep me home because we had wealth. But if you don't have that same wealth, then you are at a bigger disadvantage, and that's the system. So it led to the rise of poor houses, which were basically the same word for alum houses for people with disabilities. And this was very prevalent, especially in the United States. And it became practice to warn out. And this is going to be very triggering because it's equivalent to sundown towns. If you're a person with disability, it was common practice. If you try to come to a town, you were told that you were not welcome in that town. And where do we think we got the idea on towns, especially in the South? So history repeats itself. All right, so intellectual disability. Now, I'm one of those people with the history of disability. There is a reference, the primary word for intellectual disability for a long time is mental retardation. So I have intentionally chosen, out of respect and everything for the history and all that, I switched a lot of the word mental retardation into intellectual disability. But I know that there's a bridge because mental retardation eventually was falling more under developmental disability. So if you hear the word intellectual disability or developmental disability, still think of the like broad category. So, all right. So Jonathan Dominic is cool. Was a philosopher who and observer both. He started categorizing intellectual disabilities through his like research into two categories. And the categories were imbeciles and idiocy. So again, Latin, idios, idiot. We start to see that history keeps being pushed. And the idea was here that if you're an imbecile, you're more well-formed, you looked more normal. Your organization, so it goes all the way back to the Greek and Roman philosophy of perfection again. If you looked more normal and stuff, you have your own intellectual process and be able to do stuff. You just weren't a perfect man, then they were allowed in society. But if you were in the idiocy or idiot category, it was basically a reference to a person with little to no intellectual functioning, incapable of attention, cannot control their senses. They hear, but do not understand. They see, but do not regard. Having no ideas and thinking not, they have nothing to desire, therefore have no need of signs nor speech. And we probably can all guess what happened. Most people were categorized as idiots. All right. Let's see. I guess I repeated that slide twice. So his work in an attempt to categorize the difference between mental retardation and insanity with scientific symptoms. So this was really the work. He specifically did some research and stuff, and he was trying to give symptoms based on how people were acting. So this is something to keep in mind. All right, and then while that was all going on, we have one of our first really great advocates, Dorothy Hicks. She was a person, she did not have a disability, but she worked with people who were affected and had disabilities as well. But her work ultimately started as a Sunday school teacher at the Massachusetts Corrections for Women Inmates. And then she turned into a social activist based on her experiences. And she was appalled at the living conditions of the women inmates, and it led her to collect evidence of the treatment of people with mental disabilities as she traveled for the next 2 years to visit jail, alum houses, poorhouses, and asylums to observe their conditions. Let me look back my note because I have the number that she visited. So, let's see. Okay. I want to say I don't have the exact number, but she visited over 200 institutions. And it was very significant in 2 years, and she was going after and after. But because of her dedication to work and to observe, and she started documenting everything, and this is a quote by her. So this is actually her speech, but because she was a woman, she could give the speech. Because remember, this is 1800s, 1950 time frame, so women suffrage had not happened at this point yet. So her ally was, I won't read the speech for a minute, but her ally was Samuel Griddle Howe, who we'll get to him in history. But Samuel Howe basically read her speech at Congress to plead for people with disabilities and their rights and stuff. So this is some of the documentation and stuff that she had gathered, how people with disabilities were being treated in all the places that she visited and stuff. And the biggest thing I like to highlight here is these people have been now abandoned to the most loathsome necessities or subjected to the fileless and outrageous violations. So Dorothy was unable to testify because she was a woman. So Samuel Howe, a well-known social reformer, gave her speech. And basically her ask to Congress as an advocate and social activist at this point was she wanted Congress at the time to accommodate people with disabilities with federal funding. And the proposal was there was 5,000 acres of land in a trust and use the income from the trust to be used to help people with mental disabilities especially. And what's interesting, it actually passed through both houses of Congress. So the houses and the Senate at the time, but was vetoed by President Pierce. And the reason he vetoed it was due to worries that such a law might make the federal government financially responsible, not only for the indigent insane, but also all the poor of the United States. And I like to say that's an example of return on investment. Go ahead.
You know, that kind of reminds me, it seems a little familiar, what we're hearing about Medicaid expansion in the state of Alabama. You know, well, we can afford it now, but boy, what's going to happen 10 years down the road? Well, we see what the example is, and this is my soapbox right now, but I think that's something that, you know, we see, as President Pierce said, well, you know, how are we going to, you know, we're going to have all these other individuals, people, indigent people asking for services, and we're going to be responsible for all the poor in the United States. But we still see that at the federal level too. I mean, in terms of, you look at our political environment that we're in, I mean, but this has been going on forever. But for right now in Alabama, this has been going on for the last 10 years where we've been running into this.
So it's just fascinating to think about history continues to repeat itself. She continued to work as an advocate and stuff, but basically after this, she just basically focused on just being a good social worker and just assisting people with disabilities after this. So, all right. And then this is when schools for disabilities started. And the reason I say schools, quotation marks, I don't want you to think of like your normal public school, like what we envision today. These were more like, a lot of them actually started in churches, which was really cool. But the idea was it was a training school for children with disabilities. In the 1840s to 1850s across the world is when it started. And this is what I like to say. When it started with good intents, these training schools eventually turned into institutions that did not have academic emphasis or community interaction, and rather were a place where people with disabilities receive custodial care. And custodial care means it's equivalent of prison care. So ultimately, training schools eventually became prisons for people with disabilities due to overcrowding, understaffed, and segregated facilities tending towards abuse and neglect. And this led to the widespread of private institutions later, especially in the United States, because I like to say, follow the money. So, but for the bad training schools, this is where we're gonna start with what was good intents with good training schools. And one of the good intents was Edward Sign. Sorry, he's French, so Sign. He was a doctor in France who studied under Itard, which I found really interesting. But like I said, good intents. So, and he later became the director of the School for Idiots and the Salvatore Asylum. And he is famous for his research. He believed that mental deficiency was caused by a weakness of the nervous system and could be cured by the process of motor and sensory training. So the idea is he created a curriculum that had some academics, but he also created like a physical program where these people who with disabilities also got exercise to what they could exercise for, and they had training in their senses. So they had training with hearing. So if you have somebody hearing loss, they were trying to work on getting them hearing. Smell, vision, taste, and hand-eye coordination is really interesting. My background is physical therapist, so I have good friends that are occupational therapists. So I find this part of history interesting just because of they actually referred to this history a little bit about how OT started, which I thought was an interesting fact. And what people don't realize is his theory was teaching methods influence Montessori, which is what a lot of moms like to use. And it's really cool, the art of Montessori, but his teaching beliefs, like the good ones, influenced that Martha Montessori. Like she came and she was a pupil under him at one point. So I thought it was kind of interesting history on that. So good intents for now, and honestly, out of all the people and observers, we're to find out later, he protested when institutions started becoming institutions. So, but it goes into that medical model of good intents, and then eventually others abuse it, if you get where I'm going. Yep, bye. Okay, just let me know, we'll do our break. Okay. All right, and then this is Sam Gridley Howell. So this is the guy who I shared that he ended up having to give Dorothy Dix a speech for her, but he was also a social reformer as well. In 1848, while he was the director of the Perkins Schools for the Blind, which is a fantastic school today, he established the Massachusetts School for the Idiot and Feeble-Minded Youth. And the idea behind this, it was an experimental boarding school with an emphasis on family and community, both, to where the children were prepared to live with the rest of society. So basically, the parents had a choice to board their children at the school. He taught them academics, life skills, and different stuff. And as they aged, they moved back home to their families and became more members of the community. And a lot of what they did, and we see at Perkins School today, it's very community and family driven. So good intent of what, if you are really going to separate, in that sense, I don't really believe in segregation hardcore, but he was providing a place of families could come for resources and everything, and they were still a part of the community. So good intents there. And that was his belief. So the thing to know about history at this point in time, the philosophy at the time in America was the belief of phrenology was strong. So the practice of studying the shape of the skull to determine human characteristics and functions, leading several to believe that idiots could be taught. So what this is referring to is, especially friends of mine who have Down syndrome, if you are a person with Down syndrome, you are often studied like with cranial measures and everything. And basically, the bigger your brain, the more capacity you had to learn. That's what it was referring. So there was some science going on in terms of observation, but with an emphasis on, okay, based on the person's looks and presentation, how smart can they be? Which is bothersome to think about. All right, boarding schools for disabilities was a big surge in the US. So what people don't realize that is Dr. Stein was a Prince. He moved to the States. So he ended up being one of the primary educators in the States, along with Dr. Howell. And then there's another guy named Harvey Wilbur. And this beginning of boarding schools was actually in people's homes. So Wilbur started a school in his home in New York that helped lead to a surge of boarding schools across children, because parents realized, like, oh, I have a place where my child has opportunity to learn, has an opportunity to have life skills. So demand increased. So boarding schools started to increase in demand. And at the time, the superintendents of these schools had a strong emphasis on education and advancing and having good intentions for people with disabilities. They followed science teaching methods, as students should receive physical training for motor and sensory skills, basic academics and instruction for social and self-help skills. But demands increased for the number of boarding schools. Therefore, the rise of institutions also was that. How are we on time, Brooke? Good pause right now. All right, 2 minutes. Okay. All right, so attitudes toward children with disabilities. So this was a letter written to Dr. Howell and they basically pull out the names of what the attitudes of people in America still really truly at the time, even though some people view boarding schools for students with disabilities as a positive thing. This was still the attitude of society, and I highlight it here. So this is a letter to a Howell from a guy who knows James. So the statement being, this boy has grown to be exceedingly troublesome, escaping from home as often as possible and causing his parents much anxiety. Of late, they have felt obliged to confine him in the cellar during the father's enforced daily absence. I beg you that you will give the case your kind consideration, and sure is worthy one and deserving prompt treatment. So we still continue to see the medical model at play ultimately with academics both. It's an interesting letter, yeah, because a lot of the thoughts behind the boarding schools, they're still treating. We're still treating, we're still curing people with disability. All right, and at the same time, the US Census did one of the biggest census for mental retardation. So the US performed a census for intellectual disabilities, and the census data that I have up here was taken from 1850 to 1890. It was reformed every 10 years. So there's data 1850, 1860, so on. But starting in 1850 to 1890, the increase in people with intellectual disabilities went from 7% to 15%. And the belief and the increase was due to the large number of defective immigrants. Because around the time, this is when the United States had its huge surge in immigration as well through Staten Island, New York, and all of that as well. So it's really important to realize that part of the reason the percentage looked bigger was because the population of the United States was also bigger because of the immigration movement too. But people use this data to argue for larger institutions. But the argument also discounted the significant rise in the entire US population at the time. We good? Okay, so good intentions. Due to the work of the following social reformers, especially Dorothy Dix, it was a hope that proper training could lead to improved quality of life for people with disabilities as they could be integrated into their community and live productive lives. And I'm using the word productive lives because that was the idea at the time. Like they believed by giving train, they could give back. So kind of back to return of investments, really ultimately. And the underlying belief was through proper education and humanitarian means, the lives of people with disabilities who were considered deviants could be made into the undeviant to change them to fit better into the world. And this is an example of the law of ableism. So, anything gone wrong? So, Civil War occurred. We had a huge mass integration in, and the Civil War occurred. And it was after the Civil War, there was a huge economy shift as there was increased competition for jobs with low number of jobs, really. Because people were emancipated, people had citizenship at this point, and there wasn't work either. And there was also a lot going on and traditional with that in terms of civil rights. So we have to think about civil rights, and I have a civil rights timeline to help us see better with that. But you have to also think, this is where civil rights era was really starting, because we had Civil War, people of color, Black people, and people with different racial minorities now who were born a US citizen, had the right to freedom and all the rights and protection. So that's something you have to remember. I like to highlight the fact that if you look at the law, they were still emphasizing people had to be born US citizen proof, and that is a very complicated history on top as well, because people continue to be oppressed as well. But historian James Trent wrote, in a growing, increasing industrialized nation, communities did not need idiots, not even educated ones. I thought it was really interesting because this was a historian from after the Civil War who wrote this at his time. And why I thought this was interesting because people were taking advantage of people with disabilities because they weren't educated enough, or if you didn't have enough education either, you were given pretty much slave wages still, or you were pretty much into labor at that point for way less wages as well. So that's what we have to recognize this history. So then it became two extremes, especially related to the training schools. Pupils from training schools who return to their communities to look for work usually end up in poorhouses or jails. And then parental demand for placement of their children in these schools also increased. Schools were not big enough for the demand at the time. Do we need to pause now, Brooke?
I mean, I don't know how everybody is. We just took a break. If you want to go another 15 minutes or so. I don't know how you're feeling.
Let me see. All right, so while I look at this, we can look at this graph, but I like graphs because they give you visual, they give you good pictures. Because the whole idea of this graph is what we were discussing that happened at the time. The rise demand for institutions was going greater, but it ultimately led to a decrease in the quality and the commitment to training, because the mindset flipped from, okay, we're going to provide people who have disabilities an opportunity to learn life skills and academics both, and to how many can we fit? Because parents were paying a fee in order to send their child there. So I like to say follow the money again on that. So by 1875, a large number of states began to build custodial institutions. So the focus switched completely from a training school, which was supposed to be more academic driven, life skill building and different stuff, into custodial institutions, because and education was ultimately sacrificed and everything. And if you look at that, a lot of it was due to government funding, because they realized that by sending people to institutions, the government of that state would also get the money back on the institution, which has led to the rise of custodial institutions too. All right, so, and what a lot of training schools happen is they were flipped basically into institutions. And David Vail was a philosopher, but he studied what was happening to the people of institutions. And he talked about the dehumanization process of these institutions, because that's exactly what it was. It was dehumanizing because instead of going there with the expectation that you were going to learn functional skills and stuff, you were given and learning skills to do your job, to provide labor back to the institution that you were at. All right, so we're gonna watch this video because this is based on, this video is like a nice little summary of David Vail's work in the book he wrote on the dehumanization and the total institution. But are we gonna be able to play that or not, Alex?
We can try.
Okay.
We can give it a shot.
Can you make my notes smaller? Would that make it visible?
Audio with it.
If not, it's okay. I can encourage, we can share the link and y'all can go back and watch it. But it's, yeah, we can share, okay, so that works. Okay. It was just really good. He went around and observed the conditions of institutions that were converted from training schools into custodial institutions and the idea of how dehumanization started. And it's equivalent. It's slipping from my mind right now, but there is a great documentary on Netflix about the history of prisons in the US, especially the, yeah, what's it called?
No.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And that's exactly what it was. But a lot of the dehumanization book was about, and basically people use it to what is prisons today as well. How you strip the people down from the beginning, you strip them their everything, you strip their humanity, and you force them to force work as well. So that's ultimately what the whole point of this was about. Let's see. Oh, I just messed that up. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back. Okay, great. All right. So with all of this, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a counselor, but it's something I like to highlight on because the study, when you look at the when you look at the state of institutions that are truly custodial institutions, today's specialists in psychology consider being institutionalized as an adverse childhood experience. And that is backed by science and research both. So adverse child experience is any type of traumatic experience, not the same term as PTSD, but equivalent to PTSD, because you've been stripped of your affection, you've been stripped of the ability to be able to build social relationship, other life skills as well. And it does negatively impact brain development. And it's a dose response relationship, which means the longer you stay or the younger a child and the longer I stay in an institute, the higher risk for behavioral disorders, social, behavioral, cognitive, neurophysiological. I see this very prevalent, especially in foster care. As an advocate and stuff, children who've been in foster care have been subjected to really humongous corners. Now, they're not necessarily in institutes, but where the foster care system has failed them because they aren't with families who nurture and provide to them. It's also adverse child experience. And there was a point with the deaf community, with certain deaf schools that were not being watched, not in Alabama, but other states. Those deaf people experienced adverse childhood experiences because they were deprived of their language. They were deprived of services. So they didn't have language by the time they graduated. So this is something I like to talk about. Institutes is just keep in mind, thinking about as advocate, especially become and work as a juvenile court advocate. Anybody familiar with that? Okay, yeah. You have to really think about the adverse childhood experiences. All right, so I like the word costly freedom, because the reality is this freedom or this free labor they were getting came at extreme cost, especially with people with disabilities. So if you were a successful pupil, which means you have a mild disability because you were able to contribute a lot, but you weren't welcome back to the community, because remember, at this point, we had the whole warning out of communities. So really, there was no safe place for a person with disability, even if they had mild disability, to really return back, because they were perceived as mentally insane or dangerous or a menace to their community. So the superintendents basically decided to keep them and transition their training skills into skills that was work to make the pupils more productive workers. So the institutions started priding themselves on how efficient they can make the workers, which is where a lot of the idea of factory efficiency came from. And while I want to point here, Dr. Hine, Dr. Sine, both, once they realized what was happening at bigger institutes that they did not have control over, and they tried to speak it out, and it was too late essentially at this point. And they realized, and just their advocacy was pretty much ignored. And this is one of his speeches that he gave on institutions at this point, when they realized it was too late and what was actually going on inside of these institutes. But instead of first carefully inquiring whether an institution is absolutely necessary, that is, whether there is no more natural and effectual manner of relieving the class, and afterwards taking care of that no vicious principle to be incorporated into the establishment, they hastily built a great showy building and fathered within its wall a crowd of persons of like condition of infirmity, and organized the community where everything goes by clockwork and steam. And this is referring to what he was saying of the force and labor force of these institutions. And we take it a step further. So we have working institutions, and then we started to see medicalization of these institutes because the medical model. So what's important to know about this, the Medical Association at the time, which is now the American Association for Mental Retardation, is that still the correct name today? I'm trying to remember history-wise. Yeah, I think so, AAMA. But the original Medical Association was formed by 6 superintendents who had these institutions, and they came together and they wanted to figure out if they could use these institutions as a source of research to discuss the causes, conditions, statistics of idiots, the management training and education of idiots and feeble-minded persons. It will also lend its influence to the establishment and fostering of institutions for this purpose. And that was the purpose of this medical association at the time, which eventually became the American Association for Mental Retardation. So the perspective shift went from people with disabilities were being used as workers to people with disabilities were viewed as patients who were sick and needed to be cured. And the individual was redefined to meet the needs of the institution, basically, ultimately at harm. So I like to use the word colonization within borders. So the superintendents, especially these superintendents of the Medical Association, believed that different disabilities should be placed in different quarters. So you didn't have just people with disabilities going within institutions. You started having people, and these institutions got bigger because they got more funding to conduct their research, and basically started segregating people to different quarters. So you have Black people in one quarter, you have women in another quarter, you have people with mental insanity in another quarter. You get the idea to conduct everything. Go ahead.
Hey, yes, I just looked that up, the American Association on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, but it had several other names before that. But...
Yeah. So, yeah. The reference for Medical Association, last one is from Colin Hicks' presentation and Minnesota Governor, that the Medical Association that was formed there was the one that became the American Association for Mental Retardation. So, which I believe I touched on tomorrow. It changed names again, but I have to look back. So, you know, history, lots of names change. So, all right. So colonization of borders. So we start to see a lot more harmful ableism because society considered people as disabilities as a burden at this point, and they had justification between the institutes and census data as well. Because by this point, the US Census was counting people with disabilities under the same category as social problems. So people who were committing crime, prostitution, were alcoholics, and all that stuff as well. And the US Census basically came to conclude that many people with feeble-mindedness were living in communities. Parents wanted help and relief for their children. Institutions wanted to expand their facilities. So we get into that battle of parents thought they were doing what was right for their child, or there's a lot of shame going on, their child has a disability, so the demand rise that their child goes somewhere. And these institutes were rising, and was very interesting to me to look at. I looked later at what institutions were charging parents, and I compared it to US dollars, so we'll get to that. But of course, we know when something gets bigger, you're understaffed and overcrowded, your conditions start automatically get worse. So that's what ultimately happened. The number of public institutions, this is data, in 1880, there was about 250 people per institution. And by 1905, which is only 15 years, there were 500 per institution. And then the number of private institutes also rose as well. In 1900, there was 10, and by 1923, there were 80 total. And what's really important, we gotta remember in terms of history at this point, in 1923, this is known as the Roaring '20s. So this is before the Great Depression. Yeah, so it's important. And the attitudes of different. So people with disabilities were no longer seen as people, but rather scapegoats because they're different. So often a lot of people, there were laws, and especially community laws, created during this time to try to force people with disabilities, because they're in men's society, they were the reason for alcoholism, different stuff, to be in these institutes. So this is the trigger warning because we're about to get into eugenics. But before we do that, why don't we go ahead and break so that way y'all can go ahead and check in. And my eugenics part is a little bit shorter. And we have some like good humor memes at the end of it. And then we'll keep going. All right. All right, so we're getting rolling. I hope you appreciate the trigger warning because we're going to talk about eugenics. And before we get started, are people familiar with what we mean when we say the word eugenics? Okay, yeah. So the idea of the study that we're gonna make better humans, which has a lot of history of genocide. So anything you elaborate on that? No, okay. All right, so we're gonna talk about the rise of eugenics in the 19th century. So because it's triggering history, it's not me trying to breeze through it, but we're aware of it. And I want to just focus and hit on in points and for reasons why the rise of eugenics in the United States was so dominant. And what a lot of people don't realize is a lot of the history of eugenics is actually started in the US more. If you look at overall compared to the world. People did, I mean, it was everywhere, but you can make the argument that we practice it the most in generally. But then again, this is me looking through the lens of, as I'm looking for history and everything, you know, so not biasing, but I'm gonna acknowledge that. That makes sense. Like this is me taking my research, what I found. So, all right. So in the 1890s, there was a large surge of Eastern European immigrants to the US. And what happened with this is back when you remember the guy he talked about the return investment as economicness from Britain. He was also concerned about the whole bigger population, less resources to accommodate for the population. So there was an economy crisis and the sense of a lot of people got scared of the number of immigrants coming in, and there's a lack of jobs because there's more people. So competition for everything in terms of economy. All right, and then in 1893, Walter Fernald, the president of the American Association on Mental Deficiency, which is not the same association as the American Association of Mental Retardation, which I checked that because I was like, wait, same thing? No, two different organizations. So anyways, he's saying that institutional care was economic and conservative. So we have a money problem. We have a lot of people coming in. We have a money problem. He proposed a solution that institutional care is economic and conservative. So it led to financial justification of building more institutes and the annual cost of residence being between $550 to $200 per month. This is from parents, which was equivalent to $3,500 today, if you want to compare. So that was what they were charging to keep a person, especially a child with disability, in these institutes was around $3,500 today per month. In 1990, 1 in 7 Americans was foreign born, which is really important to think about this because we're still going through civil rights by this point. We haven't hit the civil rights movement yet, but you can trace a lot of the threads with civil rights and everything through this as well. In 1913, the US Public Health administered the newly invented Bennett IQ test at Ellis Island to immigrants. And we'll talk a bit more about the Bennett IQ test specifically, like who developed them and that stuff. Well, it's really important to realize with US history of immigration and everything is they intentionally used the Bennett IQ test, which was never challenged for its validity, as a reason to try to take someone who immigrated here straight into the institution because they were automatically feeble-minded based on the assessment. So people are coming in thinking they could have a chance for the American dream just to then be institutionalized right away. So it was recorded by this point with documentation stuff that 79% of Italians, 80% Hungarians, and 83% Jews, and 87% of Russians were feeble-minded. I had a difficult time finding data on Black people and people of color, but I like to say a lot of data has been buried because people did not want to track them for a while because they were automatically, So the validity of the test, being the Bennett test, was unchallenged, so the test results were used as propaganda to reinforce negative images of immigrants, that immigrants were troublesome, they were a threat to the economy of the United States and everything. So, all right, so key ideas with the eugenics, and this is, I'm just gonna kind of highlight here, but we have to understand with eugenics history, we have to understand the key philosophies at the time. And one of the key philosophies at the turn of the 19th century was xenophobic hysteria, which was basically the government supported actions that excluded and segregated Black people, people of color, and other racial minorities due to economic threat. And this hysteria and propaganda led to a lot of hysteria. People were afraid that their wealth was going to get stolen, stuff like that. That's what I mean by xenophobic hysteria. This negatively impacted people with disabilities because people with disabilities at this point were still viewed as menace and a burden to society. So, and if you are a Black disabled person, you've got a double to triple whammy, all that stuff. So late 19th into 20th century was when the eugenic movements truly started. So we have to understand, in a way, people conclude that the xenophobic hysteria fueled the eugenics movement in a sense. So the eugenics movement basically advocated the science of improvement of the human race by better breeding. And there was heavy advocacy by doctors for sterilization of people with disabilities, especially because they would eventually ruin the human species. Because at the time, there was they were trying to justify using the U.S. Census data. You know, they were grouping people with mental retardation into crime and everything. That data was increasing. So they were trying to use the increasing data on the US Census to justify their need to sterilize people with disability and sterilize people of other color as well as all that. So you have to look at that. Social Darwinism, so I want to differentiate. So Darwinism is more about the evolution and everything, like how we evolve as humans over time. Social Darwinism is pulled from Charles Darwin, but not himself. It was a group of different philosophers, but social Darwinism looks more at the evolution of biological species and by a process of natural selection also governed the affairs of society and social evolution. So that's how it differs. Evolution is just more looking at the science of how people evolve. Social Darwinism is looking more about how the evolution affects social and societal pieces. So, but this belief enforced the need for sterilization, marriage restrictions, and warehousing of people with disabilities in institutions, and also it is the reason for laws for preventing intermarriage between Black people and people of color with white people. It also justified that too. And it led to compulsory, at the time, there was also laws put in place that you were required to attend public school. At this point, parents had the right to choose how they would school their children and stuff, whether it was like homeschool or church groups or public schools. And the US by this point had turned and made it legal. You had to start attending public schools, which is interesting, considering that schools were still segregated and everything, and there were a lack of schools. Anyways, so, but this ultimately did lead, like when you look at the history, so SPED stands for special education. Some people know that, some people don't use that acronym. So just to be quick for time, I just say SP. But when you trace the history of how SPD classrooms started and everything, you can trace it back to the eugenics movement. All right. So words from eugenics that were very commonly used for disabled people, especially. One of the big terms was moral imbecility. And this term was used to label people who may have juvenile insanity, moral insanity, physical epilepsy, and moral paranoia as defective delinquents. And this led to the category of moron done under Dr. Henry Goddard, who basically adapted Binet IQ's test. Other words that were used were dangerous in society. You can see this like if you type in people with disabilities, propaganda of eugenics movement, you will see the number of forums and different paper and pamphlets created about how people with disabilities were a dangerous menace to society. And then people with mental retardation and mental illness were the causes of poverty, drunkenness, prostitution, and everything else. And this framework was used to segregate and sterilize people who were labeled this so that the gene pool would not be destroyed. And this is a quote from, we'll get to him. All right, Dr. Goddard himself. Okay, so the Kallick family. So I have intentionally, with the history of eugenics, I'm not posting a lot of photos in the slide because they're very triggering. I am going to show photos of Germany eventually, but just the memorial site and just one of the hospitals because we're talking about it that way. So I just want to let people know. But if you want to look up who the Kallick family is, you can Google Deborah Kallick herself. Kallick was her fake last name. They, in Latin, Kallick means good and bad. So that's how they developed the name for her last name for the study. But anyways, he took this woman who lived in their institution, which was the Vineland Training School. And Dr. Henry Goddard traced her family line all the way down and stated that her great-great-great-grandfather had relations with a feeble-minded barmaid that resulted in a child. And she's in an institution for feeble mind by this point. So he was trying to justify why is this woman in an institution? And it must be because of her great-great-great-grandfather had this child. But what's ironic is she came from a wealthy family, and we'll get to that in a minute. So this three G's, main greats, this three greats grandfather then moved to Philadelphia after he had these relations with a barmaid, did not seem to know that the barmaid had a child, I don't know, where he married a woman of the upper class. That led to a family of outstanding individuals of normal or better intelligence. And he hypothesized that the child at this barmaid created multiple generations of people who were feeble-minded, prostitute, alcoholics, people with epilepsy, and criminals. While the other family led to people who were outstanding citizens, wealthy, productive, all this stuff, based on this one woman who was living in the institution and was subjected to the institution's trauma. So he basically staked his claim that mental retardation was hereditary and the root cause of many problems. Dr. Goddard's research added an additional fuel, as I like to call, the fire that people with disabilities were moral menaces. Due to demand and overcrowding of institutes, parole also started with higher functioning individuals to make room. So if you want to know about the history of parole, it also started with people with disabilities and the whole race as well. Because they were trying to solve a problem at the institutes, they started finding people who were higher functioning to try to get them back in society. But let's look at the cycle of money and everything. So, but the thing that we have to really think about this is these high functioning individuals, because they were worried about the gene pool being watered down, they were sterilized before they were released back into the community. And this is forced sterilization here. So Buck versus Bell, 1927, is actually a case. Bell is a woman who was forcefully sterilized. She was an inmate at an institution, was forcefully sterilized before she went back, and she sued. This case was never overruled. The case ruled in favor of forced sterilization. So let that sink in a minute. Laws are still present today that a doctor can sterilize a disabled person without their consent. And when I went back and looked at the laws and stuff, just to see the history of where it is, the laws are still in writing, even though they may not be done. But do we really know? I don't know. Georgia is one of them. If you want to know, state of Georgia. All right, so so these are names throughout history. So when we trace history, these are what you could consider big people who, and then this is not exhaustive list, so just so you know that. There are additional people in this list as well, but for the sake of time and everything, these are the ones I chose hidden with, and these were referred in Colin Hicks' presentation, which I thought was pretty thorough for me. But one of the things that people don't realize, so remember, Aristotle's the Greek philosopher, when we talked about Greek culture, he was the one who believed that there should be a law in place that any child who was deformed should be killed right away. And that's eugenics philosophy right there. Charles Darwin, he talked about evolution, and the idea behind evolution was like, how can genetics be manipulated, but not necessarily how can genetics be manipulated to make a better gene pool at the time, just like there's natural selection, so there's gonna be a natural gene pool, but it was Dr. Hubert Spencer who really ran with the survival of the fittest. So in the survival of the fittest, we gotta wean out the gene pool. You follow me? All right, and Alfred Bennett is the guy who created the Bennett IQ test based on a bunch of research and stuff, and you could definitely look that up in your own time. But he's the reason for categorizing based on presentation, questions they answer, and knowledge different type of things, which we know the Bennett test is still used today in some places. And I have to look, remind me, when was the Bennett test ever overturned? I was trying to remember that. I think it's still being used today. There's different versions of it. But Alfred Bennett created the IQ test, but it was Goddard who used the Bennett test to find moral ambiguity, which was a whole research. And then he turned around and did the Clock family study. And if you look up the Clock family study, you will find massive propaganda. And literally the picture is this, it's her in the middle and behind, or it's a picture of her great grandfather. And behind is this cloud of all these well outstanding citizens. And the other cloud is all the imbeciles. And they literally use that as in a way of, and basically the message with that graphic was choose wisely who you marry, which I thought was really interesting. So, which you should choose wisely who you marry, but not for that reason. All right, and then we know World War II, we had a huge genocide for people with disabilities, but we had a huge genocide of just people of several races, including Black people, and we'll hit that too. Dr. Peter Singer was a physician here in 2015, who promoted public policy that would legalize the killing of infants with severe disabilities, because he believed that there should be a right that any infant who was born that has a severe disability should automatically be euthanized. And this was 2015. And then Dr. Jack Kerbo is an American pathologist and euthanasis proponent who claimed to assist 130 patients in medical suicide. And somebody did investigative journalism on him. They autopsied 69 of his cases and found that 75%, so 3/4 of his cases, of these people who claimed had wanted medical suicide and wanted to be assisted at, they were actually not terminally ill. And that is something that is a current issue. When I did some research, there is still massive concerns about medical assisted suicide and people potentially using that in order to potentially kill people with disabilities today. That is a current prevalent issue actually right now in the United States, which is fascinating. So eugenics present day. This is the reference, and this is even internationally. So things that we still today, so I told you, sterilization, marriage laws are still in place that limit people with disability from marrying their partner without severe consequence. So sorry, I'm gonna have 2 points. But we still have some sterilization laws today, even though they're not enforced, but people can make an argument for when you look at the history of Roe versus Wade, not necessarily on abortion, but one of the reasons it was overturned was because people believe it was a sterilization in a sense. So that stuff was just really interesting. But Buck versus Bell has never been overturned as well. And certain states still have sterilization laws today, even if they're not being used. Marriage, there are still laws in place that prevent people with disabilities from marrying their partner without severe systematic consequence. And I think this is what you were hitting earlier. People are afraid to marry or even to have a joint account because they're afraid of losing their benefits. I have a couple friends who just tell each other they're married in the eyes of God, but they are not legally married because they are afraid of losing their benefits and healthcare and all that stuff. It is a still present day issue. Parenting, it was eventually recognized as a right for people with disabilities to be able to parent their own children in some court cases, but a couple cases that said, for instance, SAC 1991 versus 1991. That's what the references I got here. But the idea is, if you're a parent who is disabled, that has a child who is able, it can be overridden that you can no longer parent that child on the grounds of health or safety of the child. And I see this still today. I have a couple good friends. One recently, she is a spinal cord injury. And one of the biggest things that she found out when she had a healthy baby girl and everything, people try to use her social media as documentation and try to call child protective services on her because they believe that she should not be able to raise because like, oh, she's gonna drop the baby, she's gonna kill the baby, she's gonna run over the baby for a wheelchair. That's still going on today. And then medicine, we are also seeing current technology existing to eliminate undesirable human characteristics. There are some people that figured out it's not hard, but it's called gene therapy. And the idea is if you are going through IFV and different stuff, you can manipulate your genes of which embryos you want. That's like the extremist side. That makes sense. I would dig that because it's kind of questionable science. Like, can you really manipulate genes or not? But there has been discussion of manipulating embryos as part of the fertility process to make it more desirable. Presidents have, yeah, go ahead.
Said June Wilson, Huntsville, Alabama. And you were speaking, I was thinking of.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No worries.
Your name
Sorry,
is-
June Wilson, Huntsville, Alabama. I was thinking IVF because my child is an IVF kiddo, and throughout that process, we were given the option of what they call PGS testing. So you test your embryos, and if there are embryos that they would consider defective, then you can terminate those embryos. It is a choice. We, of course, opted not to have our embryos PGS tested because I just wanted God to do whatever he was going to do. And he did. And so we're here. But that is definitely, I mean, it's very big. And there's, of course, depending on where you are in your IVF journey, there's a lot of, there's some of us that are, for it and some that aren't. And then some of us that are in the middle, we get both sides of it, but, naturally you choose what you want. But we actually chose not to have that, not to have the testing. Yeah. Because of that, because I was thinking, because it could be something as small as a child maybe having they went so in depth to like cleft foot. Like something that down to autism that for me, right, exactly, but they would certain testing they would do, they could say, well, this could potentially lead to, and then so of course naturally you're like, well, I want this perfect baby. So why would I, and so to not even be put into that situation, we just eliminated to even have that.
That's why when I was reading, that's what we're referring to choosing gene therapy within fertility and different stuff. And that may depend on clinic to clinic. Some professionals warn heavily against it. It should not be an option to genetically test because it just, for the exact reason you said there. It's selection. And then assisted suicide is the other thing I hit on, is there's been a lot of discussion. And it actually stems a little bit from, I don't know how much you're going into this or not with independent living and stuff, but the idea that nursing homes are overcrowded. So there needs to be assisted suicide to start winding down the population. And that's like the radical eugenics, like things I've read in terms of theories and stuff, nothing really in law, but I have seen some suggestions of it. And if we think about one of the things that people don't realize, so I was a physical therapist, like I share pelvic floor mainly, but before that, I worked at Encompass Lakeshore Rehab, and one of the things that people don't realize is if your rehab runs out of beds, your rehab can be done in a nursing home in certain places, or your discharge will be to a nursing home. So we got to think about that. If you are a person who now has a new disability because of traumatic brain injury or stroke or spinal cord injury, and your family doesn't have what they need to go home, you get sent to a nursing home. And it's so hard. Like I try to work through and help families find the right nursing homes and everything. Yeah, you're nodding your head. Yeah. Yeah. Because you're not going to be guaranteed that you will get your continued therapy there. So we also got to consider that. So there's been discussion, and I need to go find the stories and stuff, but I've heard between most social media, different stuff, the stories of people with spinal cord injury who ends up not getting care for their homes that end up dying in nursing homes. And some people question is, were they actually medically assassinated sometimes? So that's eugenics in a sense. Go ahead.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, with your experience over at Encompass, but, one thing that some of us in the room might remember the days, there may not be too many of us who remember the days when somebody going through rehab, and I know people, who had gone through rehab, particularly people with spinal cord injuries, higher level spinal cord injuries, would stay in rehab hospitals really for a lengthy period of time, anywhere from 6 months to a year. Where they can, whereas now you're out of the hospital, and and anybody here work in a hospital or rehab unit, but probably out what?
It's rehab, but it's a nursing home, but a lot of people are really there just for rehab. They don't have any more room in the.
Yeah, yeah. So these days, I mean, you may be in there for what, maybe a month to 6 weeks. But, and so there are probably some advantages and disadvantages to both, but the fact that one thing that I think you do see, at least amongst a certain generation, is that there were a lot of personal relationships that developed, during that period of 6 months to a year, a lot of what we call peer support. And so people really got to, in fact, I know somebody who is and we can talk about this individual later, but somebody actually met their wife, who was actually on staff at this, at the hospital or nursing home that he was in. And so as he was going, what's that? Yeah, so. No, well, I'm not sure what happened. Actually, she was a physical therapist as well. And so, so physical, there's a lot of, hands-on work with physical therapists. But anyway, they just, they just really, it was a really great match.
Way, like, someone usually nursing home, you'll get better care as a family member is what I
See sometimes, so. But yes, there's been discussions of medical assisted suicide. So this is a physician to the UNA Council on this in 2020, which is interesting because it's when COVID started. It's when this conversation started too. If assisted dying is made available for persons with health conditions or impairments, but who are not terminally ill, a social assumption could be made that it's better to be dead than to live with disability. And we all know that we still see this attitude very prevalent. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's get.
It's Renee. Yeah, it is. So I am a nurse practitioner at a children's hospital here in Alabama, but I do a lot of time in the neonatal intensive care unit, and I still have new fellows that come out of fellowship as a physician. So they're like early 30s that I have to make this argument with still today, that because the baby has a brain bleed, they feel like we should not offer life-sustaining care. And it's a battle regularly, honestly. And with my older doctors, I've gotten used to that. I mean, they're in their 70s. And so when they were in fellowship, this is what you did, right? But with a 34-year-old, that it's not even a cultural issue. This is where they were born, where they were raised. And they strongly believe that it's a drain on the medical system and that the child would have a, miserable quality of life because they weren't walking, talking. With a high IQ.
Back to able perspectives on what is normal. And that views a lot of eugenics. So I think we got another comment here. So wait for me.
Also a comment online.
This is Ashley. I was just going back to the Bennett test that you were talking about, and you had a question about it. I had a test on this. The new WASI, the Washington test and the Welshers test has now taken those, but they're very out of date. They haven't even been updated since 2003. So they're testing our students going into transitional phase from out of middle school, high school into the employment workforce. And they're using a very out of date test. And in some countries now, especially South Africa, they'll use that test to say, okay, you're going to be institutionalized, and they still sterilize there in some certain parts.
And thank you, because I know your PIPA cohort, I know there was someone that presented on the Bennett test and the update as well. And I'm also a member of what is known as COPA, which I found out you were too. And COPA did hit on, we have several parent advocates who are, their child has intellectual disability, and the movement of the Bennett test into what is the test today has been massive as well. But still, go ahead.
We have Tegan Frazier online. I also did not get the genetic testing done even when I was classified as early advanced maternal age. She says, I will say that the facility at Yale is wonderful. I had an aunt who stayed at a rehabilitation center over a year. Then she comments, yes, antiquated system of testing.
The next present day. Scary to think about. So the brutal truth that we have to discuss and acknowledge American history. The Nazis traveled to the US to learn about US's research in eugenics, which helped justify Nazi genocide. They specifically went to the California eugenics program, to be honest, but they actually came in and they went to different programs across the country to learn what we did. Though we were not necessarily euthanizing people the way they did, they looked at the research and the ideologies behind X and basically highlighted that more. So this is a hospital. As you know, we know all the camps and different stuff as well, but what's specific about this hospital, and I apologize, my notes are underneath for this one. So I have the right name. Okay, this is Harmer Hospital in Germany. This is specifically the hospital that was actually a hospital for people with disabilities that became one of the first hospitals that killed most of the disability before World War II started. So people have to remember with history, and it was hard to listen to my great-grandmother. She lived to be 102. She passed away when I was about 12 years old. But I remember her talking about what people in America, because I remember her like drilling it into my head as a young child, and my mom, my sister said the same thing. People in American history forget the history of how the Nazis made everything look seamless, like it was okay society with propaganda stuff. It wasn't like this boom movement and we're killing all these people. It was slowly over time. They were planting ideas in the mind of people that there needs to be a perfect race, that people with disabilities were menaces, people who were Black were menaces, people who were Jewish were menaces to society. And it was just a slow thing over time. But what people didn't realize, and she lived actually in the country, Germany, so she survived both World War I and World War II. And she said when World War I happened the first time, she was living in the country and she didn't find out until soldiers came to her house to take her house. And that was 8 months after the war started. Like people in Germany actually had no idea what was going on in the urban cities. And she saw the same things happen in World War II as well. But Germany just had a lot more speech and stuff. And they integrated Nazi propaganda into their textbooks today, which is why a lot of people have accused the United States of lately of manipulating history. Not that we are the new Nazi era, but people have concerns. And it's very interesting arguments if you start thinking about like the philosophies and everything with that. But that's been one of the big pushbacks I've seen with people who are advocates that the DEI movement being shut down right now, that they feel like it's similar to what Hitler did with the Nazism in Germany. So not saying it is, but it's an interesting food for the thought, you know. But this is Harmer Hospital, which is was an institution, became a hospital in Germany, but 10,000 people with disabilities were killed at this hospital specifically. And I'm going to read the rest of the set. So we know the Holocaust, we know the Holocaust and the killing of 6 million Jews, Poles, Romanian Gypsies, and other groups by Nazi. What is less commonly known is that one of the earliest populations Nazis set out to destroy were people with disabilities. 100,000 children and adults with mental and physical disabilities were exterminated. Some who managed to live were subjected to inhuman and unconscious medical experiments. I can see the doctor right now because I watched the documentary. I did not include in this presentation, but there was a doctor in Germany. He liked to take twins, but he took the twins that were disabled, and he conducted a series of ton of medical experiments on them because he was trying to find the twin link. So that's just an example of where people with disabilities were exploited. And even he took normal twins that were healthy too, especially Jewish twins. So what people do not realize, so T4 is the infamous program that started a lot of the euthanization. It was actually based on the science of the California eugenics program. So T4 was basically one of the beginning programs for the camps and everything. And today in Germany, they have taken this. So the German word is Tiergarten Straße 4, and this is Berlin, Germany. So T4 for short. And this is one of the first programs where they started to kill lots of people of different races at this point, not people with disabilities at this point, but this is where the creation of T4, people argue, is when it started World War II, because people realized when this program had been created and mass genocide of people, it basically led to United Nations threatening and all that stuff. And so today Germans recognize their traumatic history and their harmful history as well. So it's a memorial in honor of all the people who were killed in the T4 program. So now it's across the whole spectrum and include disabled people too. So, and that was basically the lethal injection. So I don't know how many people have watched the news this week. What happened in Alabama yesterday? Yeah. So, which is interesting. So it was interesting the amount of protesting I saw, even though he's a criminal, but it was interesting the protesting. A man on Alabama's death row was killed with nitrogen gas yesterday, which was really interesting, just reading the medical opinions and people who were speaking out on the type of lethal killing method they were doing. So it's going to be really interesting, I think, over time to see how that all evolves out, especially Eli Equal Justice Institute was, I mean, of course, they're a huge defendant and they try to protect all people on death row. But it's been really interesting to watch news. But in a sense, you can argue that is a method of eugenics, is the idea of lethal injections and use of gas on death row. So, all right, humor break. So these are some of my favorite memes. All right, I like this one. So, wind blowing, deaf people. And this is one of my favorite ones. Which actually happened to me. So the humor break is gonna be this. I think my favorite story was, it goes back to where we're talking about people want to pray over you because they want to heal, but they can pray for alleviating of your suffering, peace, and different stuff. It makes sense. The same thing happened to me. I was physical therapist for a bit. So my patients, when they realized I had hearing loss and deafness both, I will never forget this one patient where we were just talking a little bit. I'm treating her. I've gotten to know her a little bit, like well-intended. And she goes, I was sharing a little bit about my story, just with some things that I had experienced as a child. And I even had this happen with a guy that I had dated before my husband. And I just remember both going like, oh, my mom has hearing loss, so I completely understand it. So good intents, poorly done. Because my point with this is, I'm a big believer. I don't understand the experiences my same friends are deaf. Like we have all been through the ringer on different ways. Just as my friends are autistic, can't understand experiences of another person who's autistic. But it was just funny to me coming from other people. Oh, like my grandma has hearing loss, so I completely understand. And we know that kind of hurts a little bit. So anyways, I just thought this picture was funny because I'm like, yep, that's definitely happens on a regular. So let's continue. So we're back with institution history. So we took a break, talked about eugenics because it applies to the history of institutions. So this is where the rise of special education starts with. And what people don't realize is special education has a big history in institutions as well. So remember the institutions at one point, they were supposed to provide training, provide academics, so we can make the argument that special education started in a sense there, even though it was segregated facilities and different stuff. But then institutions' demand for people needing to be in the institutions grow, quality went down. So there was a loss on academics, emphasis and everything. But there were some institutions with good intent. So for example, some of the schools for the deaf were known as institutions, but they were big driven on language acquisition and different stuff. So they kind of remain academic and all of this to an extent, and the schools for the blind especially. But if you have physical disability, mental disability, or intellectual disability, usually you got you're the scapegoat. So again, we remember early Roman Empire history, preference for certain disabilities are better. I absolutely acknowledge that people view it may be better to be deaf and blind than to be any other type of disability, and that is, I have no words for that. So the minutes theme that people are in minutes society was still prevalent even in the earliest special education classrooms. So the almost is a reference to a book that portrayed the message that people with mental disabilities are almost human. And at this time as well, and this is around the 1890s into early 90s, like mid 90s at this point, because we're getting towards 50s at this point. Families were still shamed for having children with mental disabilities, leading to increased institutionalization and hiding of their children. It was common practice with medical professionals, if they realized the child had a disability, to tell the parent to give up their child and to try again, to have a healthy child. That was common practice. So a lot of these children end up in institutions as well, or orphanages that became institutions. So in 1923, 34,000 students, that should be thousand, sorry, 34,000 students were in special education classrooms at this point. So the reason I say hope for SPD, we'll explain that. All right. So by this point in history, this is 1920s to 1950s, there was one state support institution in every state. And the number of residents increased from 25,000 to 50,000 residents in these state institutions. And at peak of like the growth of the institution, public institutions house 4% of all people with mental disabilities, but consumed the vast majority of public funding for services. These institutions were still custodial care. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Where's the money going? Because these public institutions were funded, very publicly heavy, and there's proof that they were consuming all their funding for services, but they were still receiving custodial care. By 1920, superintendents started to see positive results of education and community interaction of people with disabilities. So despite the fact that Goddard really dominated the beliefs that, you know, people with disabilities should be sterilized, should be in prison, should not dilute the gene pool, a couple of superintendents started trying to incorporate a bit more life skills back into these institutions. And that's where the hope for SPP started, because there was starting to be a trend away from the eugenics movement. Be like, okay, if we start teaching people some academics life skills, like, is there hope for them? And that's why I mean by hope question mark. And this was a time where IQ scores were challenged. So that's why I mean by hope, because some people started to question the validity and started challenging these IQ tests, because they're like, okay, we've been told these IQ tests mean that people are not capable of anything, but this test is not really valid, like how we challenge this. So this was also a time that a couple superintendents, they were just not named, were starting to challenge the idea that Dr. Goddard had, that people with disabilities were worthless. So IQ tests, of course, we know were a permanent label for people with disabilities, while especially intellectual disabilities, mental disabilities. Families at this time, so remember 1920s to 1950s is Great Depression era. So at this time, families were unable to financially provide for their children with disabilities, nor find educational services for them. And we're about to get into the reawakening movement. So remember, we're still in institution history. So at this point, parents believed there was no hope for them. Like, they could not find things for their child. Like, people were in desperate situations, especially in the Great Depression era too. So the Great Depression was costly. 1929 to 1939. Special education classes were only in urban cities. So if you lived in the country, there was no hope for you. You usually were sending your child in by that point to the urban city to have hope that there was special training at this point for your child. So families sent their children to institutions, and they would pay a small fee and stuff, but they hoped it was a better opportunity. But to summarize this time period, there was still a lack of community services, negative attitudes about persons with disabilities that result in an increased demand for institution placement, because people were still being subjected to confinement laws as well at this point. So prison, jail, all that. All right. One of the reasons that institutions also went really downhill during this era was World War II, because we had the draft. If you got drafted, you had to go. You had no choice, you had to go. So due to the draft, what people don't realize is many attendants of public institutions, even though they were well funded, the ones that ran better, than other ones. The ones that ran better eventually turned into custodial care because they didn't have enough people. They were understaffed. So again, increased demand, quality's going down because they don't have people. We don't have staffing. We see some of the same things today still, So shortage of staff with continue increased demand at admission to institutions. So the reason I put, don't forget about those who made it home. A lot of people who made it home all had disability post-war, if we really think about it, because let's talk about traumatic stress like PTSD, and our veterans that made it home often end up in institutions. And we still see that today. Veterans don't get care in this country, and a lot of them end up in, So, and then it was at this point that some institutions actually started charging a little bit of money for people to view people with disabilities. I caught a little bit of that, just a little bit, not as much as before. But conscientious objectors relate to, this was a movement by the United States. They were trying to get people, so conscientious objectors relates to public institutions to try to recruit staff. So these conscientious objectors went into institutions because they realized there were staff shortages and everything, and then they got in and they realized how horrible the conditions were. And these conscientious objectors end up trying to speak out about what was actually happening at the institution. So that's what it's referring to. There was a rise of conscientious objectors, which you can make the argument these were some of the first advocates against institutions as well on that, because they were witnessing it. So they're whistleblowers. All right. We're going to discuss Willowbrook State School, New York, a little bit later today because of the timelines of the next movement. Willowbrook State School, New York is a massive institution with very dark history, but a lot of the whistleblowing that happened to it happened more in the reawakening movement. So I just want to let the people know that, because some people think about, Willowbrook was a massive institution, but we are going to discuss that one. So do you have anything to add institution history? Because I know independent living, or we get to talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll talk about that.
Okay. All right. So reawakening movement is 1950 to 1980. Man, give me a second. All right. I'm talking a lot. All right. So the reawakening movement, ultimately, there's some argument. The reawakening movement is when people with disabilities started to awake and realize that there could be more for them, but it started with the parents. So there's the argument that the reawakening movement is the same as the parent movement for disability. So just know that's kind of the difference between the two, because tomorrow I'll cover the history of self-advocacy, which is where really people who were disabled or had disabilities themselves were now the primary advocates over their parents. It makes sense. But right now, this movement is more focused on what parents were trying to do to advocate for their children, which is really cool history. So that's the difference between the reawakening movement and the self-advocacy movement. So if you want to know, the reawakening movement is considered 1950 to 1980. Some people argue that the self-advocacy movement starts 1980 and beyond. You're gonna find my presentation tomorrow. I kind of find it starts more 1960. And you gotta think about timelines, civil rights and everything. People want to view things in history in like one timeline. We got to think about, it's just like Marvel. There's multiple universes, multiple timelines together. So, all right. So the parents' movement, as you see, 1947 to 1980, which is considered part of the reawakening movement. So post-World War II, parents began to organize and advocate in grassroots efforts over poor living conditions and institutions, a lack of community services for disabled children. The first national movement why was the retarded can be helped. And this is the stamp that they had. They used it. They tried to get funding and stuff to get themselves going because they were trying to advocate and create and basically the idea. So what I read, especially with this group, they basically were trying to pull their children out of the institute, but let's also follow the money. These were also wealthy families who had the opportunity to, and were basically trying to bring their children home and try to start their mini online training schools to show that it can be done. Like if you give a child what they need, you give the child more opportunities. That makes sense. But they were trying to advocate this is what institutions need to be doing. So kind of interesting, In the 1960s to 1970s, advocacy by parents for improved conditions, state institutions, creating community services, educational employment opportunity, initiation, legislation, and challenging perspectives of society on disability. So what you have to understand is the reason I put that point there is because more 1940s to 1960s, children with disabilities went back to the perspective that children with disabilities were children of the eternal God. So it was a bit safer type of movement. So good intents, that makes sense, but just that was a protected time. And then versus in the 1960s, 1970s is when we start seeing the ball really rolling, that people with disabilities are people. So, and we'll get into that tomorrow because it's really 1980s when we start seeing a bit of that more. So, all right. Okay, so we're going to talk about some key figures in this movement. President John F. Kennedy was considered a notable figure of the Rude Awakening because people forget that his sister Eunice had a disability herself, intellectual disability. So he was the president responsible for launching the presidential panel on mental retardation and develop a plan to combat mental retardation. So, and he actually helped give the ability for parent organizations to be able to file lawsuits and for states to recognize civil rights and legal rights for their children with just some things that he passed, assassinated, and the next president who took him, helped him. So this was an era where we started seeing legislation change things that were suggested, and we'll see that on the timeline because I do have that. All right, parent groups. So OG stands for original organizers. Some groups that I like to highlight on OG, yeah, we know it. But I thought it was really cool to go back and look at the name of some of the biggest parent groups, and this is what was kind of listed. But the point I want to make with this, I thought was really cool. By 1950, there were a total of 88 parent groups with a membership totaling 19,300 people across 19 states, which I thought was cool. Majority of the states were East Coast, if you want to know. Not as much in the South, but not surprised. So, and what was also interesting about this movement is the Reawakening movement was also about trying to flip the table on the medical model for people with disabilities slowly, bit by bit. But it was interesting because when I started reading about it, and we're going to talk about it in a second. So to start to explain this, the American Association on Mental Deficiency started hosting these annual conventions. And they got together and they realized these parents are really coming out of movement, and they actually are making really great points about how we should care for people with disabilities, because it was back into the idea that people with disabilities were no longer meant to society, but rather we give them compassionate care and stuff. So that's where parents were starting to turn the tables. They were starting to fight, call out institutions and everything, and medical professionals realized, oh yeah, this is going on. We need to give compassionate care to these people. So they started inviting parents to their organization. There was a lot of fear, of course, from the medical community, especially in 1947. That was the first conference. They were proud to try and merge themselves with a parent organization, and a bunch of people protest that the parents are too demanding. I would like to pause for a minute. Raise your hand if you've been victimized, that you're a demanding parent for your child. Yep. So in 1948, part of the agenda for that annual convention was dedicated to parent groups with parent advocates, educating professionals. So this was the first conference. So despite the fear, they still moved forward with the action, and they actually had speakers from different parent groups educating these medical professionals on what the realities of their children with disabilities was really like. So ball started rolling a little bit. In 1949, it was suggested that the parent groups incorporate into the AAMD, and it didn't happen. The president at the time of the American Association on Mental Deficiency, President Midrow Thomas, refused and did really want to integrate them, but he thought they should just walk alongside with them, which to me is just gaslighting, because it is. 1950, national conferences were held for parent groups by other parent groups by that point. So there was an attempt to join like some of the medical organizations, and it didn't happen. So, all right, Minnesota Governor Luther Youngall. He was the speaker for the very first National Parent Conference in 1950. And the reason I want to highlight him is his speech. So we're just going to read his speech because it is powerful and it's absolutely true. The point is this, ladies and gentlemen, the retarded child is a human being. For reasons for which neither he nor his family are responsible, he is retarded. And I like this because at this point, we're challenging the notions that people with disabilities have a disability because they've done something wrong. Their parents have done something wrong. Their child deserves to have a disability. He has the same rights that children everywhere have. He has the same right to happiness, the same right to play, the right to companionship, the right to be respected, the right to develop to the fullest extent with his capacities, the right to love and affection. We cannot discriminate against this child, deny to this child the rights other children have because of the one thing that neither he nor his family can be helped, because he's retarded. He has a right to these things, and his parents have a right to know that he has his rights. That's my favorite quote. For they too are entitled to peace of mind about what is happening to a retarded child separated from them. Because one of the things that was happening is if their child was in an institution, their parents were kept in the dark of actually what was happening to their child. So the National Association of Parents and Friends of the Retarded Children, which became the ARC. So our ARC is one of the biggest allies, but it was one of the first big parent organizations. It was formed in 1950 at the National Parent Conference, that very first conference. The goal of the organization was to promote the general welfare of mentally retarded of all ages everywhere, at home, in the community, in institutions, and public, private, and religious groups. It registered as a nonprofit in 1953 and renamed as the National Association for Retarded Children and became the ARC in 1992. And what I got last, one of the peak point of their membership was 1977 during the Awakening movement. They had membership totaling 220,936 people at this point. Do we know what this membership is right now or not? No, we'll have to look it up. All right, so organizing, why? So this guy, Wood Hay, was one of the members of the National Association for Retarded Children, which is the ARC. He made this manual, and it's actually awesome because we're talking about my mom was one of the original organizers for the recent newborn hearing screening passed in Alabama, and she read some of these manuals that helped her with her advocacy work, which is pretty cool to me to go back and read, be like, oh yeah, this is the stuff that my mom read to try to figure out how to do grassroots efforts, and I can talk about that. But I liked this, and the 2 points that I liked with this was 5 and 6 especially, because when you really think about organizing, you have to address where the money is as well, because everybody's going to fight you tooth and nail about the money and stuff. And that's something you have to really consider important as an advocate is when you're working with legislators and stuff, and it's not that everybody wants money, but we have to recognize the world runs on money. And so you can't be an emotional advocate only. Does it make sense? Like there has to be some recognition. You have to appeal in a sense. And we got to always talk about that later. But I thought it was really cool that part of this parent organization was they started creating manuals and for other parents, other states who were trying to figure out how to organize as well. So, all right. So this was media evidence for people with disabilities. So Pearl's State Book, The Good Earth is a book. And then the other one is a book turned movie. I just need to read my notes on this because I don't want to mess up. So, all right. So what was really important with the reawakening movement at this point, remember, so we just got out of institutional eugenics and everything. We have a bunch of propaganda that people with disabilities are a menace to society, evil and stuff, and that your gene pool is diluted because of people with disabilities. This was some of the first media that put people with disability in a positive lens, according to people with the reawakening movement. So, I'm gonna read. These public acknowledgements of children with mental disabilities were unprecedented. Here are two of the most famous women in America at the time, unshamedly telling the world about their daughters and how they loved them. Mental retardation had come out of the closet. It was no coincidence that these books were published at a time when parents of children with mental retardation were beginning to organize. Both Pearl Buck and Dale Evans were in touch with other parents, and both were motivated by a desire to help them. Their books were a tremendous boon to newly organizing parents, emotionally and financially. About $10,000 in royalties from Evan Dale's book supported the first national office at the National Association for Retarded Children in New York. So I thought it was really interesting. Okay, so let's discuss. Yes, you got something?
Yeah, I was going to say, where I grew up, there actually was I believe their daughter's name was Robin. And where I grew up, there was a school, there was a school or developmental program. I think it was a school they called Robin Roberts. And so that was a relatively small town in the Midwest, but in Ohio. And so I imagine there probably were and I think ultimately it became part of the ARC, the local ARC. And so, so that just shows, the influence that of course, I grew up watching, again, probably not too many of you grew up watching Roy Rogers, but Roy Rogers and Dale Evans every Saturday morning, we'd be watching that, but they really did have quite a extensive influence.
Right, so we're going to discuss this. One of the big reasons that the parent movement happened was because parents were professional about professional neglect. Before we discuss how we win this today, do we know what professional neglect means? Okay, so they define professional neglect is the great example of what I mentioned earlier. A doctor they find out their child has a disability and their doctor saying, you just need to send your child to the institute and they're never gonna make it in life. Like you just gotta expect they're never have their grade, reading level and all that stuff. Okay. That is what we were considering as professional neglect, because at this point, the medical model is starting to acknowledge that parents have valid experiences and actually do know what they're talking about. Because let's be honest, Mama Bear's gut is pretty much always right. You don't get between Mama Bear and something. I've seen it over. I've witnessed my own mother. For me, people find it wild. So I was born, like I said, in 1993, but we were told by our ENT, even though they had misdiagnosed us, my parents never forgot his words. Your child is deaf. You should just send her to the school for the deaf and expect that she'll not read past a 3rd grade reading level, is exactly what my parents were told in Huntsville, Alabama in 1993, when they realized their daughter was deaf. That was the expectation of the ENT here, who's still in practice today, actually. I will not name names, but that's professional neglect. So I want to discuss how do we see this still today in different forms, because not necessarily to pull out trauma and stuff, like you don't have to discuss it, but to recognize that this still happens on different levels today. Like how do perspectives of society, especially the medical model, and it's one of the biggest reasons I'm a huge advocate. I wish all doctor's offices, when you have a child who has a disability, you immediately get referred to counseling. That's one of the things I am a big advocate for is, and it's not necessarily the sense of, so in the deaf community, we talk about we passed the deaf test, and that's good. It makes sense to me on why, but for a hearing parent that is exposed to deaf culture, deaf community, even my mom said she had to walk through with, it's not that I thought something was wrong with you, but I didn't expect this journey. So there is a process of grief, and medical professionals do not recognize that grief often. And if you like to read books on this stuff, one of my favorite books is The Body Keeps Score. Yeah, The Body Keeps Score. But it's really important to recognize as an advocate, when you're in the trenches, you have to recognize your trauma, your triggers and stuff of when, things, and then work through that. But that's one thing I advocate as a deaf advocate is parents and children have the right to family counseling to navigate just what some of these providers said. Okay, go on, Linda. Were you at a point?
It's not about what you're talking about. Before you start back in the next segment, just give me a minute.
All right, so does anybody witness, so we take a break or what'd you say? So, all right, I apologize, I rely on lip reading a little bit, so if I don't see your lips, it's like my bad. Okay, does anybody want to share a little bit? Or discuss? No, too. You do? Okay.
I have no shame.
She's like, oh no, I might want to take this way. It's Ashley again. I was gonna say, growing up, I had a severe learning disability. Like, just passed from grade to grade to grade. By the time I got to 9th grade, I only had a 2nd grade math level and a 2nd grade reading level. I was told by my high school counselor in 9th grade, just drop out of school. You're too stupid. You're never going to be anything, and go to McDonald's and become a hamburger flipper. And I said, no. I told her I'm going to be a nurse. I'm going to be in the medical profession. That's my passion. She said, honey, give it up. And that's what a lot in my era, and I still see it today. I mean, even with my own son, with him going through IEPs, they were telling me at his former school, he's not teachable. I have an IEP goal plan that told me to just have him put in a clinic far away in another state, that he was not teachable, and that should not be happening. So that's where that neglect, severe gross negligence.
So let's turn the conversation. How, as advocates, whether disabled advocates and parent advocates, non-special education attorneys ourselves that work in the sector, how can we challenge this? Who ever thought? So having conversations.
Increase awareness and share awareness of the situation. Share information. Thank you, Linda.
Wait for the mic and introduce yourself.
June Wilson, Huntsville, Alabama. I think that we just need to continue having the conversation. We have to continue being uncomfortable, and finding comfort in the discomfort as we are having those conversations, but just continuing to have the conversation to increase awareness.
Absolutely. One more, and then we'll.
Michelle.
Have till.
Oh,
okay.
I'm not gonna be 20 minutes. I'll be 15. I'll only take 15 minutes. No.
Just need to remember that.
I've got to, before you do that, real quick, everybody who had pecan crusted chicken, raise your hand for dinner. Okay, hold on. Really, literally, like pecan, raise your hand, pecan crusted chicken. Okay, now we're gonna do who had. Okay, pay attention. Who had fish?
Oh, no. Wait a minute. I had the fish. I did the fish. I'm pescatarian. No, I'm pescatarian, so I'm trying to remember what did I.
No, y'all can't do fish and chicken. Okay, and then we had a vegetarian plate. I had some people with the vegetarian plate. Where are you? Okay, I've got a good start, and I've got y'all dinner, so you can go and so they're going to come start bringing food, and you can talk as long as you want while they're bringing in the food.
No, it's.
Yeah, I just had a quick, but I'm cool. No. No, okay. I just wanted to chime in on Ashley's point as a special education advocate working with children from first grade through about 9th or 10th that I worked with. You see it in special education through what's called, well, basically through setting low expectations. And there are also districts who shall remain nameless, but are the largest district in the state, who consistently try to force parents to allow their children who can't read on reading level or can't perform at their grade level math to allow them to fail, or to send them to what's called a center-based educational setting, which is basically another institution.
And that was Michelle. And that was almost 15 minutes. Just kidding.
All right, so we're gonna breeze through this part because they are giving y'all the PowerPoint and y'all, there's a lot of words on the next couple slides because I really appreciate the United Nations Declaration. That's more of the emphasis at this point, just so you know. So part of the reawakening movement is that there's a massive grassroots with parents all across the world at this point, and they came together and created a statement of rights of what helped with eventually write a lot of our disability rights later. And this is the United Nations General Assembly Declaration on Rights of Disabled Persons. And this was adopted in December 9th, 1975. I want y'all to catch something. Section 504 passed in 73. So this was passed at the United Nations level after some of the major civil rights and disability rights things passed in America. So I do want to let people know in that timeline. I'll let you guys read through it later, but it's excellent. All right, now let's talk about people. John Bargery and Mr. Arthur Truder. It was a friendship that really helped a lot in terms of disability rights of parents. So John Bargery was a U.S. representative in Rhode Island, and he attended the Rhode Island Association for Retarded Children, which is basically the parent organization. And he was invited by Arthur Trudy. And he listened to the story of parents. So again, what you talked about, story sharing is powerful. We know this. Storytelling is the most powerful form of advocacy. I stand on that as a self-advocate. So he listened to stories of legislature about lack of services, denial of services, segregation, institution conditions. So 1955, as a health expert, because he was on the health expert, basically as a U.S. representative, he opened the annual subcommittee hearings on behalf of children with intellectual disabilities. And it was clear from these hearings that Bargery was raising the same concerns as other experts with children with disabilities. So this was pivotal because people in Congress started thinking about all the stuff. And this is where the fight for services started really in terms of medical model opposing this parent movement as both. So this is why I'm referring to medical model opposition. So institutions were still prevalent in the 1950s to 1980s because despite the advocacy of parents, because the medical model dominated institution care due to the perspective of disability needing medical treatment. And it goes back to the ancient philosophy of people with disability as children of God, because people with disability need compassionate care. Most of your physicians, I'm not saying all, but most of your physicians in general, they believe they're going to the health field to take care of people. Like most of us, we commit to healthcare because we believe we're helping people. So 1954 is the president of the American Association of Mental Deficiency was asked about what he thought about the whole parent stuff and whether or not people with disabilities should have a right to education. And his response was, medicine, not education, will be the answers. So parents started taking matters into their hands a bit more, started community programs within their homes, the churches, and community building. So this is where we start to see a little bit more parents trying to create programs and everything within their cities versus having to send their children to these institutes, because Arthur Hoppe was encouraging the medical community of these institutions, like medicine is still the answer, disability is meant to be cured. Like we don't need to be wasting time and funding on educating them. So, all right. And then despite progress on certain fronts, the medical model was prevalent in 1950s, 1970s. Doctors continued to recommend to parents to place their children with disability institutes to treat their disability. Between 1946 and 1967, the number of people with disabilities terms of, and this is doubling, not in institutions, this is doubling in the number of people born with a disability. So it doubles. So remember, we're still having these huge population booms and all this is the point. So it's important to know the stat. So people were still seen as a burden to the family. And Albert Jutsch's term that institutions were a place of neglect. And it was basically genocide in a form. So, all right. So here's what I want to show. This is the medical model in 1950s, 1970s, which I know Daniel will teach a bit more on tomorrow. I know you mentioned it a little bit because it relates to independent living, but here's what I want to share. This is the medical model. This is my presentation this past January from the American Academy of Pediatricians. They're trying to push for a medical home system, but they acknowledge that this is the medical model still, which I thought was really interesting. So And this is related to deafness, but I thought it was really interesting that you're still seeing, and they've grouped in parents in the center of all this. So, all right, segregation within the medical model. So like we said, the medical model was still prevalent. Institutions were viewed now as places for observation and treatment of disabilities. So we went from people assessing or caring for people with disability where it was work, labor, thing, to turning into if you were a professional, you had a white coat. So if you don't know what white coat syndrome means, look it up, because a lot of it started with this as well, and it's real. So staff and professionals, white coats, lived in separate spaces, and these bigger institutes that got built by government funding that had their own bathroom, their own toilets and everything, while people who lived in these institutions across Black people, people of color, people with disabilities were living on floors and had one bathroom to share all, which is basically jail. And I'm going to find, like I mentioned earlier, there is a documentary on Netflix that talks about the history of institutions related to crime and jail, especially the segregation of Black people, and a lot of that history ties to this. So people with disabilities were just left in these institutions because they were incurable. So we're going to talk about Willowbrook State Hospital. I do not have a whole lot of photos because it is triggering, but we do need to recognize the photo because I want to recognize the date on it. This photo is from 1966. These are children who were placed in here. And this is the same year that Congress passed the federal special education law, Education of the Handicap Act of 1966. And this is where children with disabilities were still at the Willowbrook State Hospital. Yeah. Willowbrook was pretty notorious for dehumanizing all people, children to adults, both. They always passed their health inspections because they had rooms with beds and stuff that were never touched. People were living on the floors, truly. And for every 6,000 residents, there were a few physicians. Triage was the priority, so basically ER. So if you were sick or something, you did get medical help because the priority was stopping the fights and everything. It was broken bones and blood were treated first. And I'm gonna say the words complete silence on the treatment of people at Willowbrook. This was in New York. The government knew about it. Parent advocacy groups knew about it. Medical professionals knew about it. Multiple people knew about it, but there was so much fear on whistleblowing because the amount of funding and the amount of politics that went into Willowbrook that people were scared to whistleblow on Willowbrook. And that's why Willowbrook got to operate as long as they did, with just the amount of dehumanization. And I'm sorry to say it, but when you look at the history of everything, it's not far from what Nazis did to some people in Germany, concentration camps. That's one. One of the things that's notorious, this is where they perform experiments on people with disabilities and people who were Black and people of color. It was a hepatitis experiment. They intentionally infected people with hepatitis. And the reasoning was like, well, they're getting infected at some point, so they're stat at some point. So we'll just go ahead and infect them early and study them and see how hepatitis forms with no cure. And this happened at Willowbrook in New York. And the study started in 1956 and lasted 14 years. The whistleblowing was due to Robert Kennedy. So Senator Robert Kennedy, he wanted to go, he had heard rumors about how horrible it was, and he basically showed up with a film crew. And they walked through, and he was able to capture it some, but the true whistleblowers, I would say, Willowbrook were Bert Blatt and Fred Kaplan. They visited as investigative journalism, and they had a hidden camera on that. And this was in 1966, so the same year. So that photo you have of the boys sitting on the bathroom stuff is from that. The same year that the Education of All Handicapped Children was passed was the same time they were trying to whistleblow on them. It led to a photographic essay known as Christmas in Purgatory. The essay was published in Look magazine, leading to a large reader response. And Dr. Blatt himself, who was one of the people that whistleblow, there is hell on earth, and in America, there is a special inferno, the institution. So I believe we've already discussed a little bit, but for the sake of timing, I think y'all will hit on this more because part of independent living, he is going to touch on institutions again. So if you have any interesting thoughts you want to share, please write them. I would love to hear them and stuff, but we're keep going just for timing today. Because we absolutely know institutional institutions still have to stay in jails. Our criminal system is a form of institution. All right, President Johnson, people forget He's the vice president of Kennedy became president, but he's responsible. He basically wanted to carry out what Kennedy had started, he finished it. So his significant contribution with China and institutions is he helped pass some of the laws. He kept the presidential panel. And his agenda on civil rights and the war on poverty affected people with disabilities. He kept forward. So he launched the Equal Opportunity Act of 1966, which has a lot of programs, and y'all will touch on that tomorrow. He created the Presidential Committee on Mental Retardation, which so he continued what President Kennedy done. And he signed the Educational Act, the Education of All Handicapped Children Act. I didn't mean to misspell that. All right. This is really cool to me. So the parent group started organizing national youth conferences from 1967 to 1968, and it led to the formation of the Youth NARC. And the purpose was to serve as a friend of mentally retarded persons to help the retarded learn to live and work in an attempt to better his world. And it was basically one of the first organizations where they encouraged youth members to join and had a manual with how to be friends with people with disability. And I loved it because in the manual for them related to working with adults with disability, the words are talk to him, listen to him, find out what he thinks, how he feels, what he wants to do, help him be a bigger part of the world, and encourage him to do everything he can for himself. And I want to touch a little bit on this advocacy movement, but they actually put in their manual kind of specifically, don't help the person, like be there to support the person, but don't help them unless they ask you for help. So it did start facilitating some of that independence as well. All right, normalization principle. We are going to talk on him tomorrow because it relates to self-advocacy movement too, but how much do you talk on normalization principle? No, so let's review it because it will help make sense for independent living and self-advocacy both. So the normalization principle was actually created by Niels Mikkelsen in Denmark and Sweden, because parent groups in Denmark were really petitioning and actually got the Denmark government to start accepting that people with disabilities deserve to have the opportunity to be normal, not in the sense of trying to treat them as normal, but they should have the opportunity, equal opportunities to live their lives to their best of their abilities and stuff. So from that, this is a speech he gave about the concept did not refer to making people normal to behave them a certain way, but rather to live according to a normal pattern. So they have the same opportunities that we do. And then Dr. Bennett Nurgel of the Swedish Parents Association for Mental Retarded Children developed the principle of normalization. Amon Bengt Mikkelsen and Carl Gernwall from Denmark. And he presented this to the United Nations overall. And he had actually presented this in the 1969 President's Report on Mental Retardation in America. And this 7 principle of normalization actually helped create a lot of the Americans with Disabilities Acts and some of the aspects on it in terms of it drove a lot of the self-advocacy movement, which I thought was really cool. But when you look at these principles, it's just an everyday experience. And I love point 6, because so many people don't recognize disability because just people with disability are discouraged to marry. So I like principle 6, and that's what's related to is marriage. But they have the right to live, to work, and play in normal communities. They should not be segregated. And that was the idea of the normalization principle. So, all right. Dr. Wolf Winsberg is another person who helped also with perspective disabilities. And, well, not really. So, sorry, there was a lot of history when I did this. Okay. He expanded on normalization principle because it was too simple. So when you go back and look, it's very simple, but there's not a lot of elaborate examples. So he took the normalization principle and basically gave examples of how it looked for a disability. So he tried to debunk. So for example, and this is not an exhaustive list, people with disabilities who are viewed as a menace to society, the perception that people with disabilities are somewhat evil, represent a danger to themselves, society. This perception typically leads to a concern for and measure leading to the destruction, segregation, containment, control, and persecution of persons with developmental disabilities. So he was basically taking every perspective that was harmful for people with disabilities. He was trying to put the dots together for the rest of the world. This is how we're hurting these people. So that was his work with the normalization principle, and it made a pretty impact because he recognized it was not an exhaustive list, but he had challenged a lot of those notations. So all right, grassroots. And this is the book my mom read to help with her grassroots movement. This book was written by Dennis Jarin. She basically wrote a manual on how to organize an effective parent advocacy group and move governments. So basically that was the focus in late 1960s and 1980s for parents, was the call for better, which parent groups basically join disabled advocates. And we're gonna see a lot of that bridging between the history of self-advocacy movement, independent living, and parent groups together. So be good. All right. All right, so one of the things I love about this manual is, let's see. Yeah, one about this manual, this was her statement to parents. What empowerment is that? Like, this was written in 1980. I love point 4, you must not accept these old excuses. There isn't enough money, we need more time. And I love that next one. You must stop whispering when everyone else is shouting. So, for people who are not familiar, I am actually a huge fan of Radical by Saul. Because if you look at a lot of how he talks about to mobilize and stuff for the Black community, Black Panthers vote, it is also excellent when you look at the history of disabilities too. So just interesting food for thought. All right. And then we have Plessy versus Ferguson, which happened in 1896. And the reason I like to go back to this is important because we have to think about where we were to where we're going. So with this, they did acknowledge that in the respect of civil rights, all citizens are equal before the law. The humblest is the pure, the most powerful. And this is just an opinion on that. So, oh, I have it twice, I'm sorry. So, okay, so it's where we're getting to civil rights and disability rights. So when I use the word parallel timelines, I was actually a little disappointed. If y'all have any references, I would love them, but I actually had a really hard time finding a source that show when civil rights history happened the same time as disability history. Like I just had to actually compare multiple resources, so I did the very best I could. But I think it's important for us to see like how boom, 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 everything is. So we're not gonna necessarily read everything word for word. I hope this is visible, but if not, you guys will have this copy. So we're gonna start more right around 1868, which is when the 14th Amendment to the Constitution happened that freed all slaves, especially people who are Black. But then again, it's like I say, I go back to that point. It freed people who were born or naturalized on United States. And provide all citizens with equal protection under laws. But then Plessy versus Ferguson happened, which is the whole case separate but equal, which is Jim Crow laws, and that's 1896. So even though they recognized civil rights stuff, they still didn't. So, and then we got recognized 1920s is when the eugenics movement started. And you can just kind of see what's happening here. It's a pretty dark period in terms of disability, even though we had a president, FDR, who had disability himself to extent. 1994 is when Brown versus Board of Education started desegregation of schools. In 1956 is when we had the bus boycott because of Rosa Parks' arrest in Montgomery, Alabama. So this is a lot of civil rights and stuff. And this whole time we know that institutionalization for disabilities and everybody else is happening during all this. All right, we get into 1957 and Little Rock, Arkansas Central High School integration led to a lot of violence because the governor of Arkansas called his own National Guard in to try to kick out the Black 9 students. And then the president at the time called the US troops to step in to protect these 9 Black students. And then we had the Freedom Riders that happened from Montgomery, Alabama to Jackson, Mississippi in 1961. And there was not as many disability movements. And I'm gonna hit some of them on my presentation tomorrow because they're not on this slide and I should go back and add them. But what I wanted to highlight here is all the civil rights history we have with Martin Luther King Jr. and a lot of the protests. And one of the things that I'm going to hit on tomorrow in 1965, one of the biggest disability activists, I'm blanking on his name right now. I will reference him tomorrow. He walked with Martin Luther King Jr. on something. Thank you. Yep. So there's people who have disabilities who were supporting the civil rights movement, and the civil rights movement helps people with disabilities as well. But I want to show this whole timeline because as you see, 1964, Civil Rights Acts passed, but it was not until 1988 that people with disabilities were included. They did not include people with disabilities at this point and when they passed this act. I put in 1966, the Black Panthers were found. And it's super important because tomorrow we'll also talk about one of the biggest Black and disabled advocates himself, Brad Lomax, tomorrow, because he's the founder of the Washington, D.C. Black Panthers chapter. And he ends up being a huge mover and shaker for the rest of the disability movements tomorrow. So then look at this, starting in 1967, look at how many acts we have on it. And this is not an exhaustive list, but you get the idea with when you look back at the last slide, we have the civil rights, and then we have the push into disability acts as well. So like I said, this is not an exhaustive list, but I like this because it kind of gives you a visual of how much was overlapping at the same time at this point too. So, all right. And then we get into 1978, into the 80s, and I could have kept going, but for the sake of everything, this is kind of where I summarized that. Yes, you're laughing. But this is really important because this is between the time that the Civil Rights Act passed, which was 1964, all the way to 1988, is what included people with disabilities at that point. And we had a lot of acts between that helped a lot. But we'll discuss tomorrow. One of the big things that I like to point out that people don't realize, there was an attempt to weaken Section 504 and special education both under the Reagan administration. And that's really interesting history because some of the biggest disability activists were friends of Ronald Reagan, President Reagan. And it's really interesting reading all about that. But he ended up listening ultimately. So, all right. And then 1990. This is just 1 year alone. And that's where I finished it because you can see how much was happening. So I did put in some pretty big events. One of the big events being the Capitol Crawl of 1990, which was in Washington, D.C. But there's some events before that event, and it refers back to some of the names we just mentioned. So it's really cool. And of course, 1990 is when the Americans with Disability Act was passed under President George H.W. Bush. So just to give you an idea, the merging. All right. Lactation legislation. This is not me speaking as attorney. This is just educational information, just pointing out some impactful, just very impactful lactation and legislation. We're hit legislation first. So we hit some legislation, some will be covered tomorrow. But what's important about this legislation right here, it ultimately led to the Development Disabilities Act of 1957, which ultimately helps give us where we are in terms of councils today. And Daryl Powell spoke on this in the past. Have y'all talked about the history of the National Council of Development Disabilities yet or not? I don't know. No, okay. But this is one of the acts that help fuel and provide the means for us to be able to have the Alabama Council of Development Disabilities today in the National Council. So it's very, well, go ahead.
I think it covers the kind of be some way.
Okay.
Your stuff would kind of cover on the route.
Yeah, we can do that. Darryl would certainly want you to be part of that discussion.
So, all right. And then what was really important about this act is the term development disability was created to refer to a disability that attributed to mental retardation, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and or other neurological conditions. And it was used for plan purposes funding. And I think it's really important because in 1975, it included autism and dyslexia as well. So the history of this act, if you go back and read, it's actually pretty powerful and it's significant because when you look at how much it included and was advocating for a lot of other disabilities too. So, all right. And the 1991 amendment, I like this one because it include and put an age number on it. Because at one point it really didn't have a lot, but they put an age on it. We're including children ages 5 and up who have a severe chronic disability. With this list, and expands because this is not just one slide. And really looked at the functional limitations in the major life activities, which is so important because when you look at 504 especially and IDA both, there's been a separation there because people realize that IDA has its own impairment labels, but DD Act helps support to me a lot of what you look at Americans with Disability in Section 504 in terms of living major functions. So, are we following? Yeah. All right, and then other acts prior to 1970s that were really notable. This is just a list. I'll let you guys read through this a little bit later, but if you want to see what lists of what our acts were passed that I didn't get to add to that civil rights and disability timeline, this is some of them. All right, and then I thought it was really interesting. I highlight 1965, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. It was one of the first acts before. Yes, because 1966 is when the Education for All Handicapped Children was passed. So this is like the act before the act two. So that's why I like to highlight this one. And the focus was they didn't necessarily use the word disability, but they told that the states and local educational agencies had to educate children that are educationally deprived. So I thought it was interesting. All right. And then this is some of the DD acts, Social Security, the Rehab Act, which we refer as Section 504, but I like to highlight that Section 501 and 503 protect people with disabilities from employment discrimination by federal agencies or federal contractors. So that's important to know. We have the Housing Community Development Act, and we have the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, which is later renamed to ID in 1990. I like to highlight this because in 1990, they started covering a bit more early intervention. So, all right, we have all the amendments. I also like the golden round one. So what I mean by 1975, there's a lot of golden acts that help fuel and protect the history of disability rights in history. So especially the 1993 amendment, I love this line. It recognizes, it's written in, disability is a natural part of the human experience that does not diminish the right of individuals with developed disabilities to enjoy the opportunity to live independently, enjoy self-determination, which it's so important for self-advocacy, and we're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Make choices, contribute to society, experience full integration and inclusion in the economic, political, social, cultural, and education mainstream of American society. That's Section 101 Amendment of 1993. All right, and then we have some more amendments to the Rehab Act, which will be important to understand because the history of the Section 504 sit, because it passed, people were not actually using Section 504. So the Rehab Act is also Section 504 in that class. So they changed, and the definition of severe handicap was amended to include functional and category criteria both. And definition of employee was added, so it opened more opportunities for people too. And then we have the Employment Opportunities for Disabled Americans Act. As you see, we have a lot of acts. We have the reauthorization of the Education and Handicapped Children Act prior to ID. And then technology-related assistant. I look back, it has not been updated. There's actually been a lot of talk in the deaf community that we need some big acts updated related to assistive technology, especially closed captioning and different stuff as well. So that's been interesting because it's not just us deaf people that benefit from it, but other people too. So, and then the picture. So going round two, which is in the 1990s, as we know, the law all passed, but this is the famous picture of President George H.W. Bush signing it. And the guy in the hat is Justin Dart, who is a significant disabled activist as well. So we'll talk a little bit on that tomorrow too, but big legislation. And then we have ID. And this is one of the things that I also appreciate about ID when it was created or reauthorized / transition ID in 1990. It included a system of transition services for students ages 14 over older, because at that point, there was no transition plan yet in the original Education Act. So that's really important because part of living with disability is knowing how to learn and integrate into life as the ability to be able to make our own choices as an adult. And that's a huge part of planning this transition service. So, all right. Court cases, we talked about Brown, because we know that separate facilities are inherently unequal. And this was actually beneficial for disability because we remember institution and special education classrooms. Parents were trying to fight to give their children the opportunity to mainstream. So that's the thing I like to hit here. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you guys read this because these are a couple of legislation that's really important. This one's actually really cool because Dr. Gilbert consulted Pennsylvania and had noted that the parent group had exhausted all admin and legislative remedies. And at first, the parent group was not going to take action against the state, and they decided to take action against the state. So this one is a really cool case to read on later. The one that I want to highlight on, I love this as an advocate because some of the things I face as an advocate is parents are afraid to go to due process where I'm at. We're a pretty wealthy district and everything. They're afraid of retaliation from the school district, basically. And I like this case a lot because they were afraid of retaliation basically from the school districts and state both. So I love this case, so it's a big win for parent groups. So read it up later. That's how I feel about it. I love it. All right. Something I found interesting with all this. I'm gonna read this headline. This was a headline from May 8th of last year. Why don't you just read the number of complaints I got? I say one of the most powerful tools at Advocate is the right to file an OCR complaint if you're just willing. I understand there's a lot of process to that and there's ways to do it, and I highly recommend you work with an attorney when you do it, but it's a powerful tool, and it's a tool that I find a lot of parent advocates do, is filing an OCR complaint. So I thought it was just fascinating. But what was interesting from this data pool from OSEP, that disability discrimination complaints continue to remain in the top 3 type of complaints in over like 20-year span. So, all right. And of course, we have some other cases, but I'm going to hit on another one that I find some people know, but some people don't. This is all history. Let's see. We're going to keep going because of time. All right. I really hope y'all know what this means. Raise your hand if you do not. Chevy versus Cadillac. Which is referred to what? Yeah, I love early. Yeah, so definitely bring on this case. I just love it because the implications have for ID as well. I like to state it, but it's kind of true. I find a lot of educational cases come from discrimination and lack of provision of services to the person's language, in this case, to a deaf person. Because we'll keep going. Let's see, Edward. So Rowley happened to Edward. Does anybody know who Pres versus public schools is right now? Yeah, I know I posted this a couple times because I talked about HIPAA last year, but I say this is a new case that people should be watching at. Reading the amicus briefs have been really interesting because some people are a little hesitant to how pushy we could be post-case related to can we truly push the ADA compensation piece or not? But this quote right here is pulled from some of the amicus briefs. So it'll be really interesting to watch as an advocate and work alongside attorneys just to how much will this case start holding precedent. Because for a while, you cannot sue as a parent or as a person with disability under ID and ADA, and Mr. Perez did that. And the lower courts told him he had exhausted, and since he got his compensation from ID, he could get his compensation from ADA, and Supreme Court overruled it unanimously. So I think it'll be very interesting to see. I would love to get feedback from attorneys later, see what y'all think of this, because it's gonna be interesting to see. So that concludes all that. So thank you for your time. My voice is higher, as you can tell.
That's a lot of information. A lot of good information. Really, it is. And it lets us know. And it's a lot of key takeaways from this, you know, and one of the things, just to make a long story short, we've come a long ways, but we got a long ways to go. And we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it because with people like you, hey, we're gonna make some positive change. So at this time, I'm gonna give it to Linda. Well, okay. All right. Ms. Teagan?
I don't have audio for her.
No audio?
Okay, was it me?
Y'all,
Did I
we
do
can
that?
hear you. All right.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Daddy? No, that is not it.
I got one question for you. Are you still awake?
Oh, very much so. Yes. And you can see the people I'm trying to kick out.
All right.
Go. Very much so. Yes. I'm sorry. Kids. Go. Y'all just came in here as soon as I opened the camera. So this is why I'm not there right now. I had very sudden childcare issues. So
Join the crowd.
yeah.
Well, we're glad you were online. So if you have any questions for Ms. Jess, Mr. Dan, then let us know, or the group.
Thank you guys. Well, I had made a couple of comments along the way, which I know that I think his name is Adam. Read. So
Alex.
no, this was Alex. I'm sorry, Alex. Sorry. I knew it was an A. I apologize. But no, this has been phenomenal. I wish that I was with you guys in person. So I missed that. I was excited about that aspect of being able to be there in person. But next time. So no, this
We're gonna hold you to that now. We're gonna hold you to it.
Amen. Look, y'all help me find somebody. That's worth it. I had some people locked down and they've disappeared on me. So yes, no, this has been absolutely wonderful. I'm like super excited about tomorrow. I'm gonna try to find the video on Netflix that y'all are watching later so I can watch it too. Hold on, listen. I had to put on the mom voice. I'm like, I am incredibly excited. There were a few things that I learned. I know I like to research things often, so there were some things that were shared that I was like, oh yeah, I know that, I remember that. But there were definitely some aspects that I wasn't aware of. So this has been wonderfully enlightening. Yes.
Well, thank you so much for being a good sport since we put you on the spot like that. She was not prepared to speak.
Oh, well, and look, I do want to add, and I know we've got to go because it's like past the time, but I did want to say, so my journey to this has been interesting. So at every level, and I know everybody here kind of shared their stories last Friday in the class, but at every level, you have to continue to advocate for yourself and your children. And so I'm so excited about this opportunity because it gives you more tools to be able to do that advocacy and maybe even do it on larger levels as well. So this has just been really wonderful. So I appreciate it. And nice to meet you.
So I graduated last year from PIPA, and you guys are gonna make some great friendships. We still have our group going, even though I haven't seen a lot anymore. It's been really fun to watch and be able to support each other's advocacy journeys. And we found we all just got good ideas from each other too. And that's really the heart of advocacy is you're in the trenches and you gotta have some people to lean on. It takes a village, it really does. And it shouldn't be done alone, but it can feel very isolating for so long. So it's exciting to see this continue to grow. So yeah.
Thank you, Tegan. We'll take you off the spotlight now. But now everyone knows what happens when you miss. You're gonna get put on the spot. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not really kidding.
Okay, so the food is going to be ready in a few minutes and they're going to come and bring it to the diagram that I shared with them from when you raised your hands. You know, just hope it's the right thing. Hope it's the right food you have. If not, talk to your neighbor. So there is you did get drink tickets. There is a little food out there. You can go out there for a few minutes. Your food will be back in here in a few minutes. They were scheduled to bring it at 6:30, but I said, bring it when it's hot. So it will be here by 6:30. And if not, so y'all just go out, come back in. And Alex isn't going to stay. Brooke and I are going to be producing on the movie tonight. We're production. So we think we have everything set up. So we'll just start it whenever we're ready and it will be in this room. So y'all have a little free time and then y'all come on back to eat.
Raise your hands so we can get a microphone. Remember, so everybody can hear online. Who knows the answer?
Part B of ID.
IDEA.
IDEA.
IDA. I should say ID because short. But when we talk about Part B, I want to know what ages, where does that funding go? What ages does that cover? Raise your hand if you know the answer.
So, and hi, Ashley. For transitional, so that's from 16 and years older to, I think it's 23.
21.
21,
Correct
okay, yeah.
about transition, but part B relates to funding from age 3 to 21. And I find that's the most misconception because people forget that part B is 3 to 5. However, what we see happen sometimes is there are children like 3 to 5 years old that are still in early intervention programs, but they're under IEP. Because part C is IFSP. So remember the difference between the two. So I like to drill people with that because they asked a great question in terms of living youth, like independent living youth. I tell people one of the biggest things I had to think about as an advocate is think about your youth from ages 0 to 22. So I go by the Medicaid and Medicare because people forget it's a big access issue. And one of the things I'm working with currently in Alabama, at age 21, you don't have any audiology care at all. Medicaid, you kind of get stuck in this year, but I can't touch a person on Medicaid for audiology care and help them till 22. So there's just literally this gap year between and stuff. So that's a big access issue I see in terms of people who have hearing loss or are deaf themselves. So that's one of the things I think is really interesting because when you start to look at the laws and different stuff and like how programs are set based on ages, I find there's a lot of parallels and stuff. So that's your pop quiz because I know he mentioned the words Part B, Part C, and if you're not familiar with either, well, okay, restate that. The Medicaid. Okay, sorry. I taught fast. All right, with Medicaid in Alabama, the law is right now, Medicaid for children ends at age 21. And that's when you can have audiology services. So typically what I see as an advocate is you'll get coverage for hearing aid services like hearing screening, your second hearing screening, at least one hearing aid. It's really hard to get 2 hearing aids sometimes, but I typically see 1 hearing aid right now. But then they don't get any additional coverage or there's not enough funding for the upgrade on hearing aids. Good news is though, Cochlear Plant Americas, which is Cochlear Plant manufacturer, just got approved for Alabama Medicaid 2 months ago. So it'll be interesting to see if children can get access to Cochlear Plant technology, if that's what their parents choose, but how all that will hold up. And I already know for a fact on a federal level, Alabama Medicaid falls federal level. Cochlear Plants are covered with one Cochlear Plant, so they do the most deaf ear, if you want to know. So, but what's important to realize that after you age out of Medicaid, which I absolutely hate that word, age out, but it is reality. There is a gap year between age 21 to 22 where nobody wants to touch you because you have to wait till you turn 22 to access other professions. But at age 22, there's absolutely no coverage at all for audiology, any type of hearing technologies. So just know that. So, but I like to talk about that because then if you look back at Part B, it talks about those transition services and the funding from age 3 to 21, which is why Medicaid, that's how they based the age limits was based on ID. Yeah. All right. History of self-advocacy movement. So for you guys, here's my contact information, and I have, again, the most updated PowerPoint version. To Brooke, I literally just added this slide because I realized nobody had my contact information if you want to get a hold of me. So I'll send that to you, Brooke, afterwards for Ken, or if I could shoot y'all email with the contact information. But if you want my contact information, here it is. This is my work email. And so I joke, you heard I was a retired public for physical therapist. I'm also a full-time deaf influencer on Instagram and TikTok. That's actually how my advocacy journey started. Was outside PT. I actually started going viral for sharing my stories as a lived experience as a deaf woman with Cochlear Plant technology that wasn't signing, and people got interested with that. But I spoke a lot about the importance, like there has to be equitable funding, and we deserve to have our stories heard too. Like deafness is just not one side, just as every type of disability has its own needs. Same thing with the deaf community and our deafness both too. So this is my nonprofit, Center for Advancement of Next Gen Deaf. Our website is live, which is the www.cangi.org. And we do have an Instagram, and TikTok's not as big on Cangi because I'm a woman, one-woman show. And I just hired my first employee who's an audiologist because we're opening an audiology clinic this summer for pro bono services. So we're doing a lot of work. So our nonprofit does a lot of advocacy. So we do a lot of advocacy, but we do a lot of, we're trying to get into one of the biggest issues in Alabama, It is a 5-month wait list to get into children rehab services for a second screening, and another 5-month wait list to get a hearing aid if you choose amplification. And we talk about language acquisition and the Joint Commission for Hearing Infants. You're supposed to meet the 1, 2, 3 benchmarks, but we're trying to push for the 1, 3, 6 benchmarks right now. 6. So things I do. So in the world of deafness, I really bridge my self-advocacy between healthcare, which I appreciate my background as PT, and advocacy roots both. So, all right. So disclaimer, information is educational, it is not legal advice. It is not legal interpretation. If you need legal advice and legal interpretation, please consult an attorney. I have to say this over and over again. And as an advocate, I highly encourage that you have a disclaimer like this, because you will be bitten in the butt for practicing outside your scope, which I absolutely understand that. So that has been recommended by me and Michelle are part of it. And I think one other person too. Who else is part of COPA? I remember us talking about that. Yeah, okay, thank you. COPA. COPA is the Council of Parent Attorneys and Advocates. It started as mostly parent attorneys getting together nationally, writing amicus briefs for people who are disabled to help turn over Supreme Court cases. They are very influential for the reason that the Supreme Court had a unanimous decision for Pres versus Sturgis school districts. So just know that COPA has some great resources for that. But I tell people, if you're going to do advocacy training, make sure you disclaim and be very specific that it's educational and not legal advice to protect yourselves. That makes sense. And if you aren't sure if it's the way you're educating people is right on something legal wise, as educational, just consult your friends that are attorney. It's good to have friends that are attorney and they can give you the way to say it as an advocate versus how they would say it from the law. So, all right. So we're going to answer 3 questions we're discuss first and then get to the history. So what does advocacy look like to you? Oh yeah, let's wait for microphone. So who wants to go first? What does advocacy look like to you? Nobody? Okay, we got one here.
Yes. Mandy from Birmingham, Alabama. I guess confronting and coming out to address the issues of access and rights that for the services that you believe your job needs. But I'm loud.
So, how many of you guys think the word education when you think of advocacy? Good job. And I say when people are like, what do you do as an advocate? And the first thing I say, because I'm not giving legal advice, because I'm not an attorney, I say I educate people. So really the heart of advocacy is educational. All right, what are current issues you are advocating for? I just want to spend like a quick 2 minutes because I'm just curious about what y'all are seeing presently. I'm very aware of what's going on in the deaf community and everything in terms of what we got going on. Most people don't realize, but recently the American Civil Liberties Union filed OCR complaint. It went viral on social media. There was actually a lot of misinformation related to that because people thought it was a lawsuit, but not a complaint. So that's something I did on TikTok and I got a backslash. It's okay. I do advocacy in the trenches, but I like to hear from people, I just want to provide information. I basically wasn't like, you're wrong. It was more like, okay, here's what a OCR complaint is. Here's what the OCR complaint said. Here's where you can find the information. I'll let you guys figure out the pieces yourself. So that is educational in a sense, but what are other current issues that you're really concerned about that you're seeing? I saw your hand go up first. Nope. Oh, her hand went first. Then we'll get Josh.
Renee.
Renee,
Currently, piggybacking off your lack of services after the age of 21, you do not get ABA services after the age of 21. Apparently, you wake up cured from anything that's ever happened to you ever, and you no longer need PT, OT, speech, ABA, feeding clinic, nothing. And so that is currently what I am pushing.
Okay, awesome. Josh, what about you?
Josh, so I am me and the agency I work for are trying to push for more accessible housing that is not a part of either apartment complex or a HUD community. It's if you want to live in a subdivision with everybody else, you should be able to at least have an accessible dwelling of your choice, and you should be able to be there comfortably.
Yeah.
So, and I don't see much of that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I see a ridiculously upcharge in construction costs just trying to make your house ADA accessible, even those cookie cutter homes. So go ahead.
I just paid a fortune for the apartment complex that I just moved to have 3 ramps installed that I should not have had to pay for it to begin with.
No,
So
I believe you. Yep. All right. What about you?
I've got the Michelle. My personal advocacy journey follows my son. As he's aged, I've advocated for things that relate to what he needs. And so I'm in the beginning stages of learning about and advocating for housing for young adults with disabilities, particularly autism, because that's what my son is affected by. Because my son wants to live independently, which he is quite capable of doing. However, there are no supports out there for him. And so my dream would be to have a community. But that's a long way down the road.
Have you met Niles from last class? Go ahead. Ooh.
Along those lines of the housing, HIPAA graduate 2022 is working on that. She's getting state traction. You will meet her in the coming months. So she's Veronica McGee with Tash, and Accessible Alabama. So we've got that in the works. We're working on there. You can join forces.
And we need more voices. So that's what's so great about PIPA too, is that this is one, the reason I joined the last cohort, because I'm like, okay, I appreciate everything I'm doing my deaf advocacy journey. But one of the biggest things that I was sharing with some earlier, the deaf culture is trying to move away from using the word deafness under disability, which I understand the reasoning, but I have been trying to educate them. You have to think about the ramifications if you choose to separate yourself. You're gonna end up missing out on those supports. Like, we really have to work all together. So, and that's more the extreme side, I would say, of deaf culture. I like to talk about people, they're somewhere in the middle. Go ahead, Josh.
I got one more. So another pet peeve that our agency has is the idea if you have or need a Medicaid waiver, typically you need to be able to meet the nursing home level of care. And if you don't meet that, then you can't qualify. Well, what if you still need help, but you don't necessarily meet the criteria of living in a nursing home?
These current issues, and I know you guys will talk a little bit about this later, legislators and stuff, but I want you to start like spinning the wheel and stuff, because you have each other to help each other. And I guarantee all of you have a connection that the other person has been looking for. And that's something that's really great about the PIPA network. And Linda's shaking her head, yes. But I want you to think about, just because we're keep moving forward, but I want you to think about, okay, these important issues, whom are you advocating to? Like, think about it in a tier. You have who you have to talk to directly, but who is above that level? And then who's above the next level? How are you to actually mobilize? It's grassroots advocacy. How do you mobilize? You have to figure out your connections and start working your way up. We joke in our stakeholder group. So I'm executive director of Kanji. I'm good friends with the president of Alabama Hands and Voices. She is a bit more of a peaceful advocate than I am. She opens the door, I drive the truck through. So, but we appreciate each other and we do tango in a good way. I understand her sweeter, like attract honey. I get it. And sometimes it doesn't always work, but anyways, so this is just, y'all have this PowerPoint. These are a couple newer books of my favorite disability advocates and different stuff. I highly recommend Being Human. I'm devastated that we lost Judy last year, but she was a phenomenal, and we'll hit on her later, but she really was truly the mother of the disability advocacy. This is a new book, and I've really enjoyed reading this based on research and stuff. It's called Unmasking Autism, the Power of Emerging on Hidden Neurodiversity. So they're trying to pivot from autism just as a label to more of the neurodiversity of the spectrum. It's a good one right now. And then Disability Pride is what I'm really enjoying. So for disclaimer today, when I focus on the self-advocacy movement, I'm going to really stop right when ADA is signed, because what I started to find as I was researching everything, they consider us still in the self-advocacy movement, but I have begun to argue that we are now in the post-ADA generation of the self-advocacy movement, because you now have children who were born when ADA was signed that are now the advocates as well. And that's where we are. So we're working a little different. We see more disability representation, but there's more joining hands where I would say it's very 50-50 parents and advocates now that are disabled themselves. You know what I mean? So I like to argue that really the era we're in is post-ADA advocates. And I actually used that term with our superintendent recently in advocating for a child whose child has autism. And she never had really thought before. I was like, wow, she's like, it's weird for me. You're like one of the first people I'm seeing IEP meetings with a disability at the same IEP of this same disability. And she's like, but why? Why do you feel the need to do this? And I'm like, because lived experiences do matter. And two, I'm here to help support you and figure out with the school. We know technology has advanced on certain things, but the reality is I'm the post-ADA generation. And when I say like that, I could just kind of see the light bulb go off a little bit in terms of stuff. So it was interesting to me. So these are some books I recommend. This is not an exhaustive list because there's a lot of other great books. All right. What? I don't think it's on.
Some of the books may be given to you at graduation. So don't just go buy them all.
And buy the rest. All right. So before we get into self-advocacy movement, we really need to talk about first, what does self-advocacy mean? All of us have our own lived experiences and journeys, but the reason I want to address this as part of our presentation, I do want to focus on history, but I feel like you can't understand self-advocacy without understanding the theories behind self-advocacy. So this was fascinating to me, and I have to pull my computer back up for the reference. But when you look at the definitions of advocacy, what I typically find often when I'm reading research and psychology, people mix up self-advocacy with self-determination. And to me, they are very different. So I put the definitions up here because I felt like it summarized it well. So when we're thinking about self-advocacy is founded on a foundational belief that all people have the right to make life decisions without undue influence or control by others. So the ability to be able to advocate for oneself is to be able to stand up for one's rights. So that makes sense on advocacy standpoint. But in order to have self-advocacy, there also is a component of self-determination, which is where I know my parents get tripped up. And it's one of the things I work as a deaf mentor is when do they know to slowly back off so their child can fail a little bit and learn. And I mean, props to y'all. I do not have children, but I respect that's a hard line. So self-determination, what self-determination ultimately means, and it's cool because ID actually references this type of version as well, and a couple other people who talk about advocacy parent programs. A person possesses a combination of skills, knowledge, and beliefs that enable a person to engage in a goal-directed, self-regulated, anonymous behavior. So it really requires a set of interrelated skills that include self-advocacy skills. So in the world of self-determination, self-advocacy is actually under the umbrella of self-determination. And I like to highlight it with this chart. So to create a sense of independence and a sense of autonomy in ourselves, we have to go through this hierarchy eventually. And where do we see self-advocacy fall? Kind of in the middle. And then self-determination again, but I cannot tell you how many times one of the biggest things I work with, the children that I work with as a deaf mentor is I am working a lot in the self-acceptance stage because kids are mean. Society is brutal. And I have kids who are raised, their parents have done everything they can, and they are very self-accepting about who they are as an awesome person. And then they hit puberty years. And I start to see this get a bit distorted. And that's such a hard, challenging, especially somebody on the flip side. But I work in the space of self-acceptance by self-advocacy because there's even research that shows the more you advocate for yourself, the more you accept it as well. And I am a big believer of fake it till you make it. And it's not necessarily the best I give to these kids. I'm like, you just have to realize you have to try. And one of the things I teach them, like, you advocating for yourself is taking control. Because a lot of these children, they are full of anxious and everything where they don't feel like they have a sense of control. That makes sense. So I like to frame that sometimes. These kids are just looking for a sense of control on something. And part of taking control It's a bit of that self-acceptance journey and self-advocacy. So it kind of cycles together, which leads to self-disclosure. So self-disclosure is the power to disclose your disability because you self-advocate for what you need, but you don't really own people a reason for why you need something. Let's be honest. But everybody always wants a reason why. And then self-determination is just the process that you reach to, I know what I need, I self-accept. So this is something I like to hit on related to self-advocacy. And it's funny because internationally, a couple countries came together in 1980, 80s timeframe, known as the International League of Society for Persons with Mental Handicaps, which became the Inclusion International. And they built this philosophy about what self-advocacy means. And you're gonna see in the green, the things they believe, and these were disabled people that got together internationally. So I thought this was really meaningful. But one of the things that I like about this is the principles of self-advocacy. Empowerment. Support must empower individuals to make their own decisions, which goes back into the idea of self-advocacy, self-determination, because they have to have the ability to know and given the chance to make their own decisions. Equal opportunity, equality to be supported as full members of the communities, learning and living together. So desegregation of communities, and I want to highlight this. They mean learning, living together as in moving away from institutions where they're completely segregated outside of it. Like they all live together in a community, but they're not in the community. That makes sense. They believe more, Inclusion International believes more, the community is all with the community as well, not segregated. And then institutions are bad for people and non-labeling. And this is where we've been seeing a lot of the movement recently, where we shifted from some people for disability identity to people first identity. We're talking about the people first identity movement because that's important. But I do recognize that society, we've kind of moved back to, we've taken more power and autonomy and control over, for example, the deaf community, you say pretty much drives it. Because you'll never hear a person say, I identify as a person with hearing loss. You'll say, I am a deaf person. And we're starting to see that with some other disabilities as well, in terms of that, like I have friends that are neurodivergent and they go, I'm a neurodivergent person. Or instead of saying, I am a person with neurodivergent. So I've been seeing some of that. And because ultimately the power is in words, and the power lays in the person who chooses to identify themselves. So, all right, and it makes sense. Because when you look at all what they said, it pretty much lines up with this chart again. So, all right. And I'll leave with this thought. You cannot be an effective self-advocate without self-determination. And that's something I stand hard by. And it's something I tell parents, part of self-determination is willing to let your child fail. So hard. And I will remember the fear my mother had when I told her I did not want to have the FM system anymore when I was in 6th grade. But I basically made a bet for her. I looked at my mom and my mom was like, you knew, you were self-determined, you knew what you wanted. You came to me and you were like, I don't wear the FM system anymore, but here's the deal. If my grades slip, I will wear it again. And my mom was like, all right, bet. So that's what self-determination looks like, for example. Another example my mom likes to use is self-determination. I'll never forget I played soccer growing up. I'll never forget the referee who thought my cocoa plants were hearing aids. And I looked at him, I was in 5th grade. And I looked at the ref and I'm like, sir, these are not hearing aids. And he was like, well, you have to take them off. And I'm like, okay, these are my cocoa plants. They allow me to hear you, hear my whistle. I am protected under the American with Disabilities Act. And if you have a problem with that, you can talk to my mother over there. And that's why my mom sees me just pointing to her, talking to this referee. And she was like, all right, so that's where. Okay, so history of self-advocacy movement. We're going to start back. And of course, we all know this. Self-advocacy is a civil rights movement itself. We're thankful for the civil rights movement because they brought forth where we are today, but it's a civil rights movement itself. And one of the things they highlight on self-advocacy focuses on one's political power and one's right to self-determination. So again, the word self-determination. All right, and it does start back. We mentioned this guy yesterday, so y'all remember the normalization principle. The normalization principle is believed to help fuel a lot of the self-advocacy movement because when you look back at the normalization principle, a lot of the ideas behind the normalization principle of integrating and being a part of society as people first. It started fueling there, but even though he had the term for people first. So I want to be able to hit other parts, so I'm not going to read through everything. But basically, his intent was to provide normal experiences to people with developmental disabilities. And what's really great about Dr. Niger, this is a quote by him. To be allowed to be human means to be allowed to fail. And he believed in this because he was teaching his parents, because he started a program in Sweden. And that led to this paper called Towards Independence. So basically what he did in Sweden is he started organizing community activities for people with disabilities, and he had a peer group for them as well. But one of the things he highlighted on is you have to let them make decisions for themselves. If you don't agree with the decision because you're afraid they're going to fail, you have to let them make the decision. So I highlight my favorite quotes in blue. So I'm gonna read it. Last year, the Swedish Parents Association arranged a national conference of young adults active in some of our clubs. This gave them an opportunity to discuss between themselves and bring out their own views on activities and matters which concern them. Leisure and time activities, vocation training, employment and wages of shelter workshops, and vocation questions, sorry. It was probably the first time such a conference has been held, and this is in 1969. This is equivalent to any decent revolt. Some of the retired adults themselves definitely want to play a new role in society to create an image of themselves in their own eyes, in the eyes of their parent, and in the eyes of the general public. This struggle for respect and independence is always the normal way to obtain personal dignity and a sense of liberty and equality from Sweden. So, and he presented this paper to the president's panel in 1969. All right, so between 1968 to 1970 is when some of the first advocacy conferences started. And this is really important for us in history because they started and then Great Britain and Canada caught on it. And by 1973, there was a group of disabled Americans that went to Canada's conference. And they went to Oregon, US. They're from Oregon, US. They went to Canada for one of these conferences. But they were disappointed because the conferences was really dominated by professionals, and Canada has a really complex disability history. I will share that it's very medical model driven, and I know this from other friends of mine in Canada. So the Canadian conference, despite the Sweden one, ended up being more medical professionals who were the speakers and stuff versus the disabled people first. So they came back home and created People First in the US. And we do have a great People First organization in Alabama. She was a PIPA graduate, the first cohort. She's part of our PIPA network. I highly recommend you get to know her as well. Jennifer, is her first name? I can see her name right now. Rucker. Yeah, Rucker. All right. So People First, its grassroots was really after that conference in Canada. So they decided and they got together, created grassroots efforts, and they had their first national conference for disabled people in 1974, and nearly over 600 advocates who had disability themselves traveled. And post-conference, because they were so empowered by the number of people that showed up, they decided to call themselves People First. And this is Valerie Schaff, who gave a speech, and she was talking about the labeling, like shifting from Disability First label to People First label. And it was a very powerful clip as well. But basically, the idea of People First, the group felt their disabilities were secondary to their personhood. And this grassroots effort led to a big surge in self-advocacy groups across the nation of people with disabilities themselves. So by 1993, at least 27 state organizations exist, some holding as many as 75 local chapters, and others holding 2 to 3 chapters. All right. Redefining disability. So at this point, there was a shift. People with disabilities were starting to call out ableism more, and they were redefining the disability problem. And what we mean by this is what he was referring with the independent living movement with Daniel. The idea of switching from the medical model, because the medical model viewed disability as a problem, as something that has to be treated, and shifting into redefine the disability model. So we're the model being society states that we must adapt to fit in, but we state that society must change its attitudes and practice to accept us as we are. So redefining that disability problem. And we could talk about disabled people versus people with disabilities. They were wanting, the focus at the time was focusing on people first language, which makes sense to me because at this point, nobody was considering how the power of disability first language is powerful, but no one was respecting it that way. So it makes sense to me as an advocate, we had to focus on a people first language for such a long time for people to start listening and taking it seriously. All right, this guy, Jacob's Tim book, he's originally from Canada, moved to the States, has 3 degrees, but he has attorney degree. has done a lot of influential work, but he formed the California Council of the Blind. And the reason that I want to point him out today is he believes so much in saying the word of his organization should be of the blind instead of for the blind. Because a lot of what you were seeing in the medical model, it was saying for, but it did put emphasis on disabled people. So he believed in the power of changing the words to the blind. It put people first for that disability himself. So he was very influential with that work because he believed that people who are blind can establish and direct their own organization because he was blind himself. And this is one of the reasons my nonprofit is called Center for Advancement, because we want to advance, but it says of Next Gen Deaf. All right, this is my friend on Instagram. Her handle is blindness Latina. She has Usher syndrome. She's one of my dearest friends, and she is a big shaker in terms of disability world today. And she is blind herself, Latina. She travels internationally. She's an international speaker and advocates for work inclusion, disability inclusion both. But I like her because she's done a really great job of educating the workforce on how we talk about disability in today's words. So I just put her stuff up because her point with all her carousel, especially on Instagram platform, is we've shifted from people first language to the person with a disability has the power to decide what language. So things that she coaches on is avoiding euphemisms, which makes sense. Like the word differently abled. I cannot tell you how many times that drives me crazy, to be honest. And handicap, of course, because they're a way to make disability more palatable to non-disabled people. And to be honest, part of advocating as a disabled person is making people uncomfortable. There has to be uncomfortable in order to, because when you get uncomfortable, you get pressured. So anyway, so I wanted to share my friend because she's really great with all of her content as well. So, right, movers and shakers. All right, so we're gonna start really early for a reason. There is a lot of confrontational perspectives about Helen Keller that I recognize. But she did, and it's where you have to go back to history. You have to think about the historical context of Helen Keller. The deaf community currently doesn't like her, but you have to think about the historical context of the time. Even though what she said at the time would not have been more appropriate in today's time, she was still influential as her life as a deaf-blind woman from Scubby, Alabama. She actually did a lot more for women's suffrage than disability rights, to be honest, but because she was advocating and really her biggest contribution to disability rights, she was actually one of the founding members as a woman of the American Civil Liberties Unit, which is something that a lot of people don't realize. And because the American Civil Liberties Unit has been very impactful with disability history, especially law and certain things, and civil rights movement both. But I do appreciate, because she did recognize, and this is a quote by her, "A person who is severely impaired never knows his hidden sources of strength until he is treated like a normal human being and encouraged to shape his own life." Because she had the opportunity to be able to shape her own life, and she understood, she had the support stuff. Her family was wealthy, so her family was able to hire her own personal tutor from Perkins School of the Blind. And that's what some people don't realize, that Ann Sullivan, her teacher, came all the way from Perkins School of the Blind and was here. So because her family had figured out some family sign, and then Ann Sullivan took a step further to figure out a more universal language for her. So I'd like to acknowledge her, and I understand where there is controversy around her, but I appreciate her as a founding member, as a woman. So, all right. We talked about Ed Roberts earlier. He did a good job really talking about him, as he was the father of the independent living movement. But what I want to highlight today is the quote that he spoke a lot when he was presenting. "Independent living is a psychological idea, much more than a physical concept. I'm paralyzed from the neck down, but I am completely in control of my life. I make the decision about what I want. And when you begin to believe that, it's very empowering and powerful. And then it's almost, well, it catches other people. They say, well, if you can do that, why can't I?" So he was very influential, and we're going to hit more because since Daniel did such a great job with talking about Ed Roberts today as one of our disabled activists, he was very much a powerful reason for Section 504 and independent living and ADA too. He collaborated with Judy Heumann, who we're talking. All right, who knows this guy? I love him. I got to, as I was doing the research to prepare for this, I did not realize that Mr. Wade Blank marched with Martin Luther King Jr. in Selma, Alabama. He was considered a very radical minister at the time, and a lot of white people did not like him because he was considered too radical for pushing and supporting Black people, the civil rights movement. So he marched with Martin Luther King Jr., and through him learning from Martin Luther King Jr., speaking against injustice, everything, he ended up moving all the way to Colorado because he was still a pastor at the time, but he took basically a secondary job working in a nursing home in Colorado. And he got fired from that job because the nursing home, Heritage House, was basically dehumanizing their people they lived at. And slowly through time, he worked with a couple other people to start an independent living center called Atlantis Community in Colorado, which is Denver, Colorado's first independent living center. And he basically got the people out Heritage House who were disabled and gave them an opportunity to actually make their own choices and stuff. And so through his work, he was the co-founder of ADAPT, which is known as American Disabled for Attendant Programs Today, with Mike Arbor. He is able himself, so I try to keep two people who are disabled for this point in history, but he's significant because he helped with Capitol Crawl and the events that led to there. So that's why I want to highlight him and his history, because ADAP recognizes him as a strong disabled activist who's really support a lot of the movement because he was a radical himself. And I love this quote from him, but before we get there, one of the things he was responsible for organizing with Mike is Colorado, Denver, and part of the issues within his independent community was transportation. Lack of accessible transportation at the time going on in America, and it's the reason we're talking about why ADA did not pass right away, was there was a congressman on the House who was working with Greyhound, Memtrack, and other buses trying to keep their buses accessible because they didn't want to spend money to make their buses accessible. But the protests started way back in Denver, Colorado on July 4th and 6th of 1978, where the Gang of 19, it was him and 19 other people in wheelchairs. He just got himself a wheelchair that he was able, and they linked themselves. They handcuffed themselves to buses. And they basically got around the buses out. Now, did Crimp Camp show this yesterday or not? I wonder. But not of it. Okay. So the Gang of 19 is what Denver newspapers call them, that they ganged up on two buses that were inaccessible, and they stayed around those two buses for 24 hours to make a point on the lack of accessible transportation in Denver. And Denver started working on being more accessible, but a lot of what they did in Denver fueled how they mobilized nationally. So this quote from Wade Blank is, "So I said, like explained, recalling earlier success in the Black civil rights movement. Let's take 25 wheelchairs and go out and surround a bus and hold it and see what happens." Bam, just like magic, it worked. Total power. The police couldn't move the wheelchairs because they were afraid. The mayor said, "Don't arrest disabled people." We win. So he literally got his ideas from the freedom riders and everything, the civil rights movement, which fueled his movement, which I thought was really cool in history. So. All right, Mike Arbor. He was a disabled person. He used a wheelchair for his life, but he was also the co-founder of ADAPT. And I have his quote on the next slide because he is still living today with us. He is a national leader for ADAPT, civil rights and disabled activist, and he's basically a grassroots organizer. This picture here actually happened before ADA passed. Part of the protest with the buses and transportation on the Freedom. He went to a hotel, and because the hotel was accessible, he locked himself to the revolving doors of his wheelchair to make a point. And they did come to arrest him, and the president knew what was going on and got him out and pardoned him, basically. So he organized the bus gang, the Wheels for Justice in DC, and the Capitol Crawl with other key leaders. So that is his movement and his influence on this. So we're gonna get to him, but this is Mike Arbor. All right, this is a quote. What's significant about this quote, this is the speech he was actually giving on the Capitol steps. That was the single to start crawling. Yeah, and I just love it. All right, so I'm Maria. Among us are those who are forced to live in institutions against their will. There are those among us who have had our children taken away solely because we are disabled. We have been denied housing and jobs. These entities and these injustices must not go on. We will not permit these steps to continue to be a barrier to prevent us from the equality That is rightly ours. The preamble of the Constitution does not say we, the able-bodied people. It says we, the people. And that was the single. So, all right. And this is Mike and then Wade together surrounding a plaque. Denver eventually put a memorial where they did the bus gang of 19. So that's this picture. And this was some of their propaganda they used for the Freedom Riders and stuff because they were trying to flush out the disabled people. So they used the toilet bowl analogy, which I thought was pretty clever. All right, Bob Caff. He's still with us today. He's also a huge leader and international national organizer for ADAPT as well, especially in 1984. That should be a line down. He was arrested 30 times. That's the point there. He was arrested 30 times for fighting for human and civil rights, both for people with disabilities. He was influential after the ADA because there was a lot of issues going on in the nursing home industry, and he was a big mobilizer and community organizer in fighting to people to not be institutionalized. Even though the institutional era was over, we still know institutionalization happens today. And he was a very dominant voice for that as well. He also helped organize the Capitol Crawl. He specifically got them in. We'll get to the Capitol Crawl, what actually happened post-Capitol Crawl that actually helped ADA to sign further. All right, King Jordan. And I think his first name was Irene. Yes, but we always know him, the deaf community is King Jordan. He is the first deaf president of GALDAT. So his contribution to the disability community is he helped with some of the writing related to communication under IDA and advocated for the deaf people to be part of the Americans with Disabilities Act, basically. He became a deaf president after a massive protest at GALDAT because at this point, the board was actually all hearing people. And they were trying to appoint another hearing president. And it's GALDAT University, which is all deaf people. So in the because he was the first deaf president established since the institution was established in 1860. So this was around 1950s, no, 1960s, when the 1970s, when this protest happened. And he became the deaf president, but he had a lot of connections, so he was able to help push the ADA a bit more. But he did speak at the Capitol Crawl to Congress as a deaf activist as well. He also lobbied, and his significant work was actually the next law that passed after American Disabilities Act passed, which was a Television Decoder Circuit Act, which is the reason we have closed captioning. So that was contribution. Yeah, and Linda's like, yes. So that is his big contribution with all this. All right, Judy Human, my favorite person, mother of the disabilities right movement. I highly recommend reading her memoir. It's awesome. And there's also like a nonfiction story written about her as well that she approved. Those are really great reads and stuff. But of course, we know her work was very instrumental and paved the way for the American Disabilities Act to be created and passed. Like, her achievements cannot be listed. So I highly encourage that you read about her and learn about her because, like Daniel said, she also worked independent living movement with Ed Roberts, but I'm gonna highlight more of the Section 504 because what people don't realize, she was 20. And she was a leader in organizing. So I like to point to her as a historical figure, like you're never too young to mobilize and to organize both. So, and this is a quote by her: disability only becomes a tragedy when society fails to provide the things that we need to lead our lives. Yeah. And in her memoir, she talks a lot. Her doctors actually encouraged her parents to abandon her to an orphanage and for her to die. And her parents were like, no, we're gonna figure out how this child, and they were able to keep her out of the institutions. And they basically figured out how to do community living within their home. And they did what they took, like they fought for it. So she acknowledges and thanks for her parents a lot. And her parents were all excellent in her self-advocacy and self-determination journey, both. So, all right, Kitty Come. Do we know who this is? Did y'all cover her last night? Okay, you say again? I didn't hear you. What's it?
Oh, we saw her in the movie.
You saw in the movie? Okay. So typically find a lot of people focus on Ed Roberts and Judy Human for Section 504 power, but you can't forget Kitty Cone. Kitty Cone was one of the most influential leaders, and she basically took good care of the San Francisco crowd as well. And she was pretty much their dominant speaker for the power of 504. And she ended up continuing to be on the DREDF, which is basically the Defund Civil Disability Rights Equal Defense Fund. Yeah, thank you. Which is a big disability civil rights organization. She also was a big advocate for LGBTA rights as well after disability rights and different stuff. So she helped with some of that as well. She organized Section 504 with Judy, and she was actually a disabled woman herself. She tried to adopt a child and the state tried to deny her of it. So she's one of the reasons that people with disabilities can adopt children. And she fought for that right, and her case won. So that's some of her contribution as a parent. She started the parent movement of people who are disabled can be parents too. That was her protection as well. So this is a quote by her. And this is related to the importance of why the regulations of Section 504 need to be signed. The signing of the regulations signified the public birth of the disability rights movement. It ushered in an era of disability activism, empowerment, and legislative victories based on the legal concepts of non-discrimination and integration embodied in Section 504, which I absolutely agree with that. When you look at disability history, like I said, there's a lot of threads that weave through, but Section 504 really did push a lot of things because we got the ADA finally signed by 1990, but Section 504 sit-in happened in 1978. So, all right, Brad Lomax, one of my favorite activists too. He is responsible for organizing San Francisco and other cities. So I don't know if Crimp Camp cover, did y'all learn in Crimp Camp, the movie, when they were talking about 504, how many cities were actually sit-in? Like San Francisco was not the only city. Okay, we're gonna cover that. I'll give you the list of cities, but what people don't realize, Section 504 sit-in was actually a national movement. They all coordinated and they all showed up to major cities to where the Department of Health, HUE, headquarters were, and they sat in them. San Francisco is just memorable because it was the longest sit-in. Austin, Texas made it all the way to day 5 before getting kicked out, and New York, Boston were a part of it too. So, and DC was also doing it, but they already got kind of kicked out of the building, but they were still protesting outside the Capitol. But because Brian Lomax was the founder of the DC chapter of the Black Panthers with his brother, Glenn Lomax, the Black Panthers, when they realized he needed to get to DC, they actually helped them get the plane in a truck with another disability group there or activist group there and helped get them all the way across the country so they could finish the protest. And this was towards the end of the Section 504 sit-in. And he was able to basically march on Capitol Hill and get it signed with the back of the Black Panther stuff. He also was responsible for integrating and getting the Black Panthers of San Francisco to bring food, medicine, help with personal care and everything while they were in the federal building and stuff as peer supports. So that is his influential impact with Section 504 overall. So I'm one of those big believers. You cannot acknowledge the power of Section 504 without acknowledging the power of the Black Panthers. So, all right, because he got to DC and he was able to force, or not force, but he was able to advocate and put the pressure on DC with the support of everybody else staying in San Francisco to keep the pressure on the center of San Francisco to get it signed, all the regulations signed on April 28th of 1977. All right, I want to highlight Bob Williams just because he's an influential disabled advocate, but he really joined the ACL, which is the Independent Living, as Deputy Commissioner Administration on Disabilities and Director Independent Living Administration. I really wanted to highlight him because I like his quotes a lot because he was influential in several of the acts that passed post-independent living, a couple of ones that Daniel hit, but I know there was a picture with him. So his contribution was ensuring, especially some of the Medicaid stuff, and the ability to actually have access to funding for independent living. So his quote is, "The right to community." I want to be clear, I did not say the community. I said the right to community, to be a part of and not apart from life. Because a lot of the things that they were dealing with still was the idea independent living was still very segregated. But the reality of independent community living is supposed to be with the community, not separate of a community with a community. Does that make sense? So, all right, Tony Hulo, I have a hard time with his name. I was just gonna say Tony. So Tony did work with Congressman Major Owens, but he was considered to be the primary sponsor of the Americans with Disabilities Act in the House of Representatives. Congressman Major Owens was also very influential as well, but we still are in a time where the white man's voice was more powerful than the black man's voice, but they worked a lot together as a team. And so he was considered to be the primary sponsor as well, because he was diagnosed with epilepsy as a child. And he actually originally wanted to be a minister and priest, but due to what was known as Kenyan law, he was not allowed to be a priest, because when they did his health assessment to see if he could be a priest or not, they realized he had epilepsy. And he knew he had as a kid, but then they ended up disclosing and told the state that he had epilepsy, so he lost his driver's license and healthcare insurance, both. And so that was his movement as disabled activist. He eventually like turned and decided he'd become in Congress and stuff and try to fight for, you know, people with epilepsy need to have a right to healthcare and everything as well. So he was a big proponent in the House for disability rights, just in general, just because he had lived the experiences of it. And he did work under Biden. So he worked for a very long time post outside Congress. So, all right, Justin Darn, aka when we were referring to the guy in the cowboy hat, he cracks me up a little bit. He is known as the godfather of ADA. He also organized the first group to protest the racism and segregation that Houston University was trying to do in the 1960s as well, because it was back when people were trying to segregate universities, still especially in Texas. He organized and helped lead the protest against the university. And he was actually a Democrat first, and then he switched parties later because he felt like the Democrat Party at the time in history was not actually listening to the needs of disabled people. But he switched parties after his friend Rob Reagan tried to weaken 504, which I thought was kind of interesting. So he opposed his friend Rob Reagan when Reagan had attempted to weaken the disability rights. He basically was trying to weaken the protections related to employment and stuff in 504 when he was administration. And thankfully it did go through. A lot of people rallied and we kept our amendments and stuff, but this was before the regulations, everything as well. All right. And he worked closely with Congress Major Owens of New York to pass ADA as well, along with Tony. All right. So we're talking about the sin. Okay. Second. Any questions? Any questions? Oh yeah, we need a microphone. I'm sorry. I have it.
Is ADA synonymous with the 504?
Yeah, okay.
It's a misconception. I get it. Because a lot of those acts all got passed at the same time. 504 is the Rehab Act. So you're going to find 504 under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. America with Disabilities Act, ADA, is its complete own act. And it was passed in 1990. Yeah. But she put something, 504 was re-amended in 1988. And then civil rights was re-amended in 1988 as well. And that's when people with disabilities had the right to transportation, living, and other stuff. Because remember, when Civil Rights Acts passed in 1964, did I get that right? Yes. When Civil Rights Act passed in 1964, it was related to race and religion more, but it did not include people with disabilities till later. So, all right. I'm sitting down because I'm gonna have my notes because I really want to hit on 504. So what you need to recognize about these movements. All right, let's see. Okay, so the power of 504. What we refer to 504, this is where you need to think about 504 helped push the ADA, but the focus was on the fact that Section 504 had passed in 1973, but people were not actually abiding by the law because there were no regulations yet. Like it's existing in law, but there wasn't guidelines of how to administrate 504, which refers to the regulations. So that's something that people don't realize, and that's something I'm very careful as an advocate. When you want to sign something in law, you better make sure the regulations are there with the law, which is how most laws are passed today. And that's why we see, when you look at the thing of Bill of Laws, you see papers like this, which I think is terrible, but it's because all those amendments are regulations to whatever law has been proposed on Congress floor. And then Congress likes to haggle and tries to put in their little amendments, which are regulations, into a law, if you get me. So I love School House of Rock, but the Bill of Rights is a great video to watch. I know. All right, so the movement for the power of 504 officially started on April 7th of 1977 across the country. But before we get that, we have to explain what's going on. So this is a symbol for the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, known as HEW. So I'm going to say HEW for short for all of this. So HEW, HEW. This was the leading agency, and their regulations would become the guidelines for all other federal agencies. The Department of Transportation, Health, etc., Education even. It was crucial that the regulations be strong because ultimately 504 would cover every area that received federal financial assistance. Between 1973 to 1977, no regulations were issued. During that period, strong regulations were drafted by attorneys in the Office for Civil Rights, so where your OCR complaints go to, sent to the Secretary HEW with a recommendation to publish them in the proposed form in the Federal Register for public comment. So basically, between when it was passed, there was a lot of conflict with how was Section 504 to be administrated and how was it to be utilized, and that was basically the regulations. So this picture here is Jimmy Carter in the background with HEW's Secretary Joe Calfred Jr. at a press conference. Yes? Thank you. All right, so this is a symbol for HEW, okay? Thank you. This is a symbol for HEW and what it looks like. And then this is the picture of Secretary of HEW at the time, who is Joe Calford, with President Jimmy Carter. So by this point, Reagan was not in office anymore. It was now already transition presidents. We were with Jimmy Carter at this point. So at this time, we talked a little bit about earlier, the American Coalition of Citizens with Disabilities, so the ACCD, realized that these regulations were being ignored by the Secretary of HEW and everything. And they realized that they were also trying to change the regulations behind disabled people's back without input from disabled people, how Section 504 should be utilized and implemented. So that led to, once Carter was in office, instead of signing the regulations, HEW set up a task force with no representation from the deaf or from the disabled community to study them. They wanted to study disabled people ultimately and figure out if they really need the regulations or not. That's kind of the summary. So they were intentionally delaying through politics and everything, trying to not sign these regulations. So that led to the ACC started mobilizing together. So a bunch of names I mentioned earlier, some influential names, Judy Heumann, Ed Roberts, Bob Catholic. But at this point, Wade Blank was not on the scene, but he was aware of it. But Bob Caff was there, and Justin Dart was there as well, and all that. And it's they started to realize that they needed to address this sooner than later because, like I said, there was a task force set up trying to shape what the regulations should be without any voices from the disability community. So it ultimately led to organizing. So, like I said, like y'all saw at Crip Camp, this is from San Francisco. But what people don't realize that this was the most organized movement nationally in some of the history of disability rights, because other cities that also organized and decided to occupy the building. So basically what the disability committee, the leaders got together and they told the federal HEW, okay, if you don't sign these regulations, we're going to sit in your federal buildings where the HEW is of each city. And they thought, they were like, thinking, oh, these people are disabled. They're not, they can't do this. Like, we're not going to take them serious. Like, there's no way they're going to sit in. Like, they don't have the ability to sit in. Fuel to the fire, if I may say. So what people don't realize, but I think the reason of the power of 504, because it was the longest sit-in of all sit-ins, as the people of San Francisco sat for 26 days. They started on April 5th is when the sit-in started. So they basically gave the warning April 3rd, 4th, and basically gave them 24 hours. Like, you do this or we do this. And they occupied the buildings in Boston, Seattle, New York, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Chicago. So I said Austin earlier, it was Dallas, Texas, Denver, and Washington, D.C. And like I said, Dallas actually made it a little longer. New York made it decently long. I have to go back and look, but people remember San Francisco the most because they made it to 26 days and a lot of the documentary. And I think the reason, because one of the things that people don't realize about the sit-in, They knew each other, the other cities were doing the sit-ins, but it didn't make news because the news camera did not show up at San Francisco till like 5 to 6 days later. I'm gonna give 2 more minutes and then we're gonna roll back in. Where we wanna go? Okay, let's see. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes. Okay, we're gonna keep going. All right, so. And this will give a good opportunity because, these are not official names of movements. I just like to put words on things to help people remember. Sometimes when you label specific movements, people don't remember them. This movement itself didn't have an exact name, but really, I consider this bus lockdown to be the first. This is actually the gangs of 16. So I was talking about Wade Blank earlier and Mike Harper in Denver, Colorado. This is where we're going now. All right, so here you go. This is them putting their wheelchairs around to buses that were inaccessible. And so this is one picture here. And I really love the design that one people had here. And the sign says taxation without transportation, because they were basically paying taxes for transportation. That didn't work. And what they did is not clear in this picture, but you could kind of see it slightly right here. He's handcuffed himself to his wheelchair, and some that would actually handcuff their wheelchairs between themselves. So that way they were able to surround the buses, but the buses couldn't move because they were all handcuffed to each other. So this is the other picture for it. So these are people walking, and he has handcuffed himself to like the front of the bus, because you like the front of the bus, so you have like that little bar. That's where they're handcuffed to themselves to the wheelchair. So this is really important because this is where the ADAPT, that movement we talked about, the ADAPT. ADAPT members are blocking a bus right now here to demonstrate the lack of accessible transportation. And this is February 15th of 1985 in this picture. But it's really important to recognize because this is a lot of the fuel. So like we said, Section 504 and everything, the sit-in was 1978. And for a while, there was still a lot of organizing and stuff, not as necessarily big movements, but one of the big issues they were having was, this is around the time that the US was trying to make more transportation happening, but it was basically monopolies of huge companies that were buying out small companies across the whole nation. So Amtrak, Greyhounds, and I'll name a couple other bus cement. But one of the things that I want to highlight, ADAP, part of all of this, they got Denver fixed. And then Atlanta is where Amtrak and Greyhound's headquarters were. They actually flew themselves to Atlanta, Georgia on September of 1988. So think about dates here. 1988, American with Disabilities Act was passed in 1990. So this is kind of the beginning of some of the movement. ADAP flew all the way to Atlanta, Georgia, because public and private bus operators were trying to load up on cheap, inaccessible buses, because they knew it was coming, that they'd be forced to buy buses that were accessible, and they were considering those too costly. So they were trying to buy as many inaccessible buses they could to save their money before ADA passed, just to say they got grandfathered in. So they flew themselves to Atlanta, and they went to the federal building in downtown Atlanta overnight, where they received a clear signal that the White House was on their side, because Atlanta, Georgia was still going through a lot. We know the history of civil rights, especially across the South, is very vicious, and was for a while and everything. But they were being arrested as they were occupying the federal building to protest the companies and private payers trying to buy these inaccessible buses. And President George W. Bush himself called Atlanta and told them they need to be escorted back inside. So that picture you saw of Mike himself basically chained to the door, that was Atlanta. So, and then the next day, officials from the U.S. Department of Transportation arrived by helicopter to start negotiating a temporary agreement on the inaccessible bus purchase in Atlanta. So that's how they kind of stalled the movement related to inaccessible buses on ADAPT. All right. Which led to Wheels of Justice, which was inspired by the Freedom Riders. All right. So this is our version of the Freedom Riders and the disability. It was inspired, like I said, by the Freedom Riders. So at this point, and this is where history and context really matter. This is now in 1990. We're moving into their American with Disabilities Act had been written. People were co-sponsoring everything. It had passed through the Senate with absolutely no problem, but it was sitting on the House of floors and stalling because. So what people don't realize is, let me back up a little bit. Okay. So the wording they like to use when they talk about history is 88 was bottled up in the House of Committee on Public Works and Transportation. ADAP was lobbying against Amtrak, Greyhound, the American Bus Association, the APTA, which was the American Public Transportation Association, because Bud Schuster, who was a Republican from Pennsylvania, authored what they called a poison bill amendment, exempting rural areas from making bus accessible to protect the companies, because the companies have failed to buy as many inaccessible buses as they could for the big cities, but the rural areas did not have accessible bus. And we all know that rural transportation is still a massive issue even to this day today. But Representative Bud Schuster was trying to stale the bill and try to keep this amendment in. And he was not willing to sign or let the bill be introduced to the floor unless his poison amendment got in, which was basically a loophole for the big bus companies to keep their money. So ADAP at that point decided to go to Washington, D.C., meet with the House leaders, including Schuster, to persuade them to vote ADA out of the community and bring it to the floor. So Schuster was holding ADA on the committee. And that's what people don't realize. ADA was not under other committees. It was under the community of Public Works and Transportation. That's where it moved forward from to get onto the floor at that point. So the ADAP leaders, they came to Washington, D.C. on Sunday, March 11th of 1990. And there was a total of about 200 activists that were sharing a hotel room and everything with only 3 wheelchair accessible guest room bathrooms. The following day, about 475 people, many in wheelchairs, gathered on the sidewalk in front of the White House to launch what they call Wheels on Justice campaign. They marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, where they joined another 250 people at the bottom of the marble steps leading up to the west front of the Capitol building. So they call themselves Wheels Justice because they mainly pushed themselves that many blocks over to protest all the way in front of the Capitol. So, and I know, like from history, it was also Wheel Justice because a bunch of them were jumping on buses to prove how inaccessible they were. They had people helping them get onto these buses to get themselves to DC as well, to get to this point as well. So the Wheels of Justice was a combination of them mainly moving themselves through DC while also pointing out the buses too. All right. So here's another example. All right. So what was really important, this is Bob Capper, if you want to know, leading the march on the front, and a person I did not mention, but is a big civil rights activist, and I meant to put her in my PowerPoint, and I realized it this morning. The one next to her is Stephanie Thomas. This is what the picture says. And Stephanie Thomas was a big leader for ADAPT as well as a woman with disabilities as well. And she was one of the mobilizers too. So her name's Stephanie Thomas. I would highly recommend looking her up. But so they got all the way to the Capitol steps and everything. And here Kath introduced several speakers. First was Justin Dart, the new chairman of the President's Committee on Employment of People with Disabilities, who praised the marchers as the pioneer patriots of the 20th century. And then several other speakers follow. Members of Congress, so the people who are endorsing ADA and everything, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission Chair, Evan Kemp, I. Keene Jordan, the deaf president of Gallaudet, and James Bradley, the former White House press secretary who had been shot in the head during the 1981 assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan. He survived that attempt on assassination, and he became a big disabled activist because he was an able person, became a disabled person, and realized the importance that what he needed for disability rights post assassination. It was there as they were presenting. And like I said, we talked about Mike Arbor's speech. He was the signal for them to start crawling on the steps. So here are the pictures of the famous crawl. Here's Justin Dart on your right, giving his speech on his part, and everybody's waiting as praying, and then they start crawling their steps. Mike even made a comment with all this that he was one of the ones that crawled up the steps, and he had, but the thing that was fascinating about the steps, you had different people, different bodies, different stuff. So some people were fast, some people were short, and Mike said it took him 45 minutes to go up all 78 steps, which is pretty fascinating. And that's why it got wired, because by this point, Capitol Hill is looking like this is a bad look to see people crawling up our steps. And we're trying to get people to stop and stuff. So most of the news remember the steps, and people remember the news distinctively because in this whole crowd, it just wasn't adults that were organizing, but there was a parent and their 8-year-old daughter requested. Her name is Jennifer. Can't remember the last name. Jennifer was an 8-year-old wheelchair user who climbed up the Capitol steps as well. So she went viral on the media too as a child crawling up 78 steps on the Capitol building. So, and then the quote, like I said, the signal for them to start crawling is when his speech concluded, which was when he said, the preamble of the Constitution does not say we the able-bodied people. It says we the people. That was the agree cue that ADAP had all decided among themselves that they were going to get out of their wheelchairs and start crawling to make their point. So, all right. Okay, but there's more. Oh, did I lose it? Okay. All right. This is an interesting picture because, like I said, I don't know how far the movie got, but what people don't realize is Capitol Crawl was important, but the next 2 days were important after that. So this picture here is the next day on Tuesday, 200 disabled activists led by Koff, Bob, Thomas, Mike, Blank, and Johnson showed up in the Capitol around time for a scheduled tour of the building. So they had this planned months in advance, and they scheduled a tour for all the disabled people to see the Capitol around time. They had this planned in. And I don't think Washington had really thought and realized that these same people had scheduled a tour were the same people that had just crawled up the Capitol steps. But you have to admit, that's pretty smart, very well planning. Because as they scheduled, but once they got inside, they changed their wheelchairs together. So that way they could be stuck inside, and they demanded to speak to the House Republican leader at the time, who was Bob Mitchell of Illinois, and Speaker Tom Foley, who was Democrat of Washington. And other legislators that were there were Steiny Hugh, which is let's see, that's Montana. And then some of these guys did speak with protesters for length. So this picture is here, them all sitting, they are chained together, protesting within the Capitol building. So Foley and Mitchell spoke a lot about prompt passage of ADA, but would make no commitment. So the activists refused to disperse, and the Capitol Police began arresting and taking them away one by one in the building's tiny elevator. Because remember, at this time, the elevators were not accessible, so they mobilized enough and got themselves inside. That's why they chained themselves together, because you literally had to take them one by one to get them out. And it took more than 6 hours to get them all out of the building. So, dedication. All right. This next photo is the next day. So in this photo is Wednesday. So Capitol Crawl happened on Monday. Them trying to take over the Capitol's runtime took place on Tuesday, lasted 6 hours. So the guy arrested to get out of there. On Wednesday, after the failed attempt to disrupt service on the Capitol train. And so while they were doing this, people were trying to show that the trains were not accessible either. The activists regrouped and took over the office of Schuster, the same Republican who was trying to keep it in the committee. They took over his office and they chained himself to his desk. So Schuster, who authored the amendment weakening the ADA's transportation provisions. So 60 former activists were arrested. And then on Thursday and Friday were in court. And because they were disabled, this is the activists that had to be forced and told to go to court because they got arrested again. Arbor was slapped with a $500 fine and placed on 1-year probation, where he and Thomas and 3 others reported to the federally funded probation office on Friday. They found that there was no ramp to allow them into the building. So again, why the ADA exists. So they did what they were supposed to do as citizens. They got arrested. They were like, we come here to report and we can't get into the building. And what happened, and I thought it was interesting, they said marble steps were provided for those without disabilities, but the wooden ramp had rotted away and not been replaced. So their lawyer basically fought to get them registered for a year of probation, like outside of it, because they can't even get in the building to do their probation post-arrest. And then all of that, the national press and everything, and Schuster basically lost over all of this. His amendment was a monster, but rejected in the House. The bill went to the Congress, where one of the last restrictive amendments, which was known as the infamous Chaplin Amendment, allowing employers to remove persons with disabilities. So the Chaplin Amendment, there was an amendment that was also being protested. The main point of all this was related to more transportation and trying to get into buildings. But once they got Schuster out, the people that were on the floor got the Chapman Amendment removed. And that amendment was specifically people are trying to amend that to allow employers the opportunity to remove persons with contagious diseases, AIDS, from food handling positions. And this was excised after a very heated debate because this is also around, in terms of history, the AIDS pandemic. And a lot of people were treating people who had AIDS as equivalent, I would say, of people with leprosy back in the day. It was very harmful, especially to Black people and the LGBTA community. But that was one of the amendments that some of the people, especially the Republican Party, were trying to slide in with all this to get people who had contracted AIDS to not have an opportunity to jobs and stuff. So, all right. But thankfully, the bill passed and was signed by law by George W. Bush, H.W. Bush, which is this picture here. So, but people, I feel like when you look back and watch history, some people kind of briefly mentioned the Capitol crawl. And I thought it was so fascinating as a disabled activist and advocate to learn more beyond the current camp, because I didn't even realize how much they were holding Washington, D.C. up afterwards. And it was a whole week of protesting. It wasn't just like, oh, ADA got signed. I feel like that's how it is. Like Capitol crawl happened and ADA got signed. There was a lot more organizing. So we have to think, adapt for that as well. So, all right. All right. And I love this quote because really, truly, when you look at the beauty of ADA and what was going on with all the protesting, nothing about us without us all. Questions? Because that's all I have. So I'm willing to answer questions and use the last time because I realized we may talk about ID a little bit. I have about 30 minutes, so I don't have anything creative, but if you've got questions related to things you find confusing as an advocate, I'm happy to answer them. So I'll give you all a couple minutes, but I really want to highlight the history of significant civil rights disabled movements because it led to the meaningful passage. You can continue to do, like you referenced the first presentation I did yesterday, you'll see some of the amendments that are very important, but just realize that a lot of what we just talked about is what fueled and continued the work for those amendments as well. Now, what you gotta realize about ID, so ID, the Special Education of All Handicapped Children Act, that was passed and renamed in 1990 as well. And there wasn't as much protesting with that. It came more after the heart of a lot of the cases that happened. So Rowley was the first case where schools don't really have to accommodate and give the best supports. And then there was Edwin F., which is the Cadillac versus the Chevy. And ID really got driven by Edwin F., I would say. And what's really important to know, when ID passed in 1990 is when transition services were included and Part B and Part C were established. And it was a couple amendments later, especially the reauthorization of 2004, they gave the rights to parents. And that's something that I'd like to highlight. People don't realize that the original ID law did not give parents the right to consent on a lot of things, and the parents didn't have procedural rights until 2004. And further procedural rights and due process till 2014. ID has not been reauthorized since 2014. Yes.
It is long overdue time for reauthorization of idea.
So which one? First question?
Idea.
ID. I don't have it on PowerPoint. I apologize. I was talking about it just because I have extra time and I realized based on this morning. But I'll be happy to give you all some links and stuff afterwards and write up a few slides. So you just have a couple of those references to find easily. So yeah, does that work? But I apologize. That's on me. I will admit and be honest that the history of disabilities took so long to create that I created the self-advocacy movement in 24 hours. I knew a lot about it, but I will just claim and say that's my fault. I hired a new employee this past month, so I'm a one-woman show, now a two-woman show. As I mentioned, I'm HR and everything, so it's just part of nonprofit work. My job comes first. I report to my board of directors, and this I'm very thankful for. So thank you, Pippa and the team, all of you guys, for allowing me to be a part of this, because I really enjoy getting to meet people who want to do grassroots effort and mobilize, because that really is significant. Now, I was talking about Michelle earlier. One of the biggest books that I actually like to read as an advocate is The Rules of the Radical by Saul Polsky, who's very influential. But what people don't realize that the role of radicals still apply today, because they talk a lot about mobilizing and the power of media to mobilize. And that's something to talk about again and again with COPA as well, is the power of using media as an exhaustive measure. So that's where I'll give you an example. Last month, I threatened the Alabama Department of Special Education. I'm sorry, I overthrown the Alabama State Department of Education based on they had formed a committee to talk about deaf education that did not have deaf representation. And I did a letter first, but I had a plan. I had worked with a couple other people, but I had a plan that if my letter was not received, and I emailed it to all people who were on that committee, plus stakeholders that were excluded from that committee. And I advocated that you need to include deaf representation of adults across all deafness range. And that makes sense. I care about who was on it. It was just more, there was no adults. And two, the Alabama State Department of Education was trying to put one deaf adult who she has excellent lived experiences, but they were trying to get a all per size fit one person on the committee. And that was just the issue I had. And they were also excluding people from this committee as well. But they received my letter well, but I actually end up having to go all the way behind their backs to Dr. Graham Sisson, who is the executive director of Good. And because apparently my letter did not get through the Alabama Department of Education's emails on certain things. So thankfully, because I knew people and knew what I needed to do to mobilize, and it's not a bad idea to ask for help, but I think that's the point I'm trying to make here. But it's nice to know who your allies are. Because I just basically asked Dr. Graham Sisson straight up, I'm like, all right, where can I file for a discrimination complaint against the department? And he kind of said, you kind of can, and you kind of can't. So I'd say follow the money, but he was helpful, and he ended up getting to the head person and basically passed my letter along. So it helped out, but I actually had a plan. And one of the things I told in my letter is like, if I don't hear a response from you at this point, I'm emailing your superintendent next. And I had a whole other letter draft up. If I don't hear a response from you from this day, I'm going to the media, and I already have an investigative reporter that I'm good friends with on equality and stuff. So that's what mobilizing looks like, but it comes from the rules of being radical as well. You don't have to be extremists like that, I'm just saying, but it's good to know what your tools are. And what I typically find in special education and advocating for IEP stuff, if the school tells you you can't get documents and stuff, file a FOAI requests. Do we know what that stands for? Freedom of Information Act. It may take a while, but once it's time in the system, it doesn't look good on school districts at that point. It's the same reason filing a state complaint, but I will dissuade, not against state complaints. It's just state complaints are tricky because if you file a state complaint as a family member, it can impact you with your due process. So I tell families to consider, if you're trying to file a complaint against the school district, each look at more OCR complaints, but sometimes it's better to have a systematic complaint there, but you have to actually have documentation that there is discrimination happening, versus state complaint is more about procedural process. So, and that's just all things that you learn as an advocate in the game, depending on your goal. Like if you want to advocate for other people and help them in the trenches versus advocating just for your child. But I tell number one thing, you better know your procedural rights. So, and if you don't know your procedural rights are, I actually do have a free PDF on our website that you can log on, give your email procedural rights, but let me fix the link because I've been having some issues. The design team I've been working with outsourcing, they only put one page of my PDF. So if you want it sooner, just shoot me an email. I'll give you our PDF, but it just gives you a list of what procedural rights are under ID law for parents and stuff, what are your safeguards, which are just good to know. And it's information you can find anywhere, but I find people are just so spread out, they have a hard time finding where, but it's good things to know. But one of the things that people forget as parents, it's actually protected in ID law that you have the right to bring an advocate to the table. That's actually protected under your rights. So that is one of my biggest advocacy tools, and something I like to highlight to let people know. So do you have a question?
Hey, it's Ashley. Sorry, I had to make sure it was on. Can you explain, because I have a horrible time explaining this, how federal law doesn't, just because something is passed federally does not mean it's automatically done by the state, because it has to be adopted?
So let's use ID as an example. How about that? So federal law has the floor, all right? So the federal law is the floor of your houses. Interstate law are the walls. So in some states, your houses look like shacks. In other states, your houses look like mansions. They're supposed to refer to the federal law as the guidance of all, but really your federal law is the floor. And the state has to go back to the federal law at some point. If federal dictates it, the state has to have it within their laws, but to how powerfully implemented it is, So I like to use that analogy, like when you look at IEPs and ID, like state to state, I like to use the federal law is the floor of your house because the states all recognize the federal law, but then the rest of your structure is going to depend on the state code, which in Alabama, our state law is known as state Alabama code. If you want to know Alabama admin code. So that's how it all looks different. So that's where it's, I would say, now it's educational, creative wording can really strengthen or really weaken what federal implies. Does that answer your question? But I like to use the whole idea that when you look at state versus federal law is the floor, and then your state law dictates what type of house you have for protections. So, did that answer your question? Yeah. Anything else? Okay.
Hi, this is Rashonda. Not a question, but I was gonna say that actually relates to a lot of things, not just with, disability, but they affect everything. And I think that's a good something like we should definitely pass on when it comes down to voting. It's because a lot of times everybody will come out and vote for the president elections, but when it comes down to our cities and our states, especially our community, I'm a big advocate for,
Yeah, let's see. We're looking top right. So this one, there's a sign language interpreter interpreting the speeches and stuff. Over here is this example of just some of the makeshift mattresses and they did to keep the sit-in and stuff, to keep themselves in the building, the ones who would not leave and go home. This is how they organized, stayed in. The bond picture is parts of the rally as well prior to sit in the building. And in this picture, it was told me that this picture is actually Mike Erber is in this picture. So all right, this sign, there's the next picture. The injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This is the march in DC. So this is basically ultimately what Brad Lomax flew to keep them going because DC group had already been kicked out of the federal building, but they knew they were still going to San Francisco and staying in touch. And then they were trying to pressure the people of Congress and everything to sign the regulations to Hugh. And so Brad Lomax flew with some other people to march in DC to help keep pushing as well. So, and this is for the history there. So, because at this point, the East Coast did not know about the sit-in in the West Coast. So they decided to push it further, fly themselves to the East Coast, to DC to keep marching and to make the national news at this point overall, to realize that this was actually going on. And, it was written, so Kitty wrote this. All right, let me read this. All right, so after 2 weeks of the sit-in, a contingent was chosen to go to DC to lend the moral authority and leadership of the sit-in to the efforts there to pressure the administration. We really wanted to break open the East Coast press, and we wanted some more demonstrations that would mobilize people, and we were striving to get a meeting with the White House. The Massachusetts Union, so the Massachusetts Union was the other union that was working with the Black Panthers, rented a large U-Haul truck with a lift on the back, and all the demonstrators who were wheelchair riders were transported in that vehicle. They also had a large reception for us at their international headquarters, and after we had eaten, and we were asked to speak, and I believe we all saying, "We shall overcome." The international vice president became very involved with assisting us with anything we needed. They allowed us to use their union headquarters to organize demonstrations, so we had access to telephone lines, copy machines, and all other things necessary for organizing. And so here's DC. So one of the most important things about DC when they got there was they were trying to hold meetings in the Capitol with Senators Alan Cranston and Harrison Williams. Senator Cranston was one of the original sponsors of legislation of the regulations. Up till we had met him, he had been supporting the administration, but he had been trying to fight on the floor the administration's objections to unchanged 504 regulations because they were trying to change the 504 regulations and weaken them before they signed them. Each objection was answered by a different member of delegation, and he was in charge of getting them on the floor. And for every objection, they had a response to defend the regulation. It was a testament to this group's self-confidence and total understanding of the contested issues that issue by issue, Cranston was turned around in front of national TV cameras and the media. We were all extremely tired and sleep deprived by this point, and yet everyone, oops. You good? Oops. All right. And then by this point, Frank Bow, who was the director of the American Citizens Coalition Disabilities Act, a deaf man, he spoke last. He made eloquent remarks in which he said, Senator, we're not even second-class citizens, we're third-class citizens, and thus we all began to cry. An important tack when we got to DC was challenging Carter on having open door administration. Each administration defines itself by a slogan such as the Great Society. The Carter administration presented itself as accessible to people, and they called it open door administration. So we demonstrated wherever Carter and Calfleo went, who was the Secretary of Hugh at this point, forcing them to go out back doors. At Carter's church, when Calfleo spoke to the press club, holding virgils and prayers outside Calfleo's home was all about getting East Coast coverage. And that was important for us getting a meeting in the White House. The Senate and the conduit it sent to Washington were pivotal in getting the strong Section 504 regulations signed that embody concepts of equity and integration. The affirmative steps that must be taken to achieve for people with disabilities, 504 has never been enforceable as it should be. The Department of Transportation 504 regulations, which call for reasonable phased-in measures to make sure that public transportation was accessible, turned into a bitter fight between the American Public Transportation Association and the disability community, and were later overturned in federal court in 1980. Those measures became a part of ADA 10 years later. So this is the important part of history that I want to highlight, that, you know, they got the regulations passed and everything. There was still a lot of fight over the transportation piece, and the transportation piece continued to be fuel for the fire for the next movement. But let's take a break for 10 minutes and then come back in, because I see a couple people and I'm gonna get some water too. And then we'll keep going. Does that sound good? All right, let's break for 10 minutes and then come back in.
So it's great to be here with you this morning. And I want to first thank you, Linda, for the invitation to come and be part of this, be part of the PIPA program. I think this is the third time I've joined you, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. So it's a great honor and privilege and pleasure really to be back here with you to talk about the history of independent living. And I also want to thank, Daryl for your support. I know that you and the DD Council and you and your team have done a fantastic job. Holly and the rest of your team have done a fantastic job in keeping this movement going. And so I think the DD Council deserves a great deal of credit for that. And Alex, the work that you do, always impressed with the work you do. From the very first time I think we met and had done some work together, I've just been totally impressed with that work. So again, it's great to be here. And I want to just say hello to everybody here and everybody who here's on Zoom. I guess we have several people here on Zoom, so I want to say hello to you. Don't want to leave you guys out. And so what I'd like to do, just to sort of reintroduce myself, my name is Dan Kessler, and I live here in Birmingham, lived in Birmingham for the last, 28 years. So we've been here in the city for the last 28 years. And prior to that, we used to live out in Trussville. So we've actually been here in Alabama since 1989. So probably more than half my life now I've been here in Alabama. And in Jefferson County. So it's and prior to and so when I came here, I started working for an organization called the Birmingham Independent Living Center. Other people call it Independent Living Center, and now it's called Disability Rights and Resources. So that we sort of kept changing over the years. Josh, this was before you came to the center, where the center is now known as Disability Rights and Resources. So I think you probably all have met Josh. So if you're looking for a resource on independent living in the state, Josh would be a really great resource for you. And prior to that, actually, I had worked at a very, very brief period of time, worked at a rehabilitation hospital actually on the banks of the Mississippi River. And we had a great view of the Mississippi from my office. But it was in a hospital setting, worked there for about a year, working with people who had sustained traumatic brain injuries, spinal cord injuries, and other types of disabilities that came in for rehabilitation, then were discharged. And so, but prior to that, I'd worked at a worked at it was another Center for Independent Living. Actually, it was called they actually had, I got confused for my first year or two there because they kept changing their name. But anyway, they were the New Orleans Center for Independent Living. So they were actually around since about 1980 or so. And so did some work there. That was in the days actually when Centers for Independent Living were operating transitional programs, CILs, that is the term. By the way, if you get a chance, just, if you will, right now, do something for me. If you have your cell phones with you, I generally don't, not a big fan of people using their cell phones when I'm speaking, but I'll make an exception here. So if you will, just Google independent living real quick. And Daryl, I think we're going to need the mic. Okay, so what, if you raise your hand, somebody want to raise their hand and tell us what's the first couple of things that come up when you just Google independent living? We have
the first, Paula, veteran from Hoover. The first one is an ad for Town Village, Vestavia Hills. So the first few are actual places.
Yeah,
that
can you just
can
read
go.
them? Just read them, yeah.
Right, okay. Independent living near you, compare Vestavia Hills facilities. Brookdale Independent Living, find a community near you. Atlas Senior Living, Brookdale University Park, the Brook. And then you finally get to like drop downs where you can say what is defined as independent living. If
Right,
you want
okay,
the definition of
okay.
it.
So,
One right here.
no, we have one, okay.
Kira, my name is Kira. I have the 10 best independent living communities in Birmingham, 5 independent living communities near Birmingham, and 20 independent living communities.
Okay.
Same stuff. Mandy from Hoover, Birmingham, Alabama. I see Centers for Independent Living, Disability Rights and Resources.
Okay.
Atlas Senior Living, the Brook. And then, of course, the suggested, how long does it take to get used to assisted living, and mostly for seniors, and then suggestions about stuff.
Okay, okay. So yeah, so what came up, I was glad that Disability Rights and Resources came up, that a Center for Independent Living actually came up when you do that search. But this has been one of the problems, I think, that Centers for Independent Living have had, is if somebody's looking, when people are searching for a Center for Independent Living, they just type in independent living, all these residential facilities show up, assisted living facilities show up, other types of independently living units, et cetera. So those are things that come up when people in the general public want to find out more about independent living. So that's not what we're going to be talking about today, okay? So we're not going to be talking about those facilities, okay? We're going to be talking about something very different from that. So anyway, we have up here, Jess, I'd like you to just join in anytime you want, okay? And I want to thank Jess, by the way, I tell you, I think Jess deserves a round of applause for the work that she did. For the work that she did yesterday. And I thought to myself, oh man, Jess is so awesome here, and I've got to come after her. And you didn't make it easy on me, Jess, okay? I got to tell you. Okay, so anyway, I think, does everybody know who's, does anybody, well, I can describe, I'll describe what we have up here on the screen. We have up here a photo of a gentleman with a breathing apparatus who's using a wheelchair, gentleman with a beard. Josh, you know who this is, but any others know who this? And Jess, you know who this is, but any thoughts about who this individual might be? Okay, when you get a chance, not right now, but when you get a chance, Google Ed Roberts, okay? And Ed Roberts is the founder of one of the very first centers for independent living in Berkeley, California. And so Ed came, actually, also while you're at it, while you're also Googling, when you get a chance to do that, maybe during a break, but Zona Roberts, Zona, Z-O-N-A, she should come up. But anyway, Zona was Ed's mother. And so Ed Roberts is considered the father of independent living, the founder of one of the first centers for independent living. Although there are probably some others in other parts of the country who may try to lay claim, but actually Ed Roberts was one of the very first ones. And Ed Roberts, and Alex, I don't know if there's any way to do this, but I was going through some of my, in retirement, you have time to do some things that you just never got around to doing. And so I have a stack of old family slides going back to, I won't tell you how far back, but probably into the 60s, but also have some videos. And one of the videos actually is a video of Ed Roberts when he came to Birmingham. He actually came to Birmingham back in the 80s and spoke at, it's now United Ability. I think y'all know United Ability, many of you do, but back then it was called United Cerebral Palsy, or UCP. And so I don't know if there's any way we could get that sort of taken from a VHS tape to more digital current technology. I think that'd be great. I don't know if Alex, if we know anybody who can do that, but if we do, I'd love to talk to you at some point. Yeah. So anyway, but Ed Roberts is considered the father of independent living. And so also one thing you might want to do too to learn more about Ed Roberts, when you do your Google search, Ed Roberts and the Larry King Show. Ed Roberts, some of you may remember Larry King. Larry King had a show for many, many years on CNN, and Ed appeared on CNN. On Larry's show. It was a very good segment. So if you get a chance, take a look at that. And so I do want to talk a little bit more about, sort of the founding, what happened in Berkeley to get that center off the ground. And so what I'd like us to do today, do several things. One is talk about the independent living philosophy and paradigm, and to make that distinction between independent living and, say, the types of programs that you saw on your Google search, and what is independent living and why is it distinct? And also, what have been some of the influences on independent living? None of us operates in a vacuum. There's always been, like when Jess was talking yesterday about the history, disability history, going back 3,500 years. There's a path you can probably follow from the independent living movement back through those ancient times. And so I think it's important to understand, but back in the 60s, there were some other influences. There was a lot of changes in the 60s that were going on. Some of us remember, but there was a lot going on in the 60s where that really had a major influence on the independent living movement. And so we want to look at some of the key events and people. We want to look at some of the key legislation, and also look at independent living today. Where do we stand right now? And I'd sure like to hear from some of you about what your thoughts of what you know about independent living, Centers for Independent Living, and what they do, and your thoughts about maybe where centers should be going, if we have time to do that. So I'd first like to, Jess talked yesterday about the medical model. And the medical model is something, there's been a lot written about that, about the independent living model versus the medical model. There's a lot written about that. So you can find a lot of information online. And so probably all of us have been to the doctor before, and we've had the intervention of medical people. But one of the things that I think that's was clear, at least in those days. And although, some of this has changed over the years in terms of people these days being much more informed when they go to see the doctor and much more assertive, right? When they go see the doctors. At least by the way, there was one book that I read, it's been probably 10 years ago, and I don't know if this changes, How to Talk to Your Doctor. And you've read that book? Well, you stopped. Yeah, yes. So, but how to talk to your doctor, because a lot of that's not something, the white lab coat, right? We take them, am I saying that right? The white lab coat? Okay, yeah. And so so some of us grew up thinking, the doctor is the final, is the expert, right? And we're the patient. So we assume a certain kind of a role as a patient. And so the impairment or the disability, okay, can be made better through medical and professional intervention, okay, through medications, surgery, therapies, et cetera, okay? So if you just do what the doctor says, right, everything's going to be fine. Has that been your experience? Some people. And also that experts on all aspects of disabilities and arbiters of decisions about us, as people with disabilities, that the medical professionals are the experts on all aspects of disability. And so, and we know that, and by the way, I'm a firm believer in having, quality medical care. But the roles, I think, need to be, we need to look at those roles, and I'm sure many of us do. But the experts on all aspects of disability, and the arbiters of decisions about us, that the medical professionals play that role. Also, that disability is a biological phenomenon, okay? That the disability and the person are synonymous, okay? Of course, we all know disability is a big part of who we are, but it's also, but there's more. But when you go see, I go to see my people, when I go into my clinics, I had my kidney transplant 2 years ago. I go in to see my doctors, and they don't talk much about other things going on in my life, okay? They talk about, kidney functions, all my lab values. Okay, that's what they talk about. And so that's what I go to them for, to make sure everything's working okay. And that if there's any medical intervention that may be needed, yes, but we're much more than that. And and that the impairment, okay, is the cause of all of our problems, okay? That our disability is the cause of all of our problems, not discrimination, right? Right? I mean, I've never been to a doctor where they've asked me about discrimination. Have any of you been to a doctor where they've asked you about discrimination and the barriers that you face in the community, or that your family members face in the community? If you did, hang on to that doctor. But it doesn't address our long-term needs, right? Because we only, doctors, they're looking for a cure. Now, in some cases, there may not be, quote, the cure. But those long-term needs, obviously, there's a lot going on in our world, in our communities, and in our families, long-term, that physicians in the medical profession aren't going to be addressing. So I think that it's important to understand, that's sort of where the medical model is coming from. Now, Jess, you went through a medical program not too long ago, right, over at UAB. Is that, from your experience, what you saw in the medical field? I don't want to put you on the spot, but has that changed much?
I'm just gonna say that people see both faces better. So what's interesting about to me about the medical professionals, it depends on the profession.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're a physical therapist, we do a lot more full body treatment approach, but then it depends on what specialty you have with physical therapy. So for me, I would say I have the least amount of medical model in my practice because I was a public health therapist, so we did a lot of full body treatment. But we also assessed a lot of what was going on in people's lives because stress, trauma is a huge impact on the person as well. So I liked that, at least for me, but I made it that way. I wanted it to be a physical therapist that could see the whole body, like a person to person. It's not just what's going on at this table on. But I have friends who were in med school at UAB and friends at PA school though. And this was definitely very much prevalent that you get so driven and focused on, we have to treat, even if it's disability related. That makes sense. So I would say it depends on the profession because when we look at the history of allied professions, which is related to more your rehab type of professions, but there's no perfect rehab either, you know. And that history was really interesting too. Most people forget that rehab professionals started as rehab nurses out of World War II. And that's how they got into the whole treatment approach away from the medical model, but we were always under the American Medical Association. So our hands were tied for a very long time until we got on our professional position. So that's a little bit the medical theory from a rehab standpoint, but from a medical model standpoint, and I know when nurses say, did you say you felt like you were taught this in nursing school a little bit too? I typically find more of my doctors and PAs are taught this. What would you say to nurses?
I feel like in nursing school, we were more of a holistic, like look at every body system, but we were also taught to address like the mental, emotional needs.
And she basically
Sorry.
summarized. It's okay, my bad. I find professions who report to MDs typically. Not that all MDs are bad or anything, because I have wonderful doctors that I know of, but I typically find people who report to whoever's in charge of the team. It's the people in charge of the team that are still taught on the medical model. And I think that's just hard. It's just going to take time to switch, but I think I blame insurance. I blame a lot of things. I blame productivity, and a lot of people who are running hospitals today are not doctors first, so they're not really people first, they're more business first. So
Yeah. And in that hierarchy, though, there is a hierarchy, though, within the medical profession, right? You don't get to see your physical therapists, you know, or other medical provider without doctor's orders, right? So that's how the system works. And so that's something I think that, you know, keep in mind when we're talking about independent living, the independent living philosophy, comparing that, say, to the medical model, okay? And a lot of this research, a lot of this writing was done probably in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And so it'd be cool to have somebody go and update this, you know, about what the medical model looks like in year 2024. So anyway, so there were different influences that that bore down on you know, that really helped shape the independent living philosophy. And those were major changes in our society back in the 60s. The civil rights movement, you know, was certainly one of those. The civil rights movement, of course, goes way back, probably before the 60s, before the 50s, probably even before the 50s and 40s, and you know, much earlier than that with the civil rights movement. Also, consumerism, and that is as individuals with disabilities looking for services, that you go in as a consumer, go in as an educated consumer, so that you have control over, you have autonomy and power over the services that you're receiving. It's not necessarily a professional. Has anybody, and by the way, there are other service systems that have adopted that medical model, not just what you call traditionally the medical profession, but other systems have bought into that medical model as well. Also, so self-help and non-professional peers, right? Non-professional peers. Now we do have and I think that self-help, we see a lot of that. A lot of people in this room today over the last 2 days have been, I guess, have been, you know, you've been providing, you know, support and ideas one another. And that's really part of that concept of self-help. And that is non-professional. Now, many of you are professionals, right? In some capacity or another. You may not be professional, may not be working, but for your purposes here, that's your role here is to provide support for one another. Also, demedicalization of our services, and that is, for example, personal assistance services. Okay. So some of you may have caregivers or personal assistants who come into your home, provide care and support. And so they're not, now it may be, say, through the Medicaid waiver program. And we could talk about the Medicaid waiver program for quite a while if we wanted to, but the Medicaid waiver programs, okay, and other in-home services like through home health services, the home health services are still pretty much a medical model service, whereas personal assistance services are not part of the medical model. They're part of, they really are, and people have been working on this to demedicalize it so that individuals who are using those services, who are, quote, the consumers of those services, are the ones directing those services. So if somebody comes into your home, say provide you with assistance with bathing and dressings and some other very personal needs, most people will want to be in charge of directing that individual rather than the person coming in providing that service telling you how the service is going to be provided. Who knows your body better than you? And then deinstitutionalization, another major factor when we talk about some of those influences on independent living. And some of you may be able to think of some other influences as well. So the independent living philosophy, there are some cores and Josh, you could probably be talking about some of this as well, but some of the cores of the independent living philosophy, number one, probably one of the top ones is consumer control. And that is the individual with a disability being in control of the programs and services that they're participating in. So what does that look like, though, at a Center for Independent Living? It means that for an individual coming to a center, that the individual is the one who sets their goals. Okay. Now, we would get referrals, and Josh, you probably still see this, referrals maybe from a counselor or a therapist or a family member and say, I want you to work with my loved one, okay, to help them achieve these goals, okay? I don't know if you've ever heard that, Josh, but every single day we hear that. And so there's a response to that though, right? About what if that's the model you're looking for, this is probably not the right place. And so now we would get individuals in the door, and that very first conversation is with that individual to talk about what it is they hope to achieve. May not necessarily be what other family members want to see happen. And so, which can be a difficult conversation, but I think it's a conversation that's had every day at a Center for Independent Living. Board composition. And that's another way in which I think Centers for Independent Living are unique. And that is a majority of board members at a Center for Independent Living are individuals with significant disabilities, a majority. And then also the staff composition, and that is a majority of the staff at a Center for Independent Living are people with disabilities. So again, it's that, the whole concept of, when you come to a center, you can talk to somebody who's been through that, who's been through what you've been through. Now, it may not necessarily be somebody, and that gets into the next one, cross disability. When you come to a Center for Independent Living, centers work on, they don't turn anybody away because they don't have a particular disability. So if you come to our center and you have a mobility impairment, you have a spinal cord injury, or if you are If you have autism, or if you're deaf or you're blind, you'll be able to come to the Center for Independent Living for services and not be denied because you have a particular disability. That's something else that's at the core of what Centers for Independent Living do. And so that cross disability is extremely important. And so when you come to, if you come to a center and you're looking for services, you may have experienced some discrimination. And we talked about that yesterday. I think, in terms of discrimination, the fact is that discrimination comes in many different forms. And what can happen is that when you come to a Center for Independent Living, you may not see somebody with your disability. Maybe you have autism and you're talking to somebody with a mobility impairment, or vice versa. And the fact is, discrimination, you're talking to somebody who's probably been there in terms of facing discrimination have had to deal with it in certain ways. And so that's something I think that, again, is unique for a Center for Independent Living in terms of the work that centers do. And also equal access. And that gets into a couple of different ways. Equal access in the center, at the Center for Independent Living, and also in the community. So when you come to a Center for Independent Living, you may or may not require an accommodation. And so if you require an accommodation, centers have to make that accommodation. And so that's part of that equal access. And sometimes you have to get creative with that. And so we have centers in this state that may have only 3 staff members or 4 staff members, the one in Huntsville. And so they're required, though, to meet these philosophical standards. So, but we have other ones that are larger, and so it's important, though, in terms of the equal access that we provide at the centers, but also in the community. So the work that centers do in the community to ensure that there's equal access. We have some people here who live in Birmingham or Homewood, Hoover, Jefferson County, this area, or not too far from here, Gadsden, not too far. But anyway, so you've probably been up to Vulcan. You've been up to Vulcan, okay. And did you walk up the steps? You walked up the steps, okay. Okay, we need to give these folks an award, because about 90% of the people who go over there take that elevator up to the top, And so, but when they went through a restoration, I don't know if any of you had been to Vulcan before they did the renovation. Maybe some of you went as children before that. And so you could go to the top and you could, take an elevator up and see all around the city of Birmingham. And then they came in to take it back to the original, I guess, is that sandstone on Vulcan? What kind of stone is that? But anyway, they took it back to the original. And so what the plan was going to be, the architects and designers and the people in charge, they were going to make it so they had this beautiful Vulcan, okay, statue, but they were not going to, because they thought it might detract from the look, they weren't going to install an elevator. And so just a little bit of history, because we didn't think that was right. And so we organized some advocates to go and have a conversation with them, and we had conversations with some people at the state and at the city of Birmingham. And so it's a Birmingham, it's a Birmingham city facility. And I was really proud of our mayor at the time when he said, if everybody can't go up, nobody goes up. Mayor Kincaid said that. I don't know if you ever remember Mayor Kincaid, but he said that. And so there's now an elevator there, which most people take going up there. We do have some ambitious people who will walk up there, but for most of us, we're going to take that elevator up. So no, and so what their accommodation was going to be, and this was all post ADA. This was after the ADA. What they were going to do, they were going to install a webcam up there. That would be how you'd experience Vulcan with a webcam. Now, I don't know if you're like me, but going up to Vulcan, top of Vulcan and walking around there and the wind blowing in your face and that's a very different experience, okay? Maybe a little scarier, okay, than watching a webcam. So that's what we mean when we talk about equal access, not just at the center, but also in our community. Equal access in transportation, housing, so many different areas. And then also, of course, self-help and self-advocacy. We're going to be talking about self-advocacy later today. And then those peer relationships. And so we talked about that when we
before you move on, you may hit this. Oh.
Equal access.
Hey, this is Josh. Y'all will get to know me. But talk about the and you may hit this, but talk about dignity of risk.
The dignity of risk.
As far as consumer control.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. And that's not something we hear people talk a lot about, is it? And that is the dignity of risk. And any thoughts about what that means? We need the mic.
I'm Michelle. Giving someone the opportunity to make mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think we've all had that experience growing up, right? That dignity of risk in so many different ways. Maybe you've, maybe when you first time you moved out on your own, okay, you were given that dignity of risk and sometimes it didn't work out, did it? You may have had a roommate you just didn't get along with at all. Anybody had that experience? So we're not going to name names, or maybe you just got your driver's license, right? And you went out on the interstate here. Can be kind of scary the first time you're out there. Actually, it's kind of scary every time I go out there on the interstate. But so those are the kinds of experiences, or if let's say you get a job, right? And you get this job and there's never a guarantee that you're going to succeed on that job, right? I mean, you do the best that you can, right? With supports, you may need supports. But we all need some supports on our jobs, right? But at the same time, if there is some risk that it may not succeed. In fact, that dignity of risk is something, that's why a lot of people, or somebody who wants to live at home, in their own home, in the community, who may not want to go into a nursing home, okay? Let's say you have somebody, is that a message there, Linda? Okay. Oh, should I stand?
So it's only going to put the light in the projector, make everything else dark around. You can try putting up the lights a little bit and it will help. Yeah, like right there. Give it a second. Okay.
Yeah. So let's say you need some in-home assistance, somebody to help you with that bathing and dressing and personal assistance, et cetera. But the one of the very first things, or the go-to position has been, well, let's send some person to rehab, get as much function as possible on their activities of daily living. All too often, there are people who from there go into a nursing home. There's a pipeline, say, from hospitals to nursing homes. And so then there's concern amongst some of the medical professionals. This individual, it's too risky for this person to be out there on their own, right? Because anything can happen. Well, anything can happen. But at the same time, it's your call, right? If you're that person in the nursing home. And there are people we've worked with for more than a year who've been trying to get out, right? And have not had the resources, or really they've been discouraged from leaving. right? They've been discouraged from leaving nursing homes because they want to go out and live independently in the community. And so that there's that, what we call dignity of risk. And too often people with disabilities, particularly people with significant disabilities, have been denied that dignity of risk.
And I like you brought that up because it ties in. You hear me?
Just make sure you hold that top button until it turns green.
It's on. We're all.
I don't have you here. Come on. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Josh.
Because we're getting into it today because we're talking about the movement of self-advocacy, but a lot of people forget that dignity of risk is required to be an effective self-advocate as well, especially if you're somebody with a disability themselves. So I love that you hit that because there's so much time between the independent living and history of self-advocacy. And we're kind of go through the self-advocacy chart. If you guys know what I'm talking about, if you don't, we'll talk about that next.
So Josh, anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted you to bring that up.
Okay. Well, thanks. Yeah. Okay, and I hope you can see this. I'll describe. So when we talk about the different influences on the independent living movement, there are several, including the civil rights movement. We have in this first column a photo or an image of Dr. King. And below that is an image of people marching across the bridge in Selma. We also have the women's rights movement, the equality. There's somebody up there, women holding signs that say equality now. I guess that may have been the National Organization of Women. By the way, some of you may recall the Equal Rights Amendment actually did pass and still hasn't been ratified. Could be ratified, is my understanding. Could still be ratified, but still some. So there's still some people who think that's I guess government overreach. But anyway, so the women's rights movement were one of those movements back in those days. There's also gay rights. And the first photo below that is a photo of a man, Harvey Milk. Some of you may recall that name or know of Harvey Milk, who was he was on the, I believe he was on the city council or city commission in San Francisco, and actually was a confidant of Dianne Feinstein. She was on the San Francisco council at that time. And so Harvey Milk was assassinated I believe it was at City Hall in San Francisco. So he was a major force behind gay rights in those days. And then also below that, we see signs of gay power and some other marchers as well. So these were some of the influences these were some of the influences on the independent living movement and some of the things that were going on at that time, back in the 60s. And the consumer movement, okay? And so you get bonus points if you can identify who this person is up on the left. It's a person sitting at wearing his sort of bushy hair, and he's sitting, I guess, probably at a press conference or something, looking very intently. Any idea who this person is?
Michelle Ralph Nader.
Ralph Nader, yes. Okay. Some of you may recall. No, you may have read about him. Okay, you may have read about Ralph Nader. Hey, we're there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so Ralph Nader was a consumer advocate. Are we? Okay. Okay, should I wait? Okay, should I wait? Okay, so have any of you ever bought a new car and gotten a recall notice? Yeah. Yeah, probably just about everybody who's bought a new car has had some sort of recall notice, right? And there are hundreds of thousands of recall notices that come out that people have gotten. And so, yeah, that happened to me twice. Actually, we had one of those Hyundais that were being stolen, right? The TikTok and yeah, the Kia, the Sonatas, the Kias, and the Elantra. We had a Sonata and an Elantra. So we were pretty vulnerable. Luckily, we traded them both in. So, but anyway, so those are some recalls because okay, that came out, and so it's not because the car manufacturers think, oh, we really want to take care of our customers. You think that's the reason they're doing it? I mean, but anyway, there may be some people, at the manufacturers who feel that way, but anyway, so this car here, you get, okay, bonus points, more bonus points if you can tell what kind of car this is. Josh.
Josh, I'm gonna guess a Ford Galaxy.
No. Okay.
Michelle, maybe a Pinto?
Along those same lines, but yeah, not a Pinto. Yeah. No, this is a Corvair. Okay, so yeah, most likely you've not seen one of these on the road. Maybe if you go to a car show, you might want to see an antique car show, you might see a Corvair. But he wrote a book called Unsafe at Any Speed. And so what would happen is this Corvair would spin out of control, okay, under certain circumstances. Okay, and some people got killed. Okay, and there are other cars since the Corvair, and this is back in the 60s. And so he wrote a book about that. And so one thing that happened then, sort of after this was exposed, is the Transportation Safety Board actually started a program to recall automobiles, okay, with safety issues. I think the Pinto was one of those that was called. That was called back to maybe the Chevette. There's some other cars that really had some significant safety problems. Was the Pinto, if they got hit from behind, may explode? Was that the Pinto? Okay, yeah. Has something to do with the gas tank? I'm not exactly sure, but something. Yeah. So these things just don't happen by chance, okay? That these changes are made in the process of manufacturing automobiles. It's not by chance. Yeah, I'm sure they want to have safe cars, but with the Corvair, I think they were saving probably $10 or $20 per unit, okay, in the design, something that they could have done differently, and they didn't do it. So anyway, but you see that not just in automobiles, but also in other kinds of products. More recently, is it the CPAP machines? Have you heard about the CPAP machines? What did you hear about the CPAP machines? Yeah, what?
I had that CPAP machine.
Okay, you had that.
Yeah, and it was recalled because during use, it would emit vapors, toxic fumes, vapors, and you'd be inhaling that in your sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I was working at a medical equipment company. We did the CPAPs and the ventilators that had the same foam filter. And there was a lot of back and forth about what it actually caused. I think there was a lot less people that were affected about it, but we couldn't send patients that needed ventilators home for an extended period of time that had to stay in the hospital because there was no appropriate alternative, and you had to wait until they changed it, and then we started it was a mess.
Yeah.
I think it's still a hot mess. Because we've got 2 of those at home.
Yeah.
Eh, What are you gonna do? What do you do with them? Yeah, they don't like to send you stuff.
I'm Mary from Robertsdale. So the home ventilators, like you were saying, they say that the foam filter inside the vent can release gas, but also can release particles. But you have a filter that's upstream from that they tell you that should, keyword should, prevent any issues with gas related or particle related getting into like the trach or whatever you have. We were told 6 months after the recall came out from our home health company, when another parent posted this, hey, do you know anything about this on a trach group site? And parents were like, yeah, we're just learning about this. But we were told there's no other ventilators on the market, and there's such a shortage of ventilators that you either have a ventilator or not. So it's like you either take that risk or you have nothing. So.
Yeah,
And this is
so,
Linda. One more thing, the ventilators, like we have one and then we have a backup. Sometimes you get a backup, sometimes you don't. And they want to take our backup away. I know in the other states, they give you one, you get a backup, because if you don't, then what happens when, so we have a backup and it's like, we don't want to tell anybody, we don't want to give it, and it's hard to keep those.
Mhm.
A lot of problems.
Right. Yeah. So again, this, so when you look back, would we be seeing, and of course, this is something that's very recent, right? We're talking, the early 2020s, right? And I don't know if it went back before that, but, part of the consumer movement. And so where people have the expectation that the equipment that they're purchasing or the product or the service they're purchasing is going to work correctly and it's not going to hurt them. And so this certainly probably can apply to other kinds of devices. And so anyway, so this is part of, the consumer movement. And that is somebody who's shopping for a service, person with a disability is shopping for a service, or receiving services. It could be funded by the state. It could be funded by the federal government. It could be through private insurance. That you want to be a savvy consumer of those services. So what you want to make sure the services that you get are working, that meet your needs, but at the same time aren't harming you. And so that's where this consumer movement came in. And so same as a consumer at a center for independent living, you have the right as a consumer and that's the term used. Some people don't like that term, but anyway, the term consumer is pretty much the accepted term at a center for independent living, as somebody who comes to the center, that you have an expectation of that the goals you're going to be working on are your goals. Okay. They're not the goals of your independent living specialists. Okay. Or your peer supporter, that they're your goals. And so that you're respected for that. So there are other movements, the self-help movement, and probably one of the most famous self-help movements is the AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, now NA, Narcotics Anonymous. But anyway, AA goes back probably to the 30s. So it's been around for a very, very long time. It's going to be it's going to be probably 90 years since AA started and is still going. So Alcoholics Anonymous is one of the most well-known examples of self-help movements. Just as an aside, okay, my wife has a friend, well, actually somebody she went to high school with, and he lives in Ohio, near the Akron area, which is where it got started, Akron, Ohio. Actually, they've been doing some renovations on this original AA house, okay, that they had used. And so this person actually was working on that. I guess he was a member of AA himself. So anyway, so I don't know if it's open to the public, but if you ever get up in that area, it might be worth checking out. Of course, demedicalization. And so we have here, we have a man and maybe his daughter, or we're not sure what the relationship is here. And then there's a young girl standing next to him, and then there's a man standing behind him. And so they have, so we talk about demedicalization. We talk about, you know, once you go home, yeah, you may need some medical support like a CPAP machine or some other type of service like that. But when you get home, you don't always have, nor do you want, the presence of nurses and doctors sort of running your life at home. You've got to make decisions for yourself, and you want to make decisions for yourself. And that's where this demedicalization comes in. And deinstitutionalization, I don't know if Jess is still here, but she's going to be, I know she touched on that. She touched on that the other session yesterday. And so anyway, anybody recall now, y'all know who this person is on the left? If you can everybody see this, by the way? I'm assuming you can all see this, but I don't want to make that assumption. Person on the left. Anybody know who that is? She does.
Geraldo Rivera. Sorry,
Yeah.
Renee.
So
He broke his nose, got his face punched on live TV. That's how I know him.
What's that?
He broke his nose. He got his face punched on live TV.
Yeah,
And
so
they broke
that's
his
what
nose.
he's known for now, right? That's what you remember about Geraldo now, right? And yeah, and some of the shows he was on, right? What kind of shows? Why would he get his face broke? I mean, he's a trash talker. Yeah. Well, this person who got his face broke on TV and is a trash talker, at one time was an investigative reporter and went into Willowbrook institution and did an investigative report. Really, I mean, as a reporter, great work, okay? And really brought a lot of attention to what was going on at Willowbrook. So, and of course, the next photo is, and Josh, or I think Jess talked about Willowbrook and there's a photo of Willowbrook, some of the residents of Willowbrook and Staten Island. And then also we have on the right, Bryce Hospital. And I don't know if ADAP is going to be talking more about the work they've done with Bryce in that, in the case of, in the lawsuit that they were involved in for what, probably 20 years. And so to bring people out of Bryce Hospital and into the community. But Bryce Hospital, what's kind of interesting, goes back, gosh, probably to the mid-19th century. It's been around for a long time. And so it was at one time, they placed it in those days, Jess, we were just talking about these mental hospitals where, like Bryce and others around the country, were sort of in these pastoral settings where people could come and I guess, you know, work the farm and do things like that. So they thought that would have been therapeutic. So Bryce Hospital at one time, I think the number was over 5,000 residents. Yeah, so it was huge. Can you imagine what kind of treatment you'd get, okay, in a facility with 5,000? Wouldn't be treatment, would it? No. Term I would probably use would be warehousing.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I will forget if I don't say this because I think I have something wrong with me. But that hasn't, even if we've moved to like special needs foster or medically fragile foster care for our pediatric kids in Alabama, this hasn't changed a lot. Like even in private foster, like medically fragile homes, I have parents that function like a Willowbrook employee that are getting paid by the state allegedly to care for medically complex kids. So it's great that this is shut down, but this is not done. That mentality is still very present.
Yeah.
And there you go, the home and community-based services issue that we faced in Alabama last year. The HCBS rule and all that.
Right. And yeah, the HCBS, I think that would be, if it's not on the agenda for the next several, up through May, I think that should be. But yeah. The rule setting, yeah, we could, yeah, when I was at April last year, that was something we were involved in the rule setting. And I know that Alabama, I know ADAP was involved in that with some other organizations. These are basically rules about in-home care and in-home services, okay? That you have basically, have your basic freedoms, okay? And so, for example, if you're saying and living in some residential home that you have, if you want to, you can lock your door, okay? Or if you want to have visitors, you can have visitors come in. Some very basic rights, things that we all take for granted. And so I think that's something that I think would be really important, I think, for everybody to know. And what's happened since then? And so what they did, they came out to different facilities in each state, and they did reviews, and then they went back, and the feds did. They went back, wrote up reports, and asked for responses. And I think it'd be very great if somebody. I don't know if y'all are going to have to do projects for part of this. Is that kind of the expectation, that there are projects you work on? That might be an interesting one to find out what's happened since then. But you bring up a really good point. Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're getting into legislation. And so this is starting in the 60s. And so again, talking about rights that affect people with disabilities. This is in the 60s. And so I think y'all know who this is, right? I mean, iconic, even if you didn't grow up in the 60s. So here's a photo of Jimi Hendrix. And so anyway, so this was back in the 60s. And so Ed Roberts, okay, Ed Roberts actually was one of the very first, actually he was the first student with a significant disability. The term back in those days, they used severe. They don't really use that term anymore, severe disability, but significant disability. He used a vent. He was quadriplegic and actually had a ventilator, actually used a ventilator, okay? And he was one of the first students with a severe disability to attend University of California at Berkeley. And so he lived, actually, they actually lived, because there was no housing in those days for students with significant disabilities. He lived in the student health center section on campus. So other students living in dorms, Ed was living at the student health center. And so, but he saw a need for campus community access and personal assistance. So, you know, Ed went there, was one of the first ones, and others came after Ed to attend Berkeley. And so over time, word got out that there were these students, and over time, they would really be providing support for one another, you know, things like wheelchair maintenance and things of that nature. And so, you know, and ultimately people would be moving out into the community. You know, they'd be leaving campus and maybe getting an apartment or some living situation out in the community. So people would need to have ramps. They go out in the community, and the community was not real accessible. You know, Berkeley in those days. Berkeley was not very accessible in those days. We think now Berkeley is probably one of the most accessible places in the country, although there are probably advocates in Berkeley who would probably disagree with that. But Berkeley, and so students would advocate. They'd get together and advocate, right? So they get together and advocate for, say the city of Berkeley or the campus to make changes, so to build ramps, okay, build curb ramps or curb cuts, whatever term you want to use, to build curb cuts, which we see. You go downtown, with some exceptions, there are some exceptions, right, where we have curb cuts. There's still areas that don't have curb cuts, right? We've got a long way to go. But it's pretty well expected though, right? The expectations are higher now that our communities are accessible. And if they're not, we have rights to enforce those. We have laws that enforce those rights. But in those days though, and so what those students would do is, if they didn't get they weren't getting the campus or the or the city to make those changes to build curb cuts. So what are you going to do if the city doesn't do that? What are your, this was before the ADA, there was no ADA. And so what are you going to do? And so what a group of them did was they got some jackhammers and they went out and they built their own curb cuts, okay, on the sidewalks, okay? So if you go out to the Berkeley campus, you'll see the first curb cut in the country. What they say is there's a monument to it. And so again, if you ever go out to the Bay Area, go check that out on the Berkeley campus. But I was just a little story. I had been for a number of years, I was doing some reviews of centers for independent living, and that happened to be one of them. I went to the Berkeley Center for Independent Living, and so I was talking to somebody at the Center for Independent Living. He was working there, and he was telling me that he was part of that group that went out, and so it was great to meet somebody who was actually involved in that, doing that work. And so he was telling me about the work they did, and he was saying, and it was my jackhammer, okay, that they took out, but I haven't gotten it back, okay? They never gave my jackhammer back. So anyway, so sometimes you got to give it up for the cause, right? So, and of course, they saw the need for personal assistance, for people to come in to assist with helping the students with their daily needs. So there were some key legislation, and this is not comprehensive. There are going to be some other legislations, that occurred back in the 60s. And this was the Architectural Barriers Act, okay? And of the 1960s. So that's federal buildings that are built, altered, or leased, okay, have to be accessible. They have to meet certain accessibility standards, guidelines. And it also created the U.S. Access Board. U.S. Access Board is an organization. I remember we used to have somebody from Alabama who was on the U.S. Access Board, but the U.S. Access Board has a lot of responsibilities for working on regulations around accessibility, okay? And so, developing those regulations and standards. And so the Access Board was created back in those days, so very early days. And so, for example, before that, you might go to a post office and it wouldn't be accessible. And so, or if you go to, say, a courthouse, a federal courthouse, wouldn't necessarily be accessible. And so, but it's taken a while, right? Some of you may have been to post offices that weren't real accessible. That was still, I know people would complain in their communities where their post office still was not accessible, and that was probably 20 or 30 years after the passage of the Architectural Barriers Act. So, and so the U.S. Access Board, that's probably something you want to put on your save on your computer, and that is the U.S. Access Board, because there's a lot of great resources up there. And they do have hearings, okay? They're open to the public, and I think they're doing those now. It used to be all in person. I believe they're doing them now virtually. So it might be useful just to sit in, just to see what's, and the people on the Access Board are appointed by the president. And so it's something that if you or maybe somebody might want to be on the Access Board. So anyway, so it is something though that has been around now. Gosh, how many years? 68 to 2024, 24 plus 30, over 50 years. Yeah. Okay, and this is a photo of President Johnson signing of the Architectural Barriers Act. Now, we assuming that's what the bill that he's signing. So just take my word, okay? He's signing that bill. Okay, the 70s. There were some other, any from others from the 60s that you can think of that you think might be, okay, yeah. Yeah, or there are things maybe you're going to be talking about later.
Back to our PowerPoint, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, of course, the Civil Rights Act, right, was passed in the mid-60s. And of course, you know, when the Civil Rights Act passed, there was a lot of opposition to it, right? Really virulent pushback on the Civil Rights Act, but it did get through. And if you haven't seen some of the documentaries about how it got passed, I think it would be well worth your time to look at that. But the Civil Rights Act at that time did not include people with disabilities. Okay, so that was to come later. So this is a photo, and I think y'all know who this is, right? He's a little older now, and not quite the same figure that he used to be. But this is John Travolta, okay, and I cannot remember his co-star with that. But anyway, so this is John Travolta from Saturday Night Fever. Yes, okay. I'll be honest, I never had, okay, a leisure suit like that. Okay, I never did wear those. So I never did. Okay, you'll never find any photos of me wearing a leisure suit. Although they were very popular in the day. But anyway, so see that floor there? That disco floor that they used? Anybody been over to the club? That's the disco floor. That's the floor that they used in the movie. Yeah. I didn't know that until we were going to do some event over there, and I was talking to their marketing person, said, "Oh yeah, this floor here was used in the movie Saturday Night Fever." So I thought that was pretty cool. So this was back in Berkeley, the Physically Disabled Students Program. And it's for those who, okay, based upon the idea that those who know best the needs of disabled people and how to meet those needs are the disabled people themselves. Seems pretty common sense to us today, doesn't it? Well, it didn't going back 3,500 years, right? And also the needs of the disabled. Now, we don't use those terms, but this was from years ago. The needs of the disabled can be met most effectively by comprehensive programs which provide a variety of services. So we're talking about the students back in those days, okay? The organization they created really planted the seeds for the first Center for Independent Living, this organization. And then disabled people should be fully integrated in their community. And again, this was founded in 1970, when this organization was founded. So the first Center for Independent Living was in Berkeley, California, starting in 1972. And it was founded by Ed Roberts. And we saw his photo. Again, I want to encourage you to do some research on Ed. And it was a reaction to, if anybody's in graduate school working on a degree, this might be a great paper. But anyway, it was a reaction to the medical model, okay, that we talked about, and also the rehabilitation model, the more traditional rehabilitation model, and the institutional model, okay? So this is, when Ed went to Berkeley, he wanted support from the state through their state rehabilitation program, and initially didn't get that support. The thought then was that Ed didn't have, at least according to one individual, okay, made this decision that Ed didn't have the potential for work, for gainful employment. And so we probably still see some of that today. Yeah, we still see some of that today. But Ed was told, of course, go forward maybe another 10 years or so. Ed became the commissioner of the agency that denied him services, supervising all the counselors. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Yeah. So Ed he was appointed by Governor Jerry Brown to be over the rehabilitation services in the state of California. So, and of course now I mentioned Ed's mother. I think it would be really, I think you'd really learn a lot, to know more about Zona and some of the work that she did. And she was a fierce advocate on Ed's behalf. In fact, she lived, I don't know if she may have lived to almost 100 years old, but anyway, she was an amazing advocate, okay, working with her son. And of course, so she was, just a, what's the word that was used yesterday? Mama bear? Mama bear, okay, I guess, I don't know if they called them mama bears back in those days, but yeah, she probably was one of the very first mama bears in disability rights. But anyway, so, and I'm sure everybody in here is as well, those mothers. And so here's the Ed Roberts campus today. And so it holds probably, I had a chance to visit this when it was under construction and come back later and see it when it was fully developed. But they actually built the Ed Roberts Center is, I don't know how many thousands of square feet, probably over 30,000, maybe even more than that. But the Ed Roberts campus, they call it a campus, houses the Center for Independent Living, plus a number of other nonprofit disability organizations. So I would put this on my travel list if I go out there again, is to go visit the Ed Roberts Center. And so, in fact, yeah, so they actually built a separate subway, or the BART stop, the BART system out in California, the transportations. They built a separate BART stop for the Ed Roberts campus, which I thought was, talk about some incredible advocacy. Those folks were doing some amazing advocacy back in those days. And so what you see is the front of it. And then over on the right, you see a photo of the inside. And what you see on the inside, and I had not seen this before, this is a ramp, okay, that goes from the first floor to the second floor. And so I don't know if any of you have ever seen a building that has a ramp like that, but it meets ADA guidelines. And so you can, if you don't want to take the elevator, you can take this ramp, this amazing ramp from the first floor to the second, or go down. And so anyway, it really is something to see if you ever get a chance to go out there. So Jess, are we going to be talking a little later about the 504 sit-in? So I won't go into much depth about this, but this was the 504 sit-in at the federal building in 1977. 77? Yeah.
That last night.
We saw a little bit of, yeah.
Scenes of that last night.
Mm-hmm.
Screen that movie.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and yeah, what'd y'all think of that movie? Yeah. Yeah. What about the Black Panthers were involved in helping them. It was really an amazing, it was like 30 days. What? It was about 30 days, I think. 26 days. Okay. Yeah, I've seen the movie. I would like to hear the discussion though. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, and by the way, Judy Heumann came, and I don't know, I can't recall if that was in the movie, came to Berkeley and worked as Ed Roberts' deputy director. Can you imagine those two? Okay, you're on the city council and those two come to a meeting or a meeting with the governor. Okay, and so would have been great to have been around those days just to be part of that. But anyway, yeah, so Judy was, yeah. And so she went on to help, she and Ed, went to the World Institute on Disability, but that would have been some amazing conversations happening back in those days. And so, yeah, and so it took, like a lot of laws, sometimes it takes a while for the regulations to be implemented. And so if the regulations aren't implemented, there isn't much you can do with that law. Those regulations actually were finally implemented or written and implemented after the sit-in. So legislation of this in the 70s, the Rehab Act, okay, which prohibits discrimination. It really wasn't a very long piece of legislation, but very powerful. And that is prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability in programs receiving federal financial assistance. So if you're advocating, if you're advocating, you may be advocating for IDEA, but you also have other tools that you can use, and that's obviously the ADA, as well as Section 504. And so that's something sort of keep in mind when you're advocating. And the thing that's, I think, interesting, and I don't know how, I think it probably has happened, but with Section 504, the federal government, if somebody's not complying with 504, found out of compliance, the feds can withhold money from those entities. You know, so there's some teeth there, you know, but anyway, so 504, and then 1975, the Education of All Handicapped Children's Act. That's the language that they used back in those days. Jess, you're going to be talking a little bit more about IDEA. Okay. And then 1978 were the Rehab Act amendments. Okay. And so that was a very important piece of legislation. And from that grew the Centers for Independent Living, funding for Centers for Independent Living. And so initially there were like 10 centers, federally funded centers, I think in 79 or 80, right around that time frame. So, and then soon after there were other centers came on board. The money for a Center for Independent Living in Alabama came in 1980. So actually, it wasn't long after that those funds became available. And there are some really, so really it grew from 10 centers to where we're at today. And there's something like, just talking about federally funded centers for independent living, I think it's around 355, between 355 and 360, somewhere right around there. And so those are federally funded centers. Now there are other centers for independent living, like the one in Huntsville, okay? There are 3 federally funded centers for independent living in this state. Huntsville is what they call a Title VII Part B center. So they don't get what we call the Part C money. We'll talk a little bit about that later. So in the 80s, okay, so this brings us into the 80s. And so I think y'all know who that is. This is Michael Jackson. And so what happened in the 80s? Of course, 1980, the Birmingham Independent Living Center was founded. That was the first center for independent living in the state of Alabama. There would be others to follow, although it took way too long for funding to become available for these centers. Centers to get started. Then in 1980, the National Council on Independent Living was founded. And people like Ed Roberts and Judy Human, Max Starkloff, and who was with the Center for Independent Living, Paraquad in St. Louis, and some others really were the ones who founded the National Council on Independent Living. So, or nickel. If you hear somebody use the word nickel, that's what they're talking about. And so that was, and so in 1988, Birmingham Independent Living Center was awarded a grant to provide independent living services in Southwest Alabama, and so, which is Mobile. And so it wasn't, and so they got established, and it wasn't long after that they spun off to become their own Center for Independent Living. Independent. I mean, we are talking about independent living centers. And so that's something that occurred with Michael Davis when he was the executive director down in Mobile. So this is a logo of a group called the Alabama Coalition of Citizens with Disabilities, or ACCD. And the ACCD was, you probably haven't heard of it, but ACCD was was really a very effective cross-disability advocacy group in the state of Alabama back in the 70s and in parts of the 80s. They actually used to be, the ACCD was the governing, you see the logo shows the Alabama map. And so actually it was a statewide organization comprised of it was a coalition of different disability organizations. There's an organization representing people with physical disabilities. There was another organization representing people who were deaf. There was another organization representing people who were blind. There was another, and there were several other organizations as well. And they actually comprised the governing board for the Center for Independent Living, which got kind of complicated because we had people say people from Dothan, Huntsville, Tuscaloosa, wherever. There was some really good statewide participation, really being the governing board for the Center for Independent Living in Birmingham. And ultimately, as I said, the Mobile Center spun off. And so in the 80s, there was some key legislation, and that is the 1986 reauthorization of the Rehab Act. And with that, and I'm just talking about how it affected the independent living program. And that is directed RSA to develop performance standards. Before that, there were no standards as to what that centers had to meet in order to receive federal funding. In fact, when the first time I came to the center, this is in '89, they ultimately did develop some standards, but came to the center in 1989. It was over on 5th Avenue South and 35th Street, if any of you know where that is. If you know where Mayor Electric is in Birmingham, it was right across the street. There's a pool spa place or whatever. But anyway, I came in there and there was a pool table in there. There's a pool table at the Center for Independent Living. I mean, so there are recreation type programs at some of the centers. And so this is before we had any sorts of standards, and there were a lot of things that were going on that you probably wouldn't be seeing today at centers. Also required a majority of Center for Independent Living board members to be comprised of people with disabilities. Before that, that was not a requirement, that you had a majority of your board be comprised of people with disabilities. And we talk about people with disabilities, cross disabilities, not just, there was, for example, a Center for Independent Living at one time in Georgia. Their board was comprised of all deaf people. Other ones have come around, and so you're supposed to be cross disability. And so you're required to be cross disability. And so at that time, that wasn't happening in some states. And also the creation of the state independent living councils. I'll talk a little bit more about state independent living councils in a bit, but okay, we've got a little bit more time left. If you want to get up and go to the, feel free to do so.
You've got 30 minutes left on your presentation.
Okay.
Or 25.
Okay.
For you, and then we're going to take a break.
Okay.
For an hour and lunch and checking out a room. So
okay.
You got 20 minutes.
Okay.
25 minutes.
But okay, my thought is, if you have to go, leave for any reason, I'm not, it's none of my business, but to leave, feel free to do so. But so independent living councils, and in those days, 1986 to about 1992, they were really advisory councils. That's all they were. They were just advisory. So basically, didn't really have any teeth. Okay, the 90s. Some of you are going to get this one. Who we have up here? Probably.
Kurt Cobain, I heard at this table.
Yeah.
Is that right? Jill, yes.
Michelle. That's not Michelle. Yeah. So that's Kurt Cobain from Nirvana. And so, okay. And so there was some key federal legislation, okay, that passed in the 90s, starting in 1990, okay? And that is a great way to start the decade, passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so here's a photo of President Bush, the first President Bush, signing the ADA. And so Lex Frieden, who's still involved with the independent living research utilization out of Houston, he actually started it, ILRU. He was friends with the Bush family. So those connections are so important. And so it was a bright, beautiful day when the ADA was signed. And so, of course, you see on the right is Justin Dart, gentleman wearing the cowboy hat. And the person on the left is Evan Kemp. And so actually both Evan Kemp, I believe Justin was a Republican. I don't know if they remained Republican, but he's Republican. I think Evan Kemp was as well. So anyway, both those individuals had ties, you know, to President Bush, and were on the stage, or on the stage when he signed it. And then below, though, you know, we mentioned the National Council on Independent Living. NICL started in 1980. They were involved, okay, in helping to draft the ADA, and to push it over the top, for it to have it passed. And this is Marca Bristow. She was a NICL president. She helped draft. She was former NICL president. She helped draft the ADA, along with some others. And so, well, many others do take credit, and I'm not going to question any individuals, but they have. And so Mark was part of that. NICL was part of that process. NICL was had you know, members actually from all across the country, the Center for Independent Living. So they did the organizing with the Centers for Independent Living for passage of the ADA. And so there were, as I said, there were a lot of people involved in the passage of the ADA. We've heard of Tom Harkin. Okay, Tom Harkin actually was a great friend to NICL and the independent living movement. And he'd always talked about his story about his brother who was deaf. And so, in fact, NICL gives out an award every year on in the name of Senator Harkin's brother, the Frank Harkin Award. But anyway, so you know, a number of legislators, you know, both of the Alabama senators voted in support of the ADA. Okay. I believe at that time it was Richard Shelby and maybe Hal Heflin, might have been Hal Heflin in those days. We also had, you know, support, you know, with our congressional delegation. So, I mean, there was pretty much widespread bipartisan support for the ADA, and which it makes me wonder these days, could we get bipartisan support for the ADA in 2024? I'm just glad it passed when it did. But anyway, but one of the individuals who was a big part of this is Major Owens, and he had a committee that was assigned to working on the ADA. And so here's a quote. He was from Brooklyn. He was a congressman from Brooklyn. And so Yoshiko Dart, who was Justin Dart's wife, made the statement that the disability community success in passing the ADA would not have been possible without the opportunity, the encouragement, or the support that Major Owens gave us. Okay, so Major Owens is one of those people we don't hear a lot about, but has had a significant role in the passage of the ADA. It was his idea, okay, when as part of this committee, his idea to really make sure that you know, Congress got as much information as they could to hear the stories from people around the state, around the states about what was going on. So Justin Dart traveled to all states and would listen, just listen about the stories that people faced in terms of discrimination in their communities, okay, in their state and in their communities. And so from that, a report was developed, and based upon that report, they used that report to help pass the ADA, for the passage of the ADA. So it was really Major Owens and his encouragement, encouraging Justin to travel around the country to get these stories, that really helped us move the ADA forward. Now, when the ADA, and I don't know if you have the Capitol crawl, a photo of that, but anyway, one of the other things that happened is the ADA was, they're trying to get it up for a vote, in the Senate, and the Senate was dragging their feet, like sometimes they do. And so people started coming to the Capitol, getting out of the wheelchairs and crawling up the steps of the Capitol. The Capitol, that's what the Capitol.
So we'll talk about it when we cover it. But the important that Congressman Major Owens helped, he was trying to defend this bill on the floor. It passed through the Senate with no problem, and it was stalled in the House of Representatives because a Republican from Philadelphia or Pennsylvania named Schuster at the end was trying to put an amendment in that would prevent accessible transportation.
About that, whole up to the Capitol crawl as well. So I like to say that this entire ADA pass was because of not just the people in the Congress, but also the people that were known as radical advocates for also this. And I know it was implied when I was starting reading on Major Owens. I'm not going to as much today because you cover him. He would give them secret information.
So they had understanding of how they could battle why it was stalled. So
Yep. Yes. And people like Senator Harkin people thought it was just very, wasn't a good look, right? People crawling up the Capitol steps in their wheelchairs. And so and of course they told, they were, senators talking to each other, and one of them told people to stop doing that. This is a really bad look, which is the whole point, actually, right? And so Tom Harkin told people, keep them coming, keep them coming. So yeah, so Tom Harkin was. And so this is an article from the Birmingham Post-Herald. At one time, Birmingham had 2 newspapers that I remember. And so this is on Wednesday, August 17th, 1998. And so this was something, this was when Justin Dart came to Birmingham. Right over here at the, where the golf course is off of Claremont Avenue, okay? There was a clubhouse up there. It's my understanding, it was before my time, but it was up there. So, my predecessor was one of the people who helped organize that. And they had an amazing turnout. This here is Barbara Crozier, who was a strong advocate for many, many years here in the state of Alabama. But there was one story about one of the parents gave, said their child was told they would never work, and then their child had since gotten a job, now working. This was back in 1988, and other individuals talk about accessibility in their communities. So it's something that I think it's helpful to know what our national history is, but also what the history is in our state and what's happened locally. And so the legislation in 1992, okay, was the reauthorization of the Rehab Act. Supposed to happen about every 5 years. That hasn't been the case. But in what it did in terms of independent living, okay, it added systems advocacy as a core service that you have to provide as a center for independent living. So if you're not doing systems advocacy, you're not fulfilling your requirements under the Rehab Act. Defined what consumer control was, okay, went into more detail about what consumer control means. It also provided, which Centers for Independent Living, we're so happy to see this, direct funding from the federal government to the Centers for Independent Living. And I think y'all know some of the problems dealing with trying to get your funding through the state. You know, sometimes there can be a challenge. And Centers for Independent Living were no different back in the 80s and early 90s, getting that direct funding. So getting that direct funding made all the difference in the world. I know as a center director at that time, I was so glad to see that. You know, we would send documents like probably 2 to 3 inches thick, send those to Montgomery, had to wait for them to review it. They come back, well, we're off, you know, 50 cents on some travel form or whatever. So we have to redo it. I mean, so anyway, it was, we were very pleased to see that. And so, and again, that was Nickel. That was what Nickel did. The National Council on Independent Living really pushed to make that happen. And so it wouldn't have happened without Nickel and other advocates pushing it. And also created the state independent living councils, which now, and they actually had a role. States, it actually became a governing body, okay, that was based upon the DD council model in a way. And that's really, and so there's a state independent living council. They meet, I think, quarterly in the state of Alabama, but it's their job to develop the state plan for independent living. And so we'll talk just in another minute about what the State Independent Living Council is, also called the SILC, S-I-L-C. You may hear that term. You may have heard that term, the SILC, yeah. So, and also defined what the standards were for Centers for Independent Living. You know, the services you had to provide, administratively, what you need to be doing. So the number of things, how to ensure, you know, consumer control. So those were the standards for Centers for Independent Living that really came about in 1990s. So we get to the 2000s. Now, y'all know who this is, right?
Michelle, the Black Eyed Peas.
Yep. Yeah, Black Eyed Peas. Yeah. So what also happened in 2020, Disability Resource Network, the new Center for Independent Living was founded. So as I said, it's operating. There's no federal funding coming directly to that center. It's actually some funding, what they call Part B money. There's Part B money that goes to the State Independent Living Council, decides how those funds are to be spent. And then Part C money goes directly to the Centers for Independent Living. So some other key legislation in the 2000s, the ADA Amendments Act, which was huge because it helped really define who was covered by the ADA. And so there were people, let's say somebody had mitigating measures, okay, for their disability. Say you take a medication, say for seizures, you may have been denied coverage under the ADA because you took these mitigating measures that were successful, right? So if you're a person who had seizures, taking medications, you may not have been, you know, you're taking medications for your seizures and it was successful, you may not have been covered by the ADA. That clarified that, where now you would be covered, okay, in 2008. I was very pleasantly surprised that happened. This actually happened under the second George Bush president, so it was under his presidency. So the Bush families had a lot to do with the ADA. And then 2014, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. What time do we have? Okay, Jess said 15, so I think I'll, yeah. Okay, we'll go with what you said. Okay, so there's some things that happened in 2014. For years, independent living was under the Rehab Services Administration, the same agency that administers the VOC rehab program. Now we have since moved to the Administration on Community Living. So that happened in 2014. Also, and the Independent Living Administration was supposed to have been developed. That hasn't really happened yet, okay? That hasn't happened. The 5th core service came about, transition, okay? Transition for youth, transition for people, to keep people out of institutions, and transitioning people from nursing homes and other institutions to the community. And that definition actually goes to include prisons as well. There's some centers, I think, in Florida that are doing some pretty good work around that. There's also a state plan for independent living development. So there's a process for that that's followed. And then there's also Center for Independent Living sign-off authority on the state plan for independent living. So a majority of the centers for independent living, when the state plan for independent living goes in, okay, is developed before it's submitted to the feds, a majority of the centers have to sign off on it. So in Alabama, you'd have to have 3 out of the 4 centers sign off on it. And so, which makes it interesting, some states like California, they have 34 or 35 centers, maybe even more. So they have to have signatures from a majority of those centers. And then there's also a designated state entity that's responsible really strictly more for administrative purposes, not telling the state independent living councils in the centers how to spend the money, but to make sure the money is accounted for, okay? And then also silk autonomy, that the silk should have been autonomous since 1992, but we know that wasn't the case in many states. And so that silk autonomy has been very important. Currently, the designated entity is the Alabama Department of Senior Services. And they seem to have bought in on the whole idea of the silk autonomy. And then the expansion of silk allowable activities. So there are additional activities that silks can do, or state independent living councils can do. For example, resource development, okay, they can do that as well. They can't be doing direct services though. Silks cannot be doing direct services, but they can do things like systems advocacy. This is all clarified. They can do systems advocacy, and they can also do resource development. So the core independent living services and our advocacy, and these core services, 4 of these 5 have been around since the 80s, okay? Advocacy, independent living skills training, peer support, information and referral, and transition. And I mentioned what the transition was, transition from nursing homes and institutions of community, and help prevent those who are at risk from going into nursing homes, and services to post-secondary youth who had an IEP or a 504 plan. That gets a little bit, those definitions, I think get a little bit complicated, but in terms of, well, did you have, I don't know, Josh, for asking people, did they have a youth if they had a IEP, or some may just disclose it, but. I personally don't think it's all complicated. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, the way centers see it is we want to get services out there to the youth, right? So if you have youth though, if you have, young person, family member who wants services from a center, if they're young, center, youth, or other ages as well. Actually, there's no upper age as far as centers for independent living. I mean, I know we probably serve people in their 90s, 80s and 90s. But youth has been a really important part of that since 2014. And so the network of centers for independent living are the Centers for Independent Living. That's one leg of the stool. The other leg is the Independent Living Council and the designated state entity. And the idea is for them to be working together. So I've not been to a meeting in a while, but I think we've got people who want to work together, and I think that probably is working, but as it's supposed to be. But it's been contentious in some states. It has been contentious, I won't lie. And so the Centers for Independent Living, it's the one in Birmingham. Disability Rights and Resources, the website, drradvocates.org. You can look them up. And you can also Google it. Should come up. Will come up if you enter it. Okay. Independent.
They also
And a Facebook page. Yeah. So you can go and like it. Like the Facebook page. And Independent Rights and Resources. That's independent R&R.org. So Kent Crenshaw is the director there. So that's R&R.org. So again, you can Google Independent Rights and Resources. Mobile Independent Living Center, that's ilcmobile.org. That's pretty easy there. That's an easy one there. And Disability Resource Network, Davina Patterson. I don't know if Davina is going to be speaking, but Davina will be. You'll be meeting her at drn256.org. We thought we'd go with the area code up there, naming that with the web address. And so the state plan is what, 5 minutes, would you say? Okay. Okay, so the state plan for independent living, it's for 3 years. Now's a great time. You can reach out to the State Independent Living Council and tell them, well, one, you may want to serve, or your family member may want to serve on the State Independent Living Council if you're not already involved to be part of it, because I know they're looking for membership. Last time I spoke to Kent, he was telling me they were looking for membership, people who want to be active and engaged. And they're also looking for, well, they do have a staff member. His name is Roshane. His name is Roshane. It's Roshane's Bayfield. Roshane Bayfield. But if you call the Montgomery Center, you know, he actually works out of that office. So they can put you right through to Roshane. So he's working as the state coordinator for the Independent Living Council here in the state. So Roshane would be a good person to get to know. But anyway, let's say, if, I don't know, have y'all had any has everybody had communication with the Center for Independent Living in your community? Yeah. Yeah, some of you have, some of you haven't. So do you think are you in an area where you'd like to see a Center for Independent Living developed? If you are in an area, there are areas, for example, there's no center, although all the centers in the state are assigned a large number of counties, okay? Probably, you know, the amount of funding they get is not enough to cover all those counties. But if you say you're in Dothan and you want to see a Center for Independent Living developed in Dothan, or in Gadsden, or in Tuscaloosa, or other cities, okay, throughout the state, you need to attend you need to talk to the people of the State Independent Living Council and express your desire for that, because that's what the people in Huntsville did. The people of Huntsville, I went up to Huntsville one time, there were like 50 people came out to a meeting saying they wanted a Center for Independent Living in Huntsville. They now have a Center for Independent Living in Huntsville. And so that's something that the Independent Living Council has to take into account when it's developing its plan. So it may not happen right away, but you've at least got to get your foot in the door, okay, to be under consideration. And so if you want to be on the council, it's appointed by the governor for 3-year terms. And as I said, it's autonomy. They developed a state plan for independent living. And majority of the members are people with disabilities, but we have family members, we have people, you know, we have businesses. I mean, so it's fairly broad in terms of, you know, who might serve on a state independent living council. But really, the thing is, the key is that you have a real passion for independent living, and you want to see independent living thrive, and you want to see what's best for people with disabilities in the state. And I won't go into any detail about the designated state entity, but they can keep up to 5% of what they call the Part B funds for their administration. Current issues, I'm sorry, we're probably running out of time, but consumer control is an issue, you know, that consumers are still in charge, okay, at the centers. That's still a current issue. That disability leadership, okay, is related to that consumer control. diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's something that I think that centers have got to be working towards if they're not working towards that already. And so I think that's important. Some centers have been struggling with that. I think others have adopted and moving and doing really well. I think social justice, seeing disability rights as part of the as part of the social justice movement. Okay, being part of a social, so that we're not working in silos, so we maybe working with Centers for Independent Living, maybe working with other groups, like the local NAACP, or other organizations that represent other groups in their communities. For example, LGBTQ community. Are there people from the LGBTQ community that centers are working with, so that we're not in these silos, and we want to be working to support them, but we also want those groups to be supporting us as well. Did you see recently where Reverend Barber with the Poor People's March was kicked out of a movie theater? I think it was in South Carolina. I don't know if you know Reverend Barber, but he runs the Poor People's March. And so he was kicked out of it because, he has a mobility impairment. And he brought in, I think maybe he brought in his own chair, is I think what happened. And they kicked him out of the movie theater. And this was within the last 6 months. And so anyway, there's a lot of work that we need to be doing together and can be doing together. And resources, Independent Living Research Utilization, ilru.org. I mean, just a trove of really great information on independent living. That's probably one of the top ones you need to find. The National Council on Independent Living, www.nickel.org. April, the Association of Programs for Rural Independent Living, www.april-rural.org. They have great youth programs, okay? Very active youth programs. And so if you're interested in youth programs, and they define youth up to age 30. So they have some amazing youth programs. So if you have relatives who want to get involved in that, in their youth programs, they do them virtually, and April is known, going back since the very beginning, been known for the work they've been doing with youth. And so I would encourage you to reach out. You can maybe ask for Mary Willard. Mary Willard at April. You can find them online and ask to speak with Mary about that. There are other staff there. I'm not sure who's still. I know one staff member was out on sick leave. I don't know if she's come back yet, but Mary would be a great person to talk to. And then the Administration on Community Living, you can Google that. It's kind of hard to find independent living. You're going to have to search, but in their search bar, type Centers for Independent Living or Independent Living, and you should be able to find them. So anyway, there is something. Oh.
So, this is Jess. Related to the current issues, I just wanted to inform everybody, we were talking about this morning. I follow a bunch of deaf advocates on Instagram, which is a great resource for me. TikTok, I like Instagram a little bit better. But one of my favorite women to follow is Crunches and Spice. Yes, you know who she is. Yes. She released a video about 48 hours ago, and I want to make aware because now it's heading the newsline. We've had a lot of newsline last week, but there's been people talking about related to independent living, even though the case is related to homeless, but we know that 40% of people who are homeless have a disability. And right now, currently, the Supreme Court has decided to take a case known as City of Grant Pass, Oregon versus Gloria Johnson to determine if under our Constitution, a local government can make it a crime to involuntarily live outside and unsheltered when adequate shelter is not available. So anyways, that's something to bring up to you guys because we're starting to see again now a surge of everything with the independent living movement we have. We've done a lot of work, but because of COVID and everything, if you look at the data for when people are tracking funding for how well funding is being used for home-based community services versus long-term service, which is considered institutionalization, we're starting to see it's more 50-50, and last data we have is 2020, but we know there's been an issue in terms of data tracking because of COVID pandemic. But I thought it was important to point that out because it relates to current issues.
Sure.
And I believe in the truth of nothing about us all as well. So that is a Supreme Court case if you want to watch it in terms of current issues.
Can you post it in the discussion on Facebook?
The PIPA discussion one, I think I'm in that Facebook group. I'm terrible. I don't like Facebook. I actually have Facebook, but I don't use it.
Oh, not on
So-
Facebook, but in the canvas.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll get it down.
Yeah, and furthermore to say that in related to disability leadership, people are not aware, but actually in section 504, because I did digging when I recently wrote a letter to the State Department of Education on lack of deaf representation on a committee they had created to determine deaf education in Alabama. If you want to know the clause in section 504, so it's 34 CFR 104.4 B1 BI. Specifically states that in point 6, a recipient of federal financial assistance of any type in providing a benefit or service may not directly through contractual or licensing or on the basis of handicap, deny any qualified handicapped person the opportunity to participate as a member of planning or advisory boards. And so this is something I like to give to people who are self-advocates, especially disabled advocates, because I find this is a bit bigger push you can use, that it's actually in section 504, but it's like we've seen with history repeated, a lot of people don't understand, and section 504 is very comprehensive, you know? And so the ADA, so it's easy to get lost in all the different parts of this different sections. But I like to let people know that it's a big tool in your toolbox. When people say that, oh, we don't need a disabled person on this panel in terms of planning stuff, it's within the law as well. So.
Yeah, all great points, Jess. If I would say, I don't know if it's gone out yet, but no big hurry, but Linda's going to be sending out a link. Oh, okay, it's on the, okay, there's going to be there's a group called Empower Her, okay? And they have done some amazing work, okay? And so they're going to do, you saw Crip Camp, okay? Last night, they're going to be doing a summer camp in, I think it's in the Catskills in upstate New York, where they're going to bring young women in, or young, really girls, 13, yeah, ages 13 to 18 or 19. They're going to bring them up for a week, okay? And for mentoring, and they're going to continue that mentoring process for an entire year. So if you know any young girls or young women who might want to participate they're now taking applications. So anyway, so when you go online to see that, I'd want to encourage you to look at that. Yeah, because it could be, in fact, one of the staff I used to work with at April is part of that. Her name is Abby Ritter, amazing musician, by the way, but Abby is part of that as well. So I'd want to encourage you, if you know anybody you think might be able to benefit from that, is to go ahead and apply, be part of it. So anyway.
Now to clarify, I'm not giving legal advice. I am not an attorney. I'm just reading stuff and in process becoming ADA certified applicant, not necessarily under like independent, but more for the purpose. A lot of the people I work with as deaf applicant in school districts typically get pushed into 504 plans. So that's where I have to learn a lot related to 504 because that type of work that I do. Because typically deaf children who were raised more with hearing technologies and spoken language with some sign or just spoken language only, they typically get kicked out of IEP plans a lot quicker, which leads to a lot of lack of services and stuff because they're too high performing. But it's related to effective communication access, which is under section 504. So anyways, I can have you an entire lecture about that, but we're not lecturing about it today. It would be an entire lecture another time.
Well, thank you very much,
Thank
both of
Thank
you.
you.
Wonderful, another wonderful day. Do you have any questions or any comments real quick? I know our time is up for it, but any brief? All right, round of applause. We're going to pick up your forms, but first we have a special guest and she'd like to say a few words. Angela Richardson was a PIPA graduate last year. And she came by to see you all. She's going to be presenting later on in the sessions So she just wanted to come and meet you all and give you a few helpful words and tips.
Let me just get to my notes so I make sure I don't forget anything. So I'm Angela Richardson, and right now I serve as the Partners Alumni Liaison. And so I actually, like Linda said, I finished last April. And when I started Partners, I was actually working from home, navigating the world for my son because he's neurodivergent. And I homeschool him as well as his sister. And I briefly worked with Michelle in retail management. And however, Partners has opened many doors. And some of the doors that it's opened is that right now I'm serving on 4 committees. And so that goes to what Jess just said, is that it has to be someone who is affected or a family member that has seen the course to know how to navigate systems change. And so right now I serve on the Governor's Office on Disabilities for the Birmingham office. I also serve for the Center for Excellence on Developmental Disabilities Council and the steering committee for AHEAD at UAB, as well as the legislative committee. And that's a lot of committees. So keeping your schedule all together, but it's really fulfilling because you get to have conversations with people and actually influence the changes that you want to see. And currently I'm actually also working under Linda in a part-time capacity at UAB, where I'm serving as the family leader trainee through the Pediatric Pulmonary Center. And I love doing this because, and it's just short term, it's just a year. However, the benefits of it is that they actually honor lived experience. And so lived experience is basically equal to a college degree. And when you think about it, you are the expert when it comes to your individual situation or circumstance. And you know something based on what you've experienced that people in administration may not know. And think about it this way. This is a college level program. So make sure you actually apply yourself as thoroughly as possible. And in doing so, you're going to actually open doors for yourself. And look at this as an opportunity to also be able to network. You'll be able to meet speakers. You'll be able to attend conferences. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I'm actually doing next week is I'm going to attend a conference in Florida for 3 or 4 days. And it's a family leader conference where I'll get to network with other family members. And I'm really excited about it. I actually have to do an interview and create a podcast behind it. So, I'm really excited about it, but it's a lot of fun because you're still learning. It's, and remember this is, and I love the fact that they actually mentioned it a couple of times in their presentation, is that a lot of this has to do with rights and civil rights. And when you think about it, that's what advocacy is. And whether you are a spiritual person or not, or you want to take it from the legal aspect, there are so many different metaphors you can use. When you think about the example of Moses, you know, young Moses tried to assert his authority, and because he had been raised as an Egyptian, and he killed an Egyptian and then had to run away for 40 years. But then he comes back after he's been humbled and trained. And that's what this program does. It allows you to hone your skills and allow you to be trained so that you learn to work as a group, and as a group with each other, but also when you leave or finish and you go sit on these committees to work with groups of other people. Also this week, as a part of the PPC, I got to meet 6 other PPC groups. And so now we have to work collectively on a project together. And so when you can do that and not realize that you're actually working by yourself is great. And in regards to the civil rights plug, I think about the movie, The Butler. And when you think about it, there are 2 forms of advocacy going on in that movie. You have his son, Lewis, who runs for office and is protesting out in the front. But you also have Forrest Whitaker, who's in the background having these meaningful conversations with influential people, namely the president. So when you think about that, it's really powerful. And I've got to have some really great conversations. I got to speak with Commissioner Janet Elizabeth Bertishaw. I also got to speak with Commissioner Kimberly Boswell. And so when you get to talk to them about what's important to you, and they've all said, when you get that going, please bring that back to me, and I will make sure I take it to the person that needs it so that it keeps traction and keeps moving. And so think about that. And even in regard to your projects, don't let it overwhelm you. Keep in mind that Linda and Brooke are going to present people who are already working on projects that you may be able to join, or you can take it from what your own ideas and develop your own project. So don't let that overwhelm you. And they're so patient, you will be able to finish the program. Finish the program. There's nothing in here that's too hard. And you have resources, even if you want to reach out to me or Jess, because Jess and I were in the same class. So we're more than happy to help you in any capacity that we can.